Chapter 1251. The range of the star-cloud storm was too wide, and it was extremely fast. It was impossible for the three immortal goo houses of Central Continent to escape. Stars were densely packed as they flew towards them. Thunderclouds were everywhere, starlight was gushing out continuously, the scene was grand and majestic, anyone who looked at it would feel fear, they would feel their own insignificance. I will lead Edge Link Camp, you guys follow behind. At the crucial moment, Wei Ling Yang made a decision. The three immortal goo houses moved towards the star-cloud storm. The huge immortal goo house was like 3 ants at the foot of a giant elephant in front of the star-cloud storm. Heaven and earth were roaring. The star-cloud storm was like a prehistoric whale, it devoured the three immortal goo houses of Central Continent. The three immortal goo houses did not even have the qualifications to fill the gaps between the teeth of this star-cloud storm. Rumble, wind-sweeping building shook intensely. Zhao Lianyun could not stand steadily, she fell to the ground. Outside the window, endless starlight was extremely dazzling, it shone on the whole of wind-sweeping building, turning it into a sea of blue light. Zhao Lianyun felt like she was on a small boat that had fallen into a stormy sea, she was enduring the attacks of the tsunami and thunder. Her mouth was dry, she was on tenterhooks, even with goo immortal battle strength, she could not get out of this predicament. She could only place her hopes on the immortal goo houses, on the 3 rank 8 grade experts. Zhao Lianyun did not know that among the 3 rank 8 goo immortals, Myriad Tidal Dragon had already fallen into hibernation. Thankfully, wind-sweeping building was under Bai Chen Tian's control. The situation was much better than Canary Pavilion. Even so, Bai Chen Tian was covered in cold sweat. He was extremely focused and did not dare to relax at all. He moved wind-sweeping building, moving through the star-cloud storm. He continued to dodge the huge stars on the ground. These stars were extremely fast, once wind-sweeping building was hit, it would suffer a heavy blow. Even though wind-sweeping building was an immortal goo house, it would not collapse after being hit by these stars. In this special environment, once wind-sweeping building lost control, it would lose its speed and direction. It would be hit by stars one after another. Once it formed a vicious cycle. In that case, there was a real possibility that they would perish in the nebula storm, with their ship destroyed and their lives lost. Goo immortals are strong, immortal goo houses are powerful, but against this divine might of heaven and earth, they are insignificant. Bai Chen Tian gritted his teeth. Oh no! He could not react in time, and wind-sweeping building finally suffered. A star that was the size of a small mountain crashed into the wind tower with a fierce gust of wind. The size of the wind-sweeping tower was not even 1/10 of the size of the star. But it was an immortal goo house after all, it was very sturdy. It wasn't the wind-sweeping tower that shattered, but the stars that crashed into it. However, the huge momentum brought about by the stars pushed wind-sweeping building a long distance away. Originally, the 3 immortal goo houses were working together, flying together and helping each other. This way, the other 2 immortal goo houses avoided the stars. Wind-sweeping tower immediately left the team. Bai Chen, hurry up. Wei Ling Yang sent a message. But in this star-cloud storm, there was chaos everywhere. Countless star path Dao marks interfered with the communication between Wei Ling Yang and Bai Chen Tian. Bai Chen Tian could only hear a very short and incomplete sentence. But he knew what Wei Ling Yang wanted to say. Wei Ling Yang wanted him to work hard and catch up to them. Inside the star-cloud storm, Wei Ling Yang could not stay, he could not help Bai Chen Tian. Because he had another immortal goo house, Canary Pavilion, to take care of. Bai Chen Tian could only rely on himself. Come. Bai Chen Tian called out, his eyes shined with bright light, his rank 8 aura burst out like the howling of the wind. Wind-sweeping building's body shined with bright green light, the dazzling light turned into gusts of wind. The wind blew past everyone's ears. These dark green gales linked together and fused into one, forming a vertical and slender tornado pillar. The immortal goo house wind-sweeping building stabilized, the surrounding star-cloud storm was pushed away by the wind pillar. This is wind-sweeping building's strongest method. Uez's eyes shined brightly as he said excitedly. Wind-sweeping building was at the center of the wind pillar. It became extremely calm. It was as if they had suddenly entered a calm and safe harbor from landslides and tsunamis. Wind-sweeping buildings. Gu immortals cheered loudly. Zhao Lianyan had just gotten up from the ground when a huge star broke through the tornado wind pillar, flying towards wind-sweeping building. At the crucial moment, Bai Chen-tian reacted in time. He controlled wind-sweeping building to descend by a huge distance. This huge star almost brushed past wind-sweeping building. Some Gu immortals who were at the windows could see the countless holes on the surface of the star when the two sides passed each other. Because they were too close, they were very clear. The Gu immortals who were usually very elegant shouted in shock. They were like mortals who encountered a natural disaster and were panicking. Wind-sweeping building moved forward in the star cloud storm with difficulty. Even though this immortal Gu house had used its strongest method, it was not enough against the star cloud storm. Some of the giant stars had astonishing momentum and could directly smash the tornadoes in the periphery. Between the stars, there was also a violent and chaotic magnetic star force. This star force dragged, repelled, attracted, and crushed wind-sweeping tower. Wind-sweeping building had to dodge the attacks of these star forces. Thankfully, rank 8 Gu immortal Bai Chen-tian was controlling the situation. Any other rank 7 Gu immortal would not be able to hold on. But even Bai Chen-tian was sweating profusely. His rank 8 immortal essence was expended rapidly. This expenditure far surpassed any battle Bai Chen-tian had ever fought in his life. No, this star cloud storm is too huge. I don't know when I can get past it. Bai Chen-tian willed. He ordered the Gu immortals in the immortal Gu house to inject their immortal essence into wind-sweeping building. The Gu immortals contributed their strength. Zhao Lianyan was no exception. Even though she only had a phantom aperture, she had refined immortal yuan stone. She had stored a lot of immortal essence. Boom, boom, boom. From time to time, one or two huge stars crashed into the wind pillar. Wind-sweeping building dodged most of them, but some crashed into them. The magnetic star force was everywhere. It was like a malicious giant that played with wind-sweeping building like a toy. Inside the immortal Gu house, the Gu immortals did not say anything. They focused on instilling their immortal essence into wind-sweeping building. The atmosphere was very tense. Every time a star crashed into it, many Gu immortals' bodies shook. Zhao Lianyan's heart was in her throat. This was the first time she had faced such a situation. The situation was terrible. Even if the building broke and she died the next moment, Zhao Lianyan would not be surprised. Hongyun, Hongyun. She chanted Ma Hongyun's name in her mind. Every time she said it, her heart would calm down a little. After chanting it countless times, Zhao Lianyan's heart miraculously calmed down. Hongyun, you once risked your life for me, do you know that? I am risking my life for you now. Even if I die here, I have no regrets. I will come and save you. When I see you, I will tell you that the starlight here is very fierce. There is danger beyond your imagination. It is not romantic at all. In a daze, Zhao Lianyan seemed to have returned to the past. At that time, Zhao Lianyan's father had already died in battle. She was alone and was forced to marry someone. She could only rely on Ma Hongyun for the time being. On a gentle hillside. In the night, Ma Hongyun was sitting next to her on the grass. Lady Xiaoyun, look, there is a meteor shower. Ma Hongyun pointed at the night sky, shouting. Boring. You brought me here just to show me this. Zhao Lianyan rolled her eyes. What is there to see? Ah. Ma Hongyun scratched his head. I also feel that there is nothing to see, but they said that to make a girl happy, you have to watch a meteor shower with her. At this time, we can often see meteor showers at night in northern plains. Zhao Lianyan helplessly sighed inwardly, thinking, I am already so old, I'm afraid only young girls will be happy about this. No, my body is still small, I am also a young girl. Thinking so, Ma Hongyun asked, Lady Xiaoyun, after seeing this meteor shower, are you feeling better? Zhao Lianyan sighed inwardly again, saying in a coquettish voice, much better, I am very happy, look, the meteor shower is so beautiful. Ma Hongyun's body trembled, he quickly waved his hand, Lady Xiaoyun, don't say that, I am getting goosebumps. Zhao Lianyan stood up and kicked Ma Hongyun fiercely. Instead of learning, you learn to flirt with girls. You still want to flirt with me, I'll let you flirt with girls, I'll let you flirt with girls. Ma Hongyun screamed in pain from the kicks, shouting that he was wronged. Lady Xiaoyun, quickly stop, quickly stop. What is flirting with girls? I have never done it before. If I did something wrong, can't I change? Stop kicking, stop kicking. Zhao Lianyan ignored him, kicking Ma Hongyun until he was rolling on the ground. Finally, Zhao Lianyan was covered in sweat. She placed her hands on her waist, looking at Ma Hongyun who was covering his head and scurrying away like a frightened rat. She laughed happily. Ma Hongyun heard her laughter and slowed his steps, thinking, Lady Xiaoyun is laughing happily? Indeed, watching the meteor shower with her can make her mood better. Hiss, but it hurts. The past was like smoke, dissipating in front of Zhao Lianyan's eyes. Unknowingly, Zhao Lianyan's lips curled up into a smile. Hongyun, when I save you, I will definitely kick you 70 to 80 times, it will be a celebration. Zhao Lianyan thought so. At this time, her phantom aperture unexpectedly emitted a mysterious aura. The aura was formless and colorless, quickly spreading out. Chapter 1252. Every moment in the star cloud storm was unbearable. After a long time, a certain Gu immortal in wind-sweeping buildings suddenly realized something. He spoke. Do you guys feel that it has been a long time since a star crashed into this place? As soon as he finished speaking, the dark green tornado that enveloped wind-sweeping buildings suddenly dissipated. The immortals saw a tranquil night sky, and far away, the star cloud storm was moving away with a grand momentum. After a moment of silence, wind-sweeping building erupted in cheers. We made it. That was close. Even with the immortal Gu House's protection, we were in danger of dying in immemorial black heaven. It was all thanks to Lord Bai Chen Tian, otherwise, we would have died in the star cloud storm already. The Gu immortals talked to each other with joyful expressions. Bai Chen Tian's gaze was eerie, but he thought, it was all thanks to Zhao Lianyan's love immortal Gu that we could escape the star cloud storm. At the crucial moment, love immortal Gu let out an aura that pointed Bai Chen Tian in the right direction. Bai Chen Tian followed this direction and controlled wind-sweeping building, quickly flying out of the star cloud storm. And inside the star cloud storm, there were countless star path Dao marks in all directions. The Dao marks interfered with each other. Bai Chen Tian's locating method was useless. Bai Chen Tian's face was filled with worry. I have already escaped danger, but Wei Lingyang does not have love Gu. I wonder if he is still struggling inside the star cloud storm. After losing contact with the other two immortal Gu houses, Bai Chen Tian stopped moving. He circled around and searched. Fortunately, half a day later, he successfully got in contact with Wei Lingyang. Wei Lingyang led Canary Pavilion, moving through the star cloud storm with difficulty. They left the range of the storm after Bai Chen Tian, but unfortunately, they fell into the ambush of the Sky Chief Beast Group. After getting this information, Bai Chen Tian immediately controlled wind-sweeping building, leading a group of Gu immortals to reinforce them. They reached the ambush. The Gu immortals found Canary Pavilion and Edge Link Camp. They sucked in a breath of cold air. These two immortal Gu houses were surrounded by Sky Chief Beasts. In the immemorial Nine Heavens, there were basically Sky Chief Beasts that lived more or less. Each Sky Chief Beast was at least a Beast King, comparable to a normal Beast Emperor. The king of each Sky Chief Beast herd was basically a desolate beast Sky Chief. The Beast Sovereign in front of him was an ancient desolate beast. There were more than 100 ancient Sky Leaders in this Sky Leader pack. There were more than 1,000 desolate beasts, and the rest of the Sky Chiefs were densely packed like ants, innumerable. Edge Link Camp and Canary Pavilion were at the very center, surrounded and attacked by countless Tian Kueis. Although he was resisting tenaciously, his body was already badly damaged. The situation was dire. Bai Chen Tian did not think much and immediately controlled wind-sweeping building to charge in from the outside. At this time, There was no longer any hindrance in communication. Wei Lingyang immediately drove the Edge Link camp. Together with Canary Pavilion and Bai Chen Tian, they broke out. The Sky Chief beasts let out deafening roars. The sound waves were like tsunamis, extremely shocking. Both sides engaged in an intense battle. Countless immortal killer moves shot out like fireworks in the Sky Chief beast group. The Sky Chief beast horde charged forward. Once one batch died, another batch would immediately take their place. The Sky Chief beast group was huge. They did not care about these casualties. As for those desolate beasts Sky Chief and ancient desolate beasts Sky Chief, they could often stand tall in the flames of war for a period of time. During the stalemate, Edge Link Camp suddenly showed its might. Rays of light condensed into sharp horns that charged in all directions. Even the desolate beast Tian Kuei couldn't withstand the extremely powerful offensive power, and died on the spot. Even the ancient Sky Chief did not dare to face it head-on. Wind-sweeping building created a jade-green wind pillar again, while Canary Pavilion let out countless bird cries. The three immortal goo houses worked together and forcefully created a path in the Sky Chief beast group, converging at the center. Next, the three immortal goo houses turned around and escaped. After a few minutes, they got rid of the pursuit of the Sky Chief beast group. The situation is not good. Bai Chen Tian communicated with Wei Lingyang, saying in a heavy tone, "The three immortal goo houses are heavily damaged. Canary Pavilion is on the verge of collapse. We need to recuperate. Right now, Myriad Tidal Dragon is in deep slumber. I expended a lot of immortal essence this time, half of it is gone." Immortal essence affected a goo immortal's battle strength to a large extent. Bai Chen Tian had used up half of his immortal essence. Wei Lingyang was the same. Immortal goo houses were powerful, but they expended a lot of immortal essence. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan did not plan to construct any immortal goo houses. He knew most of the structure of graceful chaotic dual stage. Of course, he had forgotten some parts, and also understood the structure of Sacred Feather City. But he did not have Giant Sun's immortal essence. With just his own immortal essence, he could not activate the immortal goo houses. Immortal goo houses expended too much immortal essence. Only rank 8 goo immortals could sustain it. Rank 6 and 7 goo immortals needed to gather the strength of a group of immortals to unleash their power. Most importantly, the Central Continent goo immortals were still more than halfway to their destination. It seems we can only use spaceless tunnels, Wei Lingyang said in a heavy tone. Bai Chen Tian was dazed for a moment before nodding in agreement. That is the only way. We can travel more than half the distance and reach our destination immediately. The two rank 8 goo immortals had firm wills. The more they suffered, the more determined they became. They did not even think of retreating. And their situation was unexpected, but before they set off, the Wisdom Path goo immortal of Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle, had prepared other plans for them. Spaceless tunnels were one of them. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Through this rank 8 immortal goo house, the situation of the 3 Central Continent immortal goo houses was seen by Yao Huang. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace affects the luck of heaven and earth. The things in immemorial black heaven, like the direction of the lightning storms, even providence cannot affect them. But Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace can. This is an invincible defense. With Heavenly Palace here, who can invade my northern plains? Yao Huang was extremely excited. His tone was passionate. He was filled with admiration towards Giant Sun Immortal. Yao Huang looked at South Desolation Immortal, saying, "Lord, I finally understand why you are so calm. As long as Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace exists, nobody can invade my northern plains." South Desolation Immortal laughed heartily. This Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace has been here for over 300,000 years. What does that mean? It has already deeply influenced immemorial black heaven. Even immemorial white heaven has been infiltrated by it. This is the supreme power of heaven and earth luck. Yao Huang thought of Ma Hongyun. He said, "Heaven and earth luck is so mystical. All living beings' luck is not bad either. But right now, fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu's host is already in old ancestor Shuehu's hands." Yao Huang was helpless against old ancestor Shuehu, but South Desolation Immortal was different. Especially when Yao Huang saw this luck suppression heavenly palace, and the miserable state of the 3 central continent immortal Gu houses, he was moved. He wanted to incite South Desolation Immortal to deal with old ancestor Xuehu. But South Desolation Immortal shook his head and smiled. Since Ma Hongyun has the Huang Jin bloodline, he is ancestor Giant Sun's descendant, it is not a big deal for him to obtain fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. It will not be so easy for old ancestor Xuehu to take away fortune rivaling heaven. Yao Huang was still worried that old ancestor Xuehu has already been refining for a long time. With just the power of fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, can he really fail this time? South Desolation Immortal shook his head again, of course not. Even if fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu has quasi-rank 9 power, it cannot completely counter rank 8 Gu immortal old ancestor Xuehu, not to mention there is still one of the 4 refinement path experts of Northern Plains, Fairy Wan Shou. Do you think longevity heaven did not make a move? We naturally would not watch fortune rivaling heaven fall into the hands of outsiders, we had already made a move. If old ancestor Xuehu could not see this, his Gu refinement would not have succeeded. Yao Huang realized at this point, longevity heaven had already made a move, but this method was too ingenious, everyone was deceived, even Xuehu and Wan Shou were kept in the dark. Amazing, he's really amazing. Compared to longevity heaven, even old ancestor Xuehu is being toyed with. Yao Huang could not help but admire this, he was sincerely convinced. His gaze towards South Desolation Immortal changed again, he felt that this South Desolation Immortal was unfathomable, filled with the demeanor of a senior. However, at the next moment, South Desolation Immortal's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 1253. Where is this place? Zhao Lianyun looked outside the window, showing a surprised expression. But this time, even the well-read and knowledgeable Yu Yizi was unable to answer her. Instead, Bu Zhenzi, who was in charge of protecting Zhao Lianyun, spoke in an uncertain tone, "This strange scene, is it Spaceless Tunnel?" The 3 immortal Gu houses from Central Continent, Canary Pavilion, Edge Link Camp, and Wind Sweeping Building, were moving forward in a huge tunnel. This tunnel was mainly blue in color, there were long and thin colorful lines that extended along the tunnel. These colorful lines were embedded in the walls of the blue tunnel, they were like dazzling flowers. What is Spaceless Tunnel? Yu Yizi asked. Bu Zhenzi looked at Zhao Lianyun with a complex gaze. You should be very familiar with it, right? Me? Zhao Lianyun was surprised, she did not understand why Bu Zhenzi would say this. Bu Zhenzi sighed, saying, because Spaceless Tunnel is an immortal killer move created by thieving heaven demon Venerable. Southern border, Super Gu formation. Inside the dream. Disciple greets master. Fong Yuan knelt on the ground, paying his respects to the female Gu immortal in front of him. The female immortal nodded, I am Jing Miao Zi, I cultivate water path. Although you are my descendant, whether you can cultivate my water path will depend on your luck and comprehension. Only by passing this test can you become my true disciple. Please instruct me, master. Fong Yuan said respectfully. The female immortal waved her sleeves, the dream realm changed. Fong Yuan stood in front of a dark green pond. This pond water was dark green and had no ripples, it was like a huge piece of jade. The long river is turbulent, it is water. The sea is surging. It is water. And this dark green pond in front of you is also water. Water path is broad and profound, I cultivate the path of calm water. Step into this pond, when you can stand on the water without using Gu worms, I will officially take you in as my disciple. Fong Yuan stared with wide eyes, this was the first time he had heard of such a test. He called out, Master. If I don't use Gu worms, I'm no different from a mortal. How can a mortal body stand on the water and not sink? That's your problem. The female immortal flicked her sleeves and disappeared from Fong Yuan's sight. Fong Yuan frowned and paced around the pond. After a few rounds, he stepped into the green pond. Plop. There was a soft sound. His whole body fell into the water. He quickly climbed ashore, completely drenched and in a sorry state. Fong Yuan gritted his teeth. He hesitated for a moment before using Unravel Dream. But this time, Unravel Dream, which had always been successful, was useless. There was no change at all. Fong Yuan let out a long sigh in his heart. So it's useless. Sigh, this is troublesome. Not long ago, Fong Yuan's luck path realm increased. This allowed him to easily raise Qi luck sensation to a higher level. At this point, the whereabouts of Ing Wuxia and the others were exposed. They were in the southern border. After Fong Yuan realized this, he started to make preparations and increase his strength. He even borrowed immortal goo from Wu clan. But he wanted to leave but met with a problem. Once Fong Yuan left, Wu clan had no rank 7 goo immortals in the super goo formation to control the situation. Furthermore, Wu clan was in charge of the immortal opportunity business. It was a huge matter. Without an expert to look after them, if other clans wanted to cause trouble, it would be easy. Even though Wu Yong agreed to help Fong Yuan borrow Wu clan's immortal goo, he did not agree to this matter. Even though Wu clan had many goo immortals and was very strong, they had a huge business. They needed more manpower. They had very few goo immortals. They were lacking in manpower. Some positions were even more difficult to be transferred at a whim. Like Fong Yuan's current position as the guardian of the super goo formation, not everyone in Wu clan had the ability to do it. Even if they had the ability, they had to consider the political aspect. Fong Yuan made such a request. He wanted to leave his position. This gave Wu Yong a huge headache. But Fong Yuan was firm. Wu Yong could only start assigning the goo immortals their positions. But this matter could affect everything. Wu Yong said this needed time. Fong Yuan could only choose to wait. But in the process of waiting, Fong Yuan encountered a good dream realm. Dream realms were of all shapes and sizes. They were constantly moving. There were realistic dream realms. There were also strange dream realms. Fong Yuan usually chose realistic dream realms to explore. Strange dream realms were hard to understand. Fong Yuan did not want to take unnecessary risks. According to historical records, the female immortal Jing Miaozi is Shui Ni's disciple. The master of this dream realm is Jing Miaozi. She is also her final disciple. There can only be one person, the famous water path great expert, Sea Calming Man. In Central Continent's history, the immemorial desolate beast Shui Nan Wu caused chaos. It caused falling heavenly river to change its course, causing tsunamis to flood the land. Central Continent's central region was flooded, while the eastern region experienced huge tsunamis. Back then, Sea Calming Man, who was already a goo immortal of Celestial Court, stood up and used several immortal killer moves to restore falling heavenly river to its original position. The sea became calm again. He had incredible methods. My Unravel Dream killer move has always been successful, but it has no effect at this stage. Strange. This was not the first time Fong Yuan had used Unravel Dream. But even after using it several times, this dream realm did not budge. Fong Yuan thought about it. He guessed that this dream realm was very powerful. The core immortal goo of Unravel Dream was only rank 6, it could not break this dream realm. The strength of a dream realm did not depend on the person involved in the dream realm. For example, Fong Yuan had once explored Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. There, he used Unravel Dream and had great gains. But at this moment, Fong Yuan's Unravel Dream could not let him pass Sea Calming Man's dream realm. Sea Calming Man was only rank 8, he could not compare to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. But the strength of the dream realm had little to do with their cultivation level when they were alive. As for what the relationship was, Fong Yuan was not clear about it. Don't forget, in the 500 years of his previous life, Fong Yuan was not interested in exploring dream realms. His focus was on blood path cultivation. Fong Yuan did not have a deep understanding of dream realms, but he knew something: the stronger the dream realm, the greater the benefits after exploring it. Bearing this in mind, Fong Yuan's interest in this dream realm deepened. Wu clan's transfer order has not been announced yet. The immortal goo I want to borrow, Wu Yong will definitely not let go until he completes the transfer. In that case, I will research this dream realm properly during this period of time. In the next few days, Fong Yuan calmed himself down. he worked hard and entered the dream realm again and again to explore it. Without using goo worms, he had to stand on the water surface. On the surface, this seemed like an unsolvable problem. Because without using goo worms, goo masters were no different from mortals. Of course, this did not include fortune rivaling heaven or black boar goo, which engraved Dao marks on the goo master's body. There are water path goo worms like water leg goo, they can engrave water path Dao marks on the goo master's feet. It allows the goo master to move freely on the water surface. But this has nothing to do with passing this dream realm. Not to mention, in this dream realm, he could not use water leg goo. Even if he could, Fang Yuan would not use it. Because he knew that this problem did not lie in the content itself, it was in him. As for the method of freezing the water surface and standing on it, that was a small trick, he did not understand the essence of this problem. Just as Jing Miaozi said before, she's testing my comprehension. This realistic dream realm, since Sea Calming Man could pass it, there is no reason I can't. After all, my water path attainment level is already at quasi-grandmaster level. Fang Yuan continued to try, he had already lost count of the number of times he had fallen into the pool. If an ordinary mortal were to fall into this stream, falling into the pool of water once would be enough to shatter the mortal's soul. And if a goo immortal fell into the pool 3 or 4 times, their soul would also weaken to a very low level. Fang Yuan's soul foundation was very deep. Every time he entered the dream realm, he would fall into the water 17 or 18 times before his soul would weaken to its limit. At this time, Fang Yuan would use Guts Goo to heal himself. Even though Guts Goo was a mortal goo, it came from the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Dang Han Mountain, it was very effective. With this help, Fang Yuan continued to work hard, he started to feel something. This feeling could not be described with words, it was very mystical. Fang Yuan tried again. When he landed on the surface of the water, with a plop, he once again fell into the dark green water. When he got to the shore, he saw his master, Jing Miaozi, standing beside the pool and looking at him. Jing Miaozi said angrily, "What kind of comprehension ability is this? It is such a simple test, but you can't even pass it now. You are not fit to be my disciple." Fang Yuan, however, smiled, "No, master, I did it. Like you said, I have to stand on the surface of the pool without sinking or falling, I have already done it." Jing Miaozi laughed from anger, pointing at the water all over Fang Yuan, "Then what is this?" Fang Yuan shook his head, "This is nothing. The pool in my heart has no ripples, I am already standing on it, looking down, I can see my reflection on the mirror-like water surface." Jing Miaozi's anger and smile slowly vanished. She looked at Fang Yuan deeply, nodding as she said plainly, "Not bad, from today onwards, you are my official final disciple." At the next moment, the dream realm vanished, Fang Yuan returned to reality. There is only one scene in this dream realm. Fang Yuan showed surprise in his eyes. Soon, the shock in his eyes turned into joy. "Amazing, my water path attainment has officially reached Grandmaster level." Earlier, Fang Yuan's water path attainment was at quasi-Grandmaster level, he was only a step away from Grandmaster, he was still far from it. But now, this distance was crossed, Fang Yuan became a true water path Grandmaster. After transformation path, strength path, blood path, wisdom path, and star path, Fang Yuan finally had a 6th path, he reached Grandmaster level. Chapter 1254. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Not here. Not here either. This is very strange, why did these central continent goo immortals suddenly disappear without a trace? The South Desolation immortal was no longer as calm and composed as before. His face was no longer calm and collected, and his forehead was covered in a thin layer of sweat. He continued to manipulate Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace to search for directions, but he could not find the location of the central continent goo immortals. Yao Huang was also somewhat dazed, he hurriedly asked, "Lord South Desolation, do you need me to do anything?" At this time, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's voice entered their ears, "This is Spaceless Tunnel." South Desolation Immortal was even more shocked, Don't tell me Central Continent's goo immortals have thieving heaven demon Venerable's immortal killer move? But immortal zombie giant Sun denied it. No, they are using the spaceless tunnel left behind by thieving heaven demon Venerable. Spaceless tunnel. Space path immortal killer move. In the past, thieving heaven demon Venerable had traveled the entire world in order to find his way home. Undeniably, he was the Venerable who had traveled the most places among all the Venerables. Thieving heaven demon Venerable's traces were almost all over the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Thieving heaven demon Venerable was too insignificant and the goo master world was too vast, so he created the spaceless tunnel. This immortal killer move could greatly shorten his journey and speed up his exploration. Thieving heaven demon Venerable had disappeared long ago, but a portion of the spaceless tunnel killer move that he left behind in the 5 regions and 2 heavens still existed for a long time. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had never stopped investigating thieving heaven demon Venerable. Because thieving heaven demon Venerable was different from other Venerables, he was an otherworldly demon. From this, the celestial court would not let him off easily. Spirit Affinity House could obtain one of thieving heaven's true inheritances and let Zhao Lianyan inherit it. This was one of the results of the celestial court's investigation of thieving heaven demon Venerable. Central Continent's goo immortals found this spaceless tunnel. Moreover, they had a way to use it to shorten their journey. Then where is this spaceless tunnel killer move pointing to? South Desolation Immortal reacted. He immediately realized the crux of the matter. Immortal zombie giant Sun replied, I cannot investigate it. This is thieving heaven demon Venerable's work after all. When giant Sun Immortal was alive, he was in thieving heaven demon Venerable's ruins. He had suffered losses before. Giant Sun Immortal was the creator of Luck Path, but against thieving heaven demon Venerable, he seemed to lack a powerful method to deal with him. The South Desolation Immortal fell silent. The Medicine Sovereign was dumbfounded. What should he do? Immortal zombie giant Sun answered, since they used the spaceless tunnel, we can only wait for them to appear again. Yao Huang asked, this means that Central Continent goo immortals can appear anywhere? If they directly appear in northern plains, what should we do? Even though Central Continent's goo immortals were in a pathetic state and had lost a lot of battle strength, their formation was still very strong. 3 immortal goo houses, 3 rank 8 goo immortals. Not counting those rank 6 and 7 goo immortals, there was still a rank 9 love immortal goo. If such a huge force appeared in the headquarters of a Huang Jin clan, the ones to suffer would not be the Central Continent goo immortals, but the Huang Jin clan. If these Central Continent goo immortals suddenly appear near my Yao clan. Thinking of this, Yao Huang immediately felt uneasy. Please enlighten us, immortal ancestor. South Desolation Immortal asked. Immortal zombie giant Sun chuckled, descendants have their own fortune and calamity coexist, they can be converted into one another. This is a calamity for northern plains, but it can also be converted into fortune for northern plains. My main body is already dead. This is no longer my era. Do your best, regardless of success or failure. As for how to convert calamities and tribulations into fortune, that will depend on yourselves. Immortal zombie giant Sun finished speaking. There was no more sound. South Desolation Immortal and Yao Huang looked at each other helplessly. Southern Border, Super Goo Formation. Fong Yuan held an ordinary goo material in his hand. He casually tossed this goo material into the furnace in front of him. The fire in the furnace burned, but it emitted waves of coldness. The fire in the furnace was also very special, it was not an ordinary orange flame, but pale white with a bit of blue. This was a cold flame. A moment later, the cold flame suddenly extinguished without a sound. It caught everyone off guard. A goo worm flew out of the furnace. This goo worm looked like a larva. Its body was slender, brown with a bit of green, and it was wide. When it floated towards Fong Yuan, its body bent and stretched, it was quite unique. This was a strength path goo worm, it was naturally only a mortal goo. However, its name was Nirvana. From this, it was naturally different from the rest. Fong Yuan already had pulling water. It was a rank 6 strength path immortal goo. This one was a strength path mortal goo. Pulling water goo could unleash a mysterious force, allowing goo masters or goo immortals to control rivers and rivers. This pulling water mortal goo's effect was naturally far inferior to rank 6 pulling water immortal goo. But Fong Yuan was very happy. Why? Firstly, immortal goo were unique. If Fong Yuan had 2 immortal killer moves that required pulling water immortal goo, what would he do? Now that he had pulling water mortal goo, Fong Yuan could use a large number of mortal goo to temporarily replace pulling water immortal goo. Thus, even if a goo immortal had an immortal goo, it did not mean he had no need for the corresponding mortal goo. Secondly, Fong Yuan's attempt succeeded because his water path attainment level was at Grandmaster level. Pulling water goo was a strength path goo worm, but it was related to water path. All along, even though Fong Yuan's strength path attainment level was at Grandmaster level, he had not been able to deduce pulling water's mortal goo recipe. Now that his water path attainment level was at Grandmaster level, he did not even need to deduce it, he only used his intuition to draw out the mortal goo recipe. Everything was a matter of course. Water path Grandmaster. Fong Yuan started to feel the benefits of this. Not just goo recipes, but killer moves as well. In his previous life, Fong Yuan had accumulated a lot of water path knowledge, like water path killer moves or water path goo recipes. Now that he recalled these contents, he had a brand new feeling, he had a deeper understanding. This feeling was indescribable. It was just like when he stood under the tower and looked at the bricks of the tower. Now that he had suddenly risen to the top of the pagoda, the scenery he saw was still different from before. Although the rise of the realm can't be measured by any objective material. But my strength has increased a lot. This is especially true for people like me. I already have 5 people in the Grandmaster realm. These Grandmaster realm sects were combined together. Mutual influence and improvement will result in even greater benefits. No wonder 500 years ago so many people flocked to the dream realm. Fong Yuan recalled that at that time, he was still focusing on the cultivation of blood path. Of course, there was a reason for this. Firstly, Fong Yuan was not in a good situation at that time. He was surrounded by powerful enemies, and Fong Yuan needed combat strength. Secondly, Fong Yuan knew nothing about dream path. Without a method like Unravel Dream to explore dreams, recklessly exploring dream realms would not be worth it. Thirdly, now that Fong Yuan recalled it, Providence might have played a role in this. Just as Fong Yuan wanted to experience the improvement of Water Path Grandmaster attainment in all aspects, a rank 7 Gu Immortal finally arrived from Wu Clan. This Gu Immortal brought Wu Yong's transfer order, and of course, Fong Yuan borrowed the Immortal Gu from Wu Clan. Fong Yuan quickly completed the transaction and left the Super Gu formation. He flew towards the northeast direction. Without stopping. This time, the excuse he gave to Wu Yong was that he had no other choice. He needed to return to Eastern Sea alone. Everyone had their own secrets. If it was an ordinary Wu Clan Gu Immortal, Wu Yong would definitely investigate it. But for Wu Yihai, even if Wu Yong wanted to ask, he would not be able to get any answers. Thus, Wu Yong wisely did not pursue the matter. Fong Yuan entered the regional wall and arrived in Eastern Sea. He found a nameless sea area and placed his immortal aperture. He rested for now. During this period, he practiced his killer moves in the sovereign immortal aperture. He familiarized himself with the new immortal Gu. The more crucial the moment, the calmer Fong Yuan became. He decided that he had to kill Wu Xie this time. In order to get rid of this threat, he made more preparations. When Fong Yuan felt that the time was ripe, he stored his immortal aperture and prepared to move, executing the plan that he had been preparing for a long time. Chi Luck Sensation. Fong Yuan activated this immortal killer move, but to his surprise, he found that Wu Xie and the rest had left southern border and returned to Eastern Sea. Good, Eastern Sea is more suitable for me to attack. Fong Yuan did not hesitate, he flew into the sky and targeted his target. Wu Xie and the rest flew above the sea. Bai Ningbing was flying alongside them. Their relationship had changed, they were now allies of equal status. It turned out that a few days ago, Ing Wuxia took out Yang Gu to calm Bai Ningbing's battle intent. Ing Wuxia used this chance to discuss cooperation with Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing was no longer the same as before, she expressed that she would rather give up Yang Gu and kill Ing Wuxia and the rest. Ing Wuxia had a glib tongue, he criticized the current situation and finally convinced Bai Ningbing to form a new alliance with them. Bai Ningbing obtained Yang Gu, she also knew that Fang Yuan had the upper extreme heavenly eagle, he was a huge threat. At this time, it was not wise to stay in Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven. Because of the upper extreme heavenly eagle, Fang Yuan could use it to enter the Grotto Heaven easily. If Bai Ningbing and the rest stayed in Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven, they would become clues for Fang Yuan would be able to find Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven easily. At this moment, Bai Ningbing looked at the blue sea as she frowned, transmitting secretly, Ing Wuxia, you said you have a way to deal with Fang Yuan, we are in Eastern Sea now, we are still traveling. What method do you have, tell us. Ing Wuxia smiled, to deal with rank 8s, we need rank 8s of the same level. Eastern Sea is not our destination, Northern Plains is. This means that Shadow Sect's remnant forces in Northern Plains actually have rank 8s. Humph, who are you trying to fool? Bai Ningbing transmitted in disdain. If they had rank 8 battle strength, why did they not use it at Tian Mountain? Ing Wuxia smiled bitterly, that was because the timing was not right. The timing is right this time. The timing is good, Northern Plains and Central Continent are fighting over fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu. We are going to Northern Plains this time, we will go to the center of the vortex, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. We will seize fortune rivaling Heaven and use rank 8 battle strength to kill Fang Yuan and take back the sovereign immortal body. Ing Wuxia said this as he smiled, looking behind him. Ha, he is coming. Chapter 1255. As he spoke, Ing Wuxia felt the luck above his head vibrate intensely. This time, Fang Yuan's Qi Luck Sensation Killer move's power rose by a lot. Ing Wuxia found that even if he entered his immortal aperture, he could not conceal it. However, Ing Wuxia was not someone who would wait for death. He thought about it and decided to do the opposite. Earlier, he had tried all ways to conceal himself and conceal his aura. Now that he could not do that, Ing Wuxia increased the luck vibration instead. They were connected by luck, Fang Yuan could use this connection to use Qi Luck Sensation to find him. Ing Wuxia could do the same. Thus, Ing Wuxia had researched a Gu Worm combination recently that allowed him to deduce the distance between him and Fang Yuan based on the vibration of his own luck. Ing Wuxia named this immortal killer move Luck Shake Distance. This way, Fang Yuan's familiar face would not work, it could not deal with Ing Wuxia's method. Ing Wuxia was one of Spectral Soul's split souls, even though he lost his memories, he had been replenished in the river of time, his attainment level was not low. The most important thing was attainment level. Precisely so, Ing Wuxia could think of different combinations of Gu Worms at any time to deal with all sorts of situations. Of course, the attainment level needed to be high enough, at the same time, the Gu Immortal needed to experiment and practice for a long time. Get into formation. Let's use our previous tactic to repel Fang Yuan. Sensing that Fang Yuan was getting closer, Ing Wuxia ordered, the 5 Gu Immortals stopped moving, they started to set up a Gu formation. They successfully convinced Bai Ningbing to join them. Bai Ningbing's inheritance in Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven caused Ing Wuxia's side to grow stronger. This immortal Gu formation was the powerful method that trapped Ing Wuxia and the rest. This time, Ing Wuxia was going to let Fang Yuan have a taste of his own medicine. He's here. Bai Ningbing suddenly said. Now that she was the owner of Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven, her wealth rose sharply. She had excellent immortal Gu, her investigative methods were also much better than before, surpassing Ing Wuxia and He Lulan, she was the first to discover Fang Yuan's traces. The other 4 immortals hurriedly looked towards the source of the voice. In the southern sea region. It set off a surging wave. A sword flood dragon swung its body, incomparably strong and vigorous, piercing through the clouds and waves as it rushed over. The sharp dragon horns pierced the sky, the dense dragon scales flickered with silver light, and the dragon claws looked sinister and terrifying. The dragon teeth in his mouth shone with a cold light. Ing Wuxia and the other 4 immortals were on high alert. Bai Ningbing took a step forward. Does the enemy dare to enter the formation? Fang Yuan saw Bai Ningbing. Although she had transformed into a dragon lady and had become even more beautiful, her appearance had not changed much. Her foundation was still the same, so Fang Yuan was stunned. He did not expect to see Bai Ningbing under such circumstances. In fact, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing had not seen each other for a long time. Even during the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Bai Ningbing also stayed out of the situation and did not show her face. It seemed that ever since the Three Kings Mountain incident and Bai Ningbing's betrayal, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing had parted ways until now. Everything had changed. Back then, the 2 young Gu masters who survived Qingmao Mountain had already become Gu immortals. Bai Ningbing, who was known as a genius but had the northern dark ice soul physique of the 10 extreme physiques, had a bleak future. She became a rank 6 Dragonman Gu immortal and even had Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven. And Fang Yuan had even more rich experiences. After they parted, he first became the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Next, he wreaked havoc in northern plains, toppling 88-point Xinyang Tower and destroying Imperial Court Blessed Land. Next, he appeared in Eastern Sea, Central Continent, Western Desert, and other places. Finally, during the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he snatched away the fruits of Shadow Sect's 100,000-year plan, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Using this immortal Gu, Fang Yuan's cultivation level rose like a rocket. It was extremely fast and shocking. He already had rank 7 cultivation level now. During this period, he even used Dream Realms to reach Grandmaster attainment level in 6 paths. The 2 started fighting on Qingmao Mountain. They were known as the Black and White Demons. They traveled in southern borders mortal world and worked closely together. Now that they met again, they were mortal enemies. Alright, I'll take care of you as well. Fang Yuan's killing intent filled his heart. He roared as he let out a dragon breath. The white dragon breath was extremely sharp. It flashed and traversed an immeasurable distance, arriving in front of Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing did not dodge, he smiled instead. At the next moment, the sword-light dragon breath crashed into a formless wall of light. It was useless. A Gu formation that could trap Ing Wuxia and the others was naturally extraordinary. Gu formation. Fang Yuan thought to himself. At this moment, he did not have any good ideas. Formation path. Fang Yuan had little knowledge about formation path, even in the 500 years of his previous life. To break a Gu formation path attainment was needed. Or perhaps, wisdom path deductions were possible. Fang Yuan was a wisdom path grandmaster, but he lacked a powerful wisdom path immortal Gu. It would not be easy for him to deduce the weakness of this Gu formation. The sword dragon circled in the air, not moving forward. Ing Wuxia and the rest were inside the Gu formation, waiting for Fang Yuan to attack. At once, thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind as he tried to think of countermeasures. The other party set up the Gu formation in advance. It means that even though they cannot conceal their traces, they already have a method to investigate me. The probing just now shows that this Gu formation is not ordinary. Since they could set up this Gu formation, it means they have confidence in dealing with me. A broken ship still has 3 nails. It has only been a while, but Ing Wuxia already has such a method. Fang Yuan did not attack blindly. He could not see through this Gu formation. Unless Fang Yuan was a fool, he would not recklessly charge into the Gu formation. But he could not rule out the possibility that Bai Ningbing and the rest were bluffing. This Gu formation was weak internally. It could defend against attacks from the outside. Thus, what Fang Yuan needed to do next was to probe. While Fang Yuan fought with Ing Wuxia and the rest, in Black Heaven. Inside the spaceless tunnel, 3 immortal Gu houses were moving slowly. Myriad Tidal Dragon had already woken up. He looked at the scene inside the spaceless tunnel and sighed. thieving heaven demon Venerable's methods are truly unimaginable. He has already disappeared for so long, but his immortal killer move from 300,000 years ago is still effective. I would not believe it if I did not see it with my own eyes. Wei Lingyang smiled. All right, since you have woken up, we will not stay here any longer. Let's go. It turned out that the Central Continent Gu immortals were very meticulous. Even though they could have left the spaceless tunnel long ago, they purposely stayed here to wait for Myriad Tidal Dragon to wake up. Myriad Tidal Dragon had used his immortal killer move earlier to break free. He had fallen asleep. Now that he had woken up, the Central Continent Gu immortals regained the strength of 3 rank 8 Gu immortals. The 3 immortal Gu houses' speed rose sharply. This was the final part of the spaceless tunnel. Central Continent's Gu immortals were united. They prepared for the upcoming battle. Hong Yun, persevere, I am coming. Zhao Lianyun's eyes shined. He had a resolute expression. But just as they were about to get past the final part, a change occurred. A huge ghostly face suddenly appeared, blocking the 3 immortal Gu houses, completely blocking the spaceless tunnel. What is going on? This is Spectral Soul Demon Venerables. The 3 rank 8 Gu immortals were still in shock, when the ghostly face opened its mouth and let out a silent roar. Amidst the roar, the entire spaceless tunnel started to collapse. Countless space path fragments splattered everywhere, terrifying spatial cracks appeared. They spread like a spider web. Bam! With a loud sound, the Central Continent Gu immortals found that this mystical tunnel that they were in shattered into countless pieces like a mirror. Defend! Myriad Tidal Dragon shouted. Defend! Bai Chen Tian and Wei Lingyang activated their immortal Gu houses to their limits at the same time. However, the 3 immortal Gu houses were extremely fragile now. They were like small boats in a tsunami. They could not control themselves. At once, the 3 immortal Gu houses that were together were engulfed by the chaotic space path currents. They were separated, each doing their own thing. A huge hole suddenly formed. It was like a huge beast opening its mouth. Everything nearby was sucked in by it. Myriad Tidal Dragon's Canary Pavilion did not even last for a few breaths of time before it was devoured by this huge hole, vanishing without a trace. The remaining wind-sweeping building and Edge Link Camp were barely holding on. Edge Link Camp was like a bun that was being sliced apart by the space path cracks. Wind-sweeping building was also breaking apart. The powerful immortal Gu houses were extremely fragile now. Spaceless Tunnel was thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's immortal killer move. Together with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's methods, it was like 2 Demon Venerables working together. The Central Continent Gu immortals did not expect that the spaceless tunnel that they thought was a shortcut would turn into a fatal trap. 300,000 years ago, during the medieval antiquity era, thieving Heaven Demon Venerable traveled in Black Heaven and left behind spaceless tunnel. After that, Giant Sun Immortal failed to refine love. He left behind all sorts of methods. During Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's era, he seemed to have seen through the former scheme, or for some other reason, he also left behind an immortal killer move here. Duke Long did not know about the Venerable's secrets. No matter how good Fairy Myrtle was at deductions, she could not deduce such a thing. At this moment, the Central Continent Gu immortals were facing the huge crisis of being completely wiped out. Am I going to die? Am I going to die here? No, I can't. Hong Yun is still waiting for me to save her. How can I stop here? Help me, love. Zhao Lianyun screamed in her mind. As if sensing her unshakable will, Love Immortal Gu started to shine with endless light in her phantom aperture. This light spread out with Zhao Lianyun at the center. Rumble. Wind-sweeping building completely broke apart. The Gu immortals screamed in shock as they activated their defenses. But many of them could not even last for a few breaths of time before they were shredded to pieces by the space path storm. Only the thin layer of light around Zhao Lianyun was unbreakable. Not just that, this layer of light spread rapidly, affecting the 4 people around her. A hole formed in front of Zhao Lianyun. At the next moment, Love Immortal Gu burst out with a huge force, allowing Zhao Lianyun and the 4 Gu immortals to charge into the hole. Their vision changed drastically. Where is this? Zhao Lianyan found that she was on solid ground. This is snowy mountain-blessed land. A voice transmitted. Chapter 1256. Snowy mountain-blessed land? Zhao Lianyan cried out in shock. She raised her head and saw a female Gu immortal standing in front of her. This person laid on the cloud bed. Her face was ordinary and she wore a silk dress. She had a head of long green hair that was extremely eye-catching. It was like a river that started from the female immortal's head and flowed down the cloud bed, almost covering the entire floor. The female immortal saw that Zhao Lianyan's expression was not fake. She felt strange and asked, "It seems that the five of you did not mean to barge into snowy mountain-blessed land?" 5? Zhao Lianyan looked around and found that she was in a hall. She was not alone, there were 4 Gu immortal companions beside her. The 4 companions woke up one after another. Although Zhao Lianyan had just become a Gu immortal, she found that she basically knew these 4 Gu immortal companions. The most familiar was Bu Zhenzi. He was the Supreme Elder of Spirit Affinity House, a rank 7 Gu immortal. He was ordered to protect Zhao Lianyan. Yu Yi, this young and beautiful Gu immortal from Ancient Souls sect, although he was only rank 6, his refinement path attainment was high and was widely recognized. Shi Zhengyi, this was also a young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He had been at the highest floor of wind-sweeping building with Zhao Lianyan earlier. Although Zhao Lianyan did not speak to Shi Zhengyi, she had seen his father, Shi Ge. Because of the darkness, he was completely blind, so she had a deep impression of him. The last person was someone that Zhao Lianyan did not know. This was the first time they had met. However, Shi Zhengyi recognized this person. He immediately ran towards him and called out, "Senior Mu Linglan, why are we here?" This person was Mu Linglan, a water path Gu immortal from Spirit Butterfly Valley. He had rank 7 cultivation level. I also find it strange. Space suddenly shattered and threw out the 5 of you. The female immortal spoke with a plain tone, "You barged into snowy mountain-blessed land. I am still waiting for you to dispel my doubts." Snowy mountain-blessed land, this is snowy mountain-blessed land? Shi Zhengyi shouted, looking at the outside world through the window of the hall. It was indeed covered in snow. There were more than 10 snowy peaks far away. At the same time, Shi Zhengyi found that he was in a hall at the peak of a snowy peak. The central continent Gu immortals quickly reacted. Bu Zhenzi quickly ran to Zhao Lianyan's side and stared at the female immortal in front of him. "If I'm not wrong, you are the 9th peak master of snowy mountain-blessed land, Hair Mistress. The blessed land of the great snow mountain. Hong Yun is here." Zhao Lianyan's eyes lit up. The female deity straightened her upper body and revealed a solemn and nervous expression. "So you really came for Ma Hongyun?" "That's right, hand over Ma Hongyun." Zhao Lianyan shouted. Hair Mistress looked deeply at Zhao Lianyan. "Ma Hongyun isn't with me. If you want to find him, I'm afraid you'll have to fight all the way to the first main peak. However, Lady Wan Shou and old ancestor Shui who are guarding there, the 5 of you are probably not enough. Where there is a will, there is a way." Shi Zhengyi clenched his fist and shouted. "Even if I die here, I will save Hong Yun." Zhao Lianyan was determined. Mu Linglan took a few steps forward. "The 5 of us are only the vanguard. There are still rank 8 Gu immortals behind us. Your snowy mountain-blessed land might have the geographical advantage, but you only have 1 rank 8 Gu immortal." Mu Linglan was bluffing. In fact, the medieval Gu immortals who stayed behind in the spaceless tunnel were likely to have perished. The only ones who could be truly saved were Zhao Lianyan's group of 5. Relying on Love Gu's power and Zhao Lianyan's obsession, the 5 Gu immortals directly landed in snowy mountain-blessed land. Hair Mistress's expression changed slightly. She was only a rank 6 Gu immortal, while the 5 Gu immortals in front of her not only had the advantage in numbers, there were even 2 rank 7s present. Snowy mountain-blessed land had a total of 15 snowy peaks. Hair Mistress was at the 9th snowy peak and did not expect the peace to be suddenly broken. 5 Gu immortals appeared in front of her without any warning. "I will be the main attacker, you guys retreat." Mu Linglan secretly transmitted his voice. he did not pass on responsibility and decided to step forward. Herr Mistress saw something amiss and quickly stretched out her hand. Please wait, we are friends and not enemies. What do you mean? Bu Zhenzi stopped the restless Mu Linglan. Herr Mistress said, do you think I am willing to risk my life for old ancestor Xuehu? Old ancestor Xuehu forcefully ordered us to plunder immortal materials for his own benefit. We are suffering unspeakably, but we are afraid of old ancestor Xuehu's tyrannical might and have no choice. To speak the truth, I had wanted to surrender long ago, but I was thinking that Northern Plains' righteous path Gu immortals would attack. I had never expected it to be you Gu immortals from Central Continent. I have no intention of fighting you. If you want to find trouble with old ancestor Xuehu, I will welcome you with open arms. Oh? It's like this. Bu Zhenzi and Mu Linglan glanced at each other, somewhat hesitant. Herr Mistress continued, since you want to attack Snowy Mountain, you must have gathered the relevant information. To speak the truth, Snowy Mountain's internal affairs are already divided. Old ancestor Xuehu has already gone crazy in order to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, completely disregarding our peak lord's feelings. Unfortunately, we are under his control and cannot resist. We can only wait for external help. The 5 Central Continent Gu immortals did not speak. They had not expected the situation to develop like this. Mu Linglan pondered for a while before saying, since you want to surrender, just this is far from enough. Join our subjugation team, we can see your sincerity. Herr Mistress smiled bitterly, if I could attack, I would have resisted long ago. Sir, you don't need to probe. If I really join you, can you trust me? There is more than one way to help you. I am willing to tell you the defensive arrangements of Snowy Mountain's internal affairs. Oh? Speak. Mu Linglan nodded. Herr Mistress looked at the 5 immortals, speaking slowly. In order to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, old ancestor Xuehu has greatly modified Snowy Mountain blessed land, and not long ago, he invited Sun Ming Lu to set up a Super Gu formation here. This Super Gu formation is extremely powerful. It uses the peak lords of the snowy peaks as the formation cores and connects to Reverse Flow River. Anyone who tries to challenge the formation can only charge through one snowy peak after another. And the peak lords guarding the snowy peaks will receive the amplification of the Gu formation, but their rank 6 cultivation can display rank 7 battle strength. In contrast, the battle strength of the Gu immortals who challenge the formation will be greatly suppressed. Under such circumstances, every snow-capped peak was a difficult challenge. Even if a rank 8 Gu immortal comes, as long as they do not destroy this Gu formation, they will have to spend some time here. How do we know if your information is true or false? Mu Linglan asked. Herr Mistress smiled bitterly again, everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can test it. All right. Mu Linglan waved his sleeves, a wave of water appeared out of nowhere and swept towards Herr Mistress. Herr Mistress was not flustered, she slightly waved her hand, her long hair suddenly shot up and formed a dam, blocking all the water wave. Mu Linglan immediately frowned. After his first attack failed, he had already seen the problem and stopped attacking. The other 4 Central Continent immortals looked at each other. Sure enough, as Herr Mistress said, Herr Mistress could display rank 7 battle strength here, while Mu Linglan was a rank 7 Gu immortal, but his offense was greatly weakened. What was supposed to be a swift and fierce attack was actually easily intercepted by Herr Mistress. This Gu formation is too powerful. Shi Zhengyi exclaimed. Bu Zhenzi directly asked, then, where is the weakness of this Gu formation? Herr Mistress shook her head, I am not familiar with this Gu formation, but after these days of probing, I have some experience that I can tell you. First of all, the Gu formation isolates the inside and outside, even communicating with jewel yellow skies is impossible. Currently, only old ancestor Xuehu can take the initiative to contact us peak lords. As for peak masters, they can't communicate with each other. Secondly, each peak lord is the core of the Gu formation. It seems that they can only guard their respective peaks' halls and cannot leave the snowy peaks. This is my guess, but it should not be far from the truth. Finally, it is time for you to die. Herr Mistress' expression suddenly changed, the black hair on the floor tiles suddenly rose up, trying to entangle the 5 goo immortals. Mu Ling Lan was vigilant and instantly flew out of the hall. Zhao Lianyun also successfully escaped with Bu Zhenzi's help. In the hall, the black hair quickly wrapped Shi Zhengyi and Yu Yi into 2 thick green hair cocoons. Devious Demonis! Attack together! Mu Ling Lan was shocked and furious. Without needing him to speak, Bu Zhenzi and Zhao Lianyun had already made their move. Rumble, thunderous sounds came from the 9th snowy peak. An intense battle instantly erupted. Eastern Sea. Dragon breaths that resembled white sword lights shot towards the goo formation, causing the whole goo formation to shake. Fang Yuan is too cautious, he has not charged into the goo formation, what do we do? Bai Ningbing asked Ying Wuxia. Ying Wuxia sighed and transmitted his voice. I had originally planned to use this super goo formation to compete with Fang Yuan's upper extreme Heavenly Eagle and probe his foundation. But to think that Fang Yuan is only attacking from the outside, there is no chance for us to take advantage of. A sword hidden in the dark was even more terrifying. Fang Yuan could of course rely on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to pierce through space and charge into the goo formation. But this would expose the fact that his upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was only rank 6. How could Fang Yuan expose his weakness? Although we have the goo formation's protection and are impregnable, Fang Yuan has the initiative. He has a transformation path killer move. While we have the super goo formation, our immortal essence will be expended and we will suffer huge losses. Bai Ningbing continued. Shi Nu requested to fight, why don't I go out to fight and lure him in? Bai Ningbing sneered in disdain, Fang Yuan is a crafty old fox, how could he be provoked by you and charge into the goo formation? Shi Nu stared at Bai Ningbing angrily, then what do you think we should do? No matter. Ying Wuxia waved his hand, wait for me to make some arrangements and leave behind a decoy to confuse him. We will then secretly use the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel to leave this place and throw him off. As long as we stall for time, we will reach Northern Plains and meet up with the rank 8 goo immortals, that will be the time to deal with Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing's expression was grim, you made me set up this goo formation just to abandon it? Forget about the mortal goo, you even want to abandon the immortal goo? Chapter 1257. What are a few immortal goo? Ying Wuxia said solemnly, as long as the plan succeeds, all the losses can be made up for. Being able to give up is a man of character. Moreover, this is not giving up innocently, it is to confuse the enemy and gain precious time for us. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, why do I feel like you are purposely weakening me? Then you are worrying too much. The enemy is outside the formation, you can stay behind and personally control this goo formation to stall for time for us. Ying Wuxia glanced at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's eyes flickered with bright light before she finally nodded, as you wish. It was not that she did not think of fighting alone, but against such a powerful Fang Yuan, she did not have confidence in winning. Northern Plains, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. 9th Peak. Central Continent's group of 5 goo immortals were ambushed by Hair Mistress, they were all bound by the cocoons made of green silk and were struggling intensely. What killer move is this? I can feel my immortal essence rapidly depleting. Ah! Yu Yi suddenly shouted, his whole body burning with a dazzling flame. However, the flames didn't seem to fear the flames at all. Instead, countless streams of water seeped out from her hair, drenching Yu Yi. My flame is Earth Cauldron Fire, it can refine rank 7 goo materials in minutes, but it cannot even burn a single strand of green hair. Yu Yi was extremely shocked. Ha ha ha, it is useless. The longer I activate this green silk binding, the more powerful it becomes. Ever since old ancestor Shui who started refining fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, I have been activating this immortal killer move without stopping. Just think about it and you will know how long it will take. Hair Mistress lay down again, laughing loudly. Moreover, what I said earlier. I am not completely deceiving you. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land is indeed shrouded by a super goo formation, my battle strength will rise sharply here. You have rank 7 strength, but you will be weakened. Surrender obediently. If you surrender now, you might still have a chance to live. Humph, you are thinking too simply. Right at this time, an illusory figure flew out of a green silk cocoon. The hair cocoon was not damaged at all, but the figure had strangely passed through it and appeared outside. The silhouette immediately turned from illusory to solid. It was no one else. It was the rank 7 Gu immortal of Spirit Affinity House. Bu Zhenzi. Hair Mistress's expression immediately sank. So you are a phantom path Gu immortal, no wonder you could escape from my green silk bind. As he spoke, countless strands of green hair shot up from the ground one after another. They were as hard as needles and as soft as snakes. Tens of thousands of them shot towards Bu Zhenzi in the air. Bu Zhenzi laughed brightly. You want to hurt me? It's still too early for you. He turned incorporeal again, but this time, he fell into another green silk cocoon. The Gu immortal in the hair cocoon. It was Zhao Lianyan. At this moment, she was using an immortal killer move to defend against the cutting of the green threads. Bu Zhenzi came to her side. Zhao Lianyan was shocked at first, but then he was overjoyed. I will count to 3, release your defense and come out with me. Bu Zhenzi placed his hand on her shoulder and instructed. Zhao Lianyan thought, if I give up my defensive killer move, won't I be turned into minced meat by the green threads? But thinking about it again, Bu Zhenzi would not deceive her. Zhao Lianyan's thoughts moved and she decided to believe Bu Zhenzi. At the next moment, she gave up on her defense and stopped activating her defensive method. The green hair curled up. In an instant, Zhao Lianyan had already turned phantom. Next, 2 figures came out of the green silk cocoon. The hair cocoon turned pale with fright. Bu Zhenzi cultivated phantom path. It was normal for him to be able to turn phantom by himself. But he could actually make others turn phantom, and even affect them after turning phantom. That was not normal. Phantom path Gu immortals were rare to begin with, and Bu Zhenzi was definitely an outstanding talent among them. Because of his methods, Spirit Affinity House believed that he alone could protect Zhao Lianyan very well. After Bu Zhenzi saved Zhao Lianyan, he did the same thing and saved the other 3 from the hair cocoon. 5 Central Continent Gu immortals began to attack Hair Mistress. Hair Mistress fought against 5 alone, but she was not at a disadvantage. The green hair coiled around her body, sometimes dancing like a snake, sometimes standing upright like a wall, dissolving the 5 Gu immortals' attacks one by one. She clearly only has rank 6 cultivation, but she actually has rank 7 battle strength. I also discovered that there are traces of a super Gu formation operating in the whole of snowy mountain blessed land. Get out of the way, let me do it. Mu Ling pushed aside the 4 immortals and activated an immortal killer move. Howl. With a wolf howl, 3 giant light blue water wolves appeared out of nowhere, baring their fangs and claws as they charged towards Hair Mistress. Hair Mistress's hair wall was broken through 5 times in a row. It could not block the water wolves' charge. She quickly flew up and broke through the roof of the hall, charging into the sky. The 5 Central Continent Gu immortals all had the ability to fly. They immediately charged forward. Hair Mistress soon fell into a passive state. Although her battle strength was quite high, Zhao Lianyan's side had the advantage in numbers. Hair Mistress gradually defended more and attacked less. Most of the green hair was broken, and the rest formed into a ball, protecting her body. This immortal killer move is really amazing. It can actually release strength. The immortal killer moves we used were absorbed by it, and then spat out to deal with us. Even my snake wave pierce heart cannot penetrate this ball. Mu Linglan's expression was solemn. Bu Zhenzi suddenly transmitted to Mu Linglan. Mu Linglan's mind shook. Then let's do it again. He prepared for a while before suddenly stretching out his right index finger, pointing at the huge green hairball that was constantly rotating. At the next moment, an agile water snake that was half a foot long flew out from the tip of his index finger. The small snake was completely condensed from water. It was vivid and lifelike, and its whole body was dark blue in color. The water snake was originally extremely fast, but under Mu Ling Lan's control, it flew slowly on purpose. At this time, Bu Zhenzi suddenly used an immortal killer move. The water snake turned from solid to phantom, easily passing through the ball and arriving in front of Herr Mistress. Herr Mistress was pale with fright. She quickly used her second defensive killer move. But the water snake turned from phantom to solid again, biting through Herr Mistress's defense and directly drilling into her heart. Herr Mistress screamed. Her soul escaped. The ball exploded, countless short hairs shot out like thousands of sharp arrows. They shot out in all directions. The 5 Central Continent Immortals quickly blocked without any hesitation. They could only let Herr Mistress's soul escape smoothly. We won. Herr Mistress is dead, only her soul is left. Shi Zhengyi was overjoyed and very excited. Good coordination. Bu Zhenzi and Mu Linglan looked at each other and smiled. In defeating Herr Mistress, these 2 rank 7 Gu Immortals put in the most effort. First, they relied on Bu Zhenzi to resolve the situation, then Mu Linglan was the main attacker. Yu Yizi, Zhao Lianyun, and Shi Zhengyi were supporting them from the side. The battle ended, the 9th snowy peak quieted down. What should they do next? The 5 immortals discussed and quickly reached a consensus. They would retreat first and wait for the Central Continent group to arrive. With just the 5 of them, how could they resist the whole of Snowy Mountain? Not to mention other Gu immortals, just old ancestor Xuehu alone was an unrivaled opponent. However, after trying, the 5 immortals found that they could not leave this place. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was originally a public blessed land. The entire blessed land was pieced together. Its defense could not compare to a normal blessed land. But there was a super Gu formation here. Even Bu Zhenzi's phantom transformation method was of no use. Damn it, among the 5 of us, there is not a single formation path Gu immortal. Among the 5 of us, there is not a single formation path Gu immortal. If there was a formation path great expert, they might be able to see through the mysteries of this Gu formation and break it. Mu Linglan sighed while wringing his hands. Originally, among the Central Continent Gu immortals, they had specially arranged for several formation path Gu immortals. Unfortunately, because Spaceless Tunnel collapsed and an unexpected calamity descended, none of these formation path Gu immortals came along. Central Continent's 5 immortals helplessly found. Although they defeated Herr Mistress and only let her soul escape, the 5 of them were trapped in the 9th snowy peak and could not leave this super Gu formation. What do we do? The 5 immortals looked at each other, feeling great pressure. How could it not be? This was the enemy's base. Not to mention others, just the rank 8 Gu immortal old ancestor Xue who could crush them with a flick of his finger. Do you feel strange? We came to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. It has been so long, but no one has come. Yu Yizi suddenly said. The 4 immortals looked at each other. They all had the same feeling. It is quite strange. We invaded Snowy Mountain Blessed Land and fought with Herr Mistress. The commotion was huge. But other than Herr Mistress, no one else appeared. We fought with Herr Mistress for a long time, but during this period, no other Gu immortals came to reinforce us. Old ancestor Xuehu did not appear. Maybe it is because of the arrogance of a rank 8. But at least the other Gu immortals should have allied together and attacked us. Even a lion needs to use its full strength to capture a rabbit. Mu Linglan, Bu Zhenzi, and Yu Yizi analyzed the situation and felt it was quite strange. Right at this time, inside Zhao Lianyun's immortal aperture, love suddenly activated. An intense immortal Gu aura rose from Zhao Lianyun's body. Such a surging aura made the other 4 immortals' expressions change. What a powerful aura! Is it a rank 9 immortal Gu? Back in Spaceless Tunnel, it was this aura, I remember it clearly. So it was you who took action and protected us. Mu Linglan, Yu Yizi, and Shi Zhengyi looked at Zhao Lianyun with a dumbfounded expression. Zhao Lianyun, however, had no control over herself at this moment. Her eyes rolled back and her feet rose a foot above the ground. Her whole body floated up, her head was slightly tilted back, and her throat was making gurgling sounds. "Don't disturb her, this is love activating," Bu Zhenzi quickly said. Love? Spirit Affinity House's signature immortal goo was actually brought over by Zhao Lianyan? The other three immortals were extremely shocked. Bu Zhenzi smiled bitterly and explained to them. A moment later, Zhao Lianyan woke up. "I already know all the secrets of this goo formation." The four immortals were overjoyed. This was the effect of love goo earlier. Mu Linglan stared with wide eyes. Zhao Lianyan nodded. "Quickly tell us," Bu Zhenzi urged. Chapter 1258. This formation is called Fate Reversing Sacrificial Refinement Formation. This net was created by Sun Ming Lu. It uses over 10 immortal goo, and most importantly, it is filled with water from reverse flow river, thus its power is extremely shocking. Zhao Lianyan explained in a low voice. Love goo activated on its own, expending a large amount of immortal essence in Zhao Lianyan's phantom aperture. It had all sorts of effects, but this time, it actually allowed Zhao Lianyan to directly learn about the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation's origin. Reverse flow river? Could it be the legendary reverse flow river? Yu Yi's eyes widened. Right, it is the reverse flow river in the legends of Renzu. Zhao Lianyan nodded. The legends of Renzu are recorded that Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Reverse Flow River were the 3 rounds after the Door of Life and Death. Back then, Renzu went to Obsession Death Domain to save his eldest son, Verdant Great Son, but failed. Renzu could only pass the 3 rounds himself and revive. In the end, after Renzu passed Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, he failed in Reverse Flow River. Reverse Flow River is also a secluded domain of heaven and earth. To think it is in old ancestor Shuehu's hands. Bu Zhenzi sighed. Mu Linglan sighed. It is said that back then, thieving heaven demon Venerable used ghostly concealment to enter the Door of Life and Death, stealing Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, but could not do anything to Reverse Flow River. Who could have thought that Reverse Flow River would be taken out by someone? Mu Linglan was the supreme elder of Spirit Butterfly Valley. This central continent ancient sect had the most information network, so Mu Linglan knew many secrets of the world. However, Central Continent's immortals quickly accepted this fact. Since Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley could be taken away, it was not strange for Reverse Flow River to appear. The important thing now is how to break this fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Bu Zhenzi emphasized. But Zhao Lianyan shook his head with a bitter smile. It is almost impossible to break this formation. Even rank 8 goo immortals would be trapped here, unable to extricate themselves. Even though this super goo formation does not have a single rank 8 immortal goo, this super goo formation uses reverse flow river perfectly. It has unlimited uses. Zhao Lianyan explained slowly. After the other 4 immortals heard it, they were all dumbfounded. They no longer had any thoughts of breaking the formation. It turned out that this super goo formation had completely remodeled Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, with 15 snowy peaks as the formation cores, forming an impregnable defense. After goo immortals enter the goo formation, they would be transported to different snowy peaks according to their cultivation level. If it was a rank 7 goo immortal, they would be sent to the rank 7 goo immortal's snowy peak to fight. If it was a rank 8 goo immortal, they would be sent to old ancestor Shuehu. Ji Ye's previous words contained both truth and falsehood. It was not complete nonsense. The fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation could indeed raise the battle strength of the goo immortals in the formation core. It would allow a rank 6 goo immortal to have rank 7 might, while a rank 7 goo immortal would not be able to reach rank 8, but they would still receive a huge boost. Moreover, this fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation even imitated Regret Pool. It had some time path mystical abilities. The truly vicious thing was that any goo immortal who died in the goo formation would be considered to have sacrificed their lives to this formation, helping Lady Wanshou, who was at the center of the formation, to refine Mahongyan. No wonder when we killed Ji Yi, her body and immortal aperture quickly turned to dust, vanishing into nothingness. Even though Ji Ye's soul escaped, it is likely that her soul has already dissipated in this formation. To think that Sun Ming-lu could actually create such an extreme goo formation? The strength of this formation is hard to match even among the 10 great ancient sections. Sun Ming-lu is publicly recognized as the #1 formation path grandmaster in Northern Plains. It is rumored that he has an unyielding nature and values relationships greatly. He does not associate with the demonic path. Back then, old ancestor Shui had to disregard his status and invite him 3 times and 4 times, but he did not yield. In the end, it was because old ancestor Shui was doing this for his beloved wife, Lady Wan Shou, that he was moved and helped Lady Wan Shou create the refinement path goo formation. Now it seems that to be able to create such a vicious refinement path goo formation, Sun Ming-lu is not a good person. The Central Continent Goo Immortals discussed. That means to say, as long as we leave this snowy peak, we will be forced to separate and fight alone? Bu Zhenzi asked. Zhao Lianyan nodded, that should be the case. We came here because of the power of Love Immortal Goo. Love Immortal Goo was a rank 9 Immortal Goo, its power surpassed the entire Super Goo formation, thus, the 5 Central Continent Goo Immortals all came to the 9th snowy peak. But now, Love Immortal Goo was useless. Once the 5 of them stepped out of this snowy peak, they would be taken away by the goo formation and be separated. Bu Zhenzi frowned tightly. This was bad news. He was protecting Zhao Lianyan and protecting Zhao Lianyan, that was also protecting Love Immortal Goo. But now, this super goo formation would separate them, it was truly difficult. How about this, Fairy Lianyan, enter my immortal aperture. I don't believe this super goo formation can affect the immortal aperture. Bu Zhenzi hesitated for a moment before making up his mind. A goo immortal's immortal aperture was their clan's greatest secret, they would normally not let outsiders in. But Bu Zhenzi thought of the importance of this matter, he decided to make a sacrifice and let Zhao Lianyan in. Between the two of them, this was the only way. Because Zhao Lianyan's was not a true immortal aperture, but a phantom aperture. The Celestial Court's phantom aperture had both advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage was that it could only store immortal essence, goo worms, and wills, it could not be nurtured like a normal immortal aperture. Every once in a while, it needed to be replenished, otherwise, it would not last long. The advantage was that it could store immortal goo of any rank. Like now, Zhao Lianyan could directly store Love Immortal Goo, he did not have to worry about this rank 9 immortal goo bursting his immortal aperture. But after trying it, the Central Continent Goo Immortals found that they could not even open the entrance of their immortal aperture. Evidently, Sun Ming-lu had considered this problem when he created this super goo formation. This was not the weakness of this goo formation. The Central Continent Goo Immortals fell into a dilemma. They found that even though they got rid of Mistress Ji, they were trapped here. But there was good news, they did not have to worry about reinforcements, or rank 8 old ancestor Shuehu attacking them. Because in this super goo formation, the Snowy Peak Lords were guarding a peak, they could not leave. The rank 8 Goo Immortals who invaded Snowy Mountain Blessed Land could not attack the rank 6 or 7 Snowy Peak Lords, they could only fight old ancestor Shuehu. This rule also restricted old ancestor Shuehu. Old ancestor Shuehu could not attack the rank 6 or 7 Goo Immortals. Because this rule originated from the use of reverse flow river. Humans strive for higher ground, water flows to lower ground. This was the law of the world. Rank 8 was high, rank 7 and rank 6 were low, the Goo Immortals at higher levels could only fight Goo Immortals of the same level. In the entire Goo formation, the first Snowy Peak was the highest, thus, all living beings who entered the Goo formation had to go up, they could not turn back. This was the power of reverse flow river. The legends of Renzu recorded that even Renzu could not go against the flow. But this reverse flow river was only a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Sun Ming-lu used the abundant Tao marks in this secluded domain of heaven and earth to create the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Thus, as the main force of the formation, old ancestor Shuehu and the Snowy Peak Lords had to follow this rule. If it was not reverse flow river, but one or several immortal goo with the same effect, the Gu immortals could control it and create a battle environment that was beneficial to them, it would not be as rigid as now. But no matter what, even with this flaw, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was absolutely impregnable, it was easy to defend and hard to attack. With this Gu formation, it was no wonder old ancestor Xuehu was so confident, he did not conceal the Gu refinement. Even if he tried to conceal it, he might not be able to. Most importantly, he was not afraid of the Gu immortals attacking him. In fact, he was even looking forward to it, because the Gu immortals who died in the Gu formation, be it friend or foe, would turn into pure energy to help him refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. In that case, why don't we set up camp here and wait for reinforcements? Bu Zhenzi suggested. This suggestion made the other central continent Gu immortals nod in agreement. Even though they knew about this Gu formation, it was not of much use. Zhao Lianyan frowned, but she did not refute it. After all, Ma Hongyun was at the first snowy peak, that was the center of the Gu formation, it was used to refine Gu. Even if Zhao Lianyan and the rest passed many snowy peaks, they would still have to reach the first snowy peak and face the rank 8 Gu immortal old ancestor Xuehu. Black Heaven, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. We found a small group. South Desolation Immortal let out a breath of turbid air. Ah! Where? Yao Huang quickly asked. They actually went to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Strange. South Desolation Immortal fell into doubt. Even though he knew that the central continent Gu immortals had entered the spaceless tunnel, he did not know that an accident had occurred in the spaceless tunnel. He had thought that he would find a large group of central continent cultivators, but he only found a small group. However, there was a big fish, Zhao Lianyan. Love Immortal Gu. The reason why South Desolation Immortal woke up was because of this. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Yao Huang frowned, not all of the central continent Gu immortals have appeared. South Desolation Immortal shook his head, maybe this is central continent's Gu immortals' plan to lure the enemy. Be it rank 8 Gu immortals or immortal Gu houses, none of them have appeared. Yao Huang's frown deepened. Like earlier, when Feng Yuan and Ing Wuxia were fighting, Feng Yuan did not take out the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, Ing Wuxia was instead very wary of it. Yao Huang and South Desolation Immortal's situation was similar. If all of Central Continent's Gu immortals appeared, they would definitely use their full strength to deal with these people. But now, only 5 people had appeared, South Desolation Immortal and Yao Huang could not figure out what the Central Continent Gu immortals were doing. Was there some scheme? Are they hatching some kind of special big plan? South Desolation Immortal thought about it and decided, let this group of Central Continent Gu immortals face off against Snowy Mountain Blessed Land first. The most important thing is still the Central Continent group. If these Gu immortals do not appear, we will wait and see. Yes. Yao Huang nodded, but he was guessing inwardly, Lord South Desolation has a clear understanding of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land situation. This is definitely not the ability of Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, don't tell me we have a spy in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Chapter 1259. Eastern Sea. Greater than over equal to sword dragon waves swallowed and spewed out sword light. Rays of white dragon breath landed on the Gu formation, causing the Gu formation to shake. Something is not right. Ing Wuxia and the rest are not fools, their immortal essence expenditure is much higher than mine when activating the Super Gu formation. But they are still in a deadlock, allowing me to attack as I please. Do they have other motives? Feng Yuan attacked fiercely, although he did not break the Gu formation, he had the initiative. Thoughts were moving rapidly in his mind, he had not stopped thinking for even a moment. The other side should know I have the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Are they not afraid that I will use the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to pierce through space and enter the Gu formation? Or is this Gu formation a trap for my upper extreme Heavenly Eagle? Or could it be that Langya sect's 6th heir already knows through land spirit of Langya that my upper extreme Heavenly Eagle is only an egg, thus they are not afraid? Wait! Feng Yuan stopped his attacks and dove into the sea. He was underwater, observing the reactions of Ing Wuxie's side while activating an immortal killer move. Chi Luck Sensation. They are indeed inside the goo formation, not a single one is missing. Fong Yuan let out a sigh of relief. It seems that I was overthinking. Fong Yuan continued to attack the goo formation, but he gradually found that the goo formation was passively defending Ing Wuxie, by Ning Bing, and the rest did not appear. Fong Yuan willed and stopped his attacks. He had the initiative now, attacking or not depended on a single thought. On the contrary, the other side was defending and was in a passive state. They did not know when Fong Yuan would attack, and they had to expend immortal essence to maintain the goo formation's operation. Fong Yuan stopped his attacks. Other than maintaining the sword dragon transformation, he did not expend immortal essence at all. On the contrary, the other side was still activating the goo formation without stopping. After a silent confrontation for an hour, Fong Yuan gradually sensed something amiss. The goo formation was like a deep pool, there was no movement inside. The opponent actually chose to be in a deadlock with Fong Yuan with an unshakable stance. Ing Wuxie seems to have other motives. He needs the goo formation to create a safe environment. No matter what, I can't let him continue smoothly like this. I have to act quickly and destroy him. Looks like I can't keep this trump card any longer, so I have to use it in advance. Although Ing Wuxie's plan was effective and Fong Yuan's fate connection was misled, the result was that Fong Yuan's fate connection was misled. However, Fong Yuan still had a keen judgment of the situation. He decided to act swiftly and decisively, no longer hiding any trump cards. If it was in the past, the sword flood dragon breath would have been his strongest technique, but it was no longer the case. In the next moment, a dragon's roar resounded, resounding for thousands of miles. Ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. Ing Wuxie's field of vision suddenly changed. Looking carefully, he was already at the boundary wall. This was the blue water boundary wall of the East Sea. It was dark blue and was like a giant screen that supported the sky and the earth. It was boundlessly wide. The four Gu immortals, among which Tai Bai Yunsheng had entered He Lulan's immortal aperture, were standing in front of the regional wall. They were as tiny as ants, while the world was so vast. If they entered the regional wall, the ancient battle formation could not be used, they could only travel on foot. Because using goo worms or immortal killer moves inside the regional wall would cause the immortal aperture to shake. The ancient battle formation was even more so, the backlash was extremely huge. While looking, Ing Wuxie's expression changed. Bai Ningbing also subconsciously turned around, her eyes shining with cold light as she stared in the direction they came from. The goo formation has been broken. Bai Ningbing said in a heavy voice. So fast. He Lulan was also moved. She thought of the scene of her being trapped earlier. Fong Yuan had actually broken the goo formation so quickly. Even if one was inside the formation and the other was outside, it showed how terrifying the other party's battle strength was. Don't tell me he used the upper extreme heavenly eagle? He Lulan quickly thought of a possibility. No. Bai Ningbing shook her head. Fong Yuan broke the goo formation but did not find anyone, nor did he obtain any goo worms. Once the goo formation was broken, the goo worms would all self-destruct. How could Bai Ningbing leave them for the enemy? Although the losses were disastrous, the scene of Fong Yuan's attack was transmitted to them. In a battle between Gu immortals, information was an extremely important factor. Bai Ningbing, Ing Wuxie and the rest naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity to gather information. Fong Yuan used a completely new killer move. He seems to have successfully researched it recently. Ing Wuxie said. This killer move has terrifying power. Bai Ningbing's expression was grim. If not for the fact that we don't have a way to counter it, even if we join hands, we might not be able to last for a few breaths of time. What? He Lulan gasped, and even Shi Nu, who had always been silent and expressionless, was shaken by this. Ing Wuxie knew the situation was bad. He had set up the goo formation and plotted to stall for time. Although the plan had succeeded at the start, he had not expected it to only stall for such a short amount of time. Moving through the regional wall would take some time. Most importantly, the sovereign immortal body's uniqueness allowed it to move freely through the regional wall without any suppression. Yingwu Xia had already obtained this information. The super goo formation was forcefully broken. Fang Yuan found that we are not here. He will definitely use Qi Lux sensation to investigate again. If we enter the regional wall, even in the best-case scenario, according to Fang Yuan's previous speed, he will definitely be able to catch up to us. We will have to fight him in the regional wall. So, should I enter this regional wall or not? Yingwu Xia's forehead was covered in sweat. He felt like a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. Yingwu Xia assessed the situation. He knew clearly that his side was on the brink of survival. Although they were safe and sound now, they might face a crisis of life and death soon. And whether they could turn this crisis into safety depended on his decision. A heavy pressure was pressing down on Yingwu Xia's shoulders. This was not just his own survival, it also concerned his Gu immortal companions. Alright, Yingwu Xia did not care about the safety of his Gu immortal companions. He was not even afraid of dying. But the crucial thing was, if he died, who could save the demon venerable's main body? Right now, Shadow Sect was in ruins. He was their only hope. How can this be? In such a short period of time, Fang Yuan's battle strength has grown to such a level? He can't even use wisdom goo. How did he deduce it? Don't tell me he obtained a new powerful wisdom path method? Deducing immortal killer moves was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Fang Yuan's trump card was very sudden. Yingwu Xia was caught unprepared. If I enter the regional wall, I will definitely fight Fang Yuan in the regional wall after using all my confusion methods. Our side is in a huge disadvantage. Yingwu Xia was clear that using immortal killer moves in the regional wall would cause backlash, but Fang Yuan did not have this restriction. The 5 regional walls were simply the best place for him to kill and loot. Even rank 8 Gu immortals might not be able to do so. Because rank 8s faced greater restrictions than rank 6s and 7s when entering the regional wall. Of course, rank 8 Gu immortals traveled in day and night. They would not be stupid enough to enter the regional wall. If Yingwu Xia insisted on entering the regional wall, it would be a huge risk. Fang Yuan had exposed his trump card. Even if he did not use the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, with just this trump card, Yingwu Xia felt that he would not be able to face it head-on. No, there is still Bai Ningbing. Yingwu Xia suddenly had a thought as he glanced at Bai Ningbing. He immediately felt that the alliance earlier was the right choice. At the same time, he felt some emotions, to think that he would have to rely on Bai Ningbing's strength at this time. Speaking of which, the Wheel of Fate was really full of twists and turns. He, the great Yingwu Xia, actually relied on Bai Ningbing, who had been used as a chess piece. But how much strength does Bai Ningbing have? She has just taken over Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven not long ago. Yingwu Xia did not have much confidence as he thought about it. He thought again, but if we do not enter the regional wall this time and only move around in Eastern Sea, omnidirectional travel is not a method that can be used continuously. We need to rest for a while. In that case, Fang Yuan will find us sooner or later. Most importantly, this is Eastern Sea. And we are all Gu immortals from other regions. Yingwu Xia's body was a Western Desert immortal zombie. Bai Ningbing was a Southern Border Gu immortal. Tai Bai Yuncheng and He Lulan were from Northern Plains. Shi Nu was from Central Continent. There were no Eastern Sea Gu immortals. Gu immortals from other regions would be ostracized or even hunted down in other regions. Although in Eastern Sea, this rejection was not very strong. But don't forget, Fang Yuan was an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. Sovereign immortal body. He could perfectly blend into any region and become a local Gu immortal. At that time, when both sides fought and an Eastern Sea Gu immortal appeared, with Fang Yuan having the upper hand, the Eastern Sea Gu immortals would help Fang Yuan. That was a matter that needed no explanation. There were few people who would offer help in times of need, but there were many people who would add flowers to the brocade. So, if we stay in Eastern Sea, our next opponent might not be just Fang Yuan, there might be other Eastern Sea Gu immortals as well. Yingwu Xia smiled bitterly. Undeniably, he had been through many trials and setbacks, he was much more mature than before, he was able to think in all aspects, this was something he had never done before. Not to mention, Fang Yuan still has the upper extreme heavenly eagle. I have to go to northern plains. Snowy mountain blessed land is my only hope. I can use a rank 8 Gu immortal to exterminate him. After thinking about it, Ing Wuxia finally made up his mind. He took the lead and flew into the regional wall. Several hours later, a sword dragon flew over from afar. They entered northern plains. This sword dragon was Fang Yuan's transformation. Everything was as Ing Wuxia expected. After he broke the Gu formation, he did not see any traces of Ing Wuxia and the others. How could Fang Yuan not understand? The other party was trying to escape. Fortunately, he did not hesitate to expose his trump card and forcefully destroyed the Gu formation, otherwise, he would have been kept in the dark. It seems that Qi Luck sensation can detect the target, but it can also be misled. Then, could my final target be a fake as well? If it was fake, Fang Yuan could do nothing about it, after all, this was his only target. But if it was real, hee. Chapter 1260. Waiting time was often long and unbearable. Shi Zhengyi paced around the hall, he could not sit still, so he stood up and walked around. Yu Yizi sat cross-legged on the ground and opened his eyes, saying in dissatisfaction, "Can't you rest properly? Stop pacing around." Shi Zhengyi shouted, "I have already rested well, Sai, how long do we have to wait?" "Wait until the central continent Gu immortals come." Bu Zhenzi said. "If they don't come, are we going to keep waiting?" Zhao Lianyan frowned, she was also getting impatient. When fighting with Hair Mistress, the 5 immortals were completely focused and did not feel anything. Now that they were holed up here, every second was torture. Zhao Lianyan's situation was even more serious, it was like a fire was burning her heart. Bu Zhenzi frowned and was about to speak. But at this time, Zhao Lianyan transmitted, "You must have some thoughts in your hearts. Not only did you see the final scene of Spaceless Tunnel, you even personally experienced it. Do you think the other Gu immortals died inside? How can that be?" Shi Zhengyi was the first to refute. His expression changed, and his gaze towards Zhao Lianyan contained some anger. Because his father, Shi Gu, was among these Gu immortals. Zhao Lianyan's words were akin to cursing his father to death. Zhao Lianyan did not care about Shi Zhengyi's attitude and continued to transmit, "Everyone knows that we came here because of Love Gu's power." But the other Gu immortals did not have such care. At that time, even immortal Gu houses were about to collapse, not to mention Gu immortals themselves. If there are no reinforcements, what are we waiting for? The other Gu immortals heard this and their expressions changed. Actually, they all had such worries in their hearts, they just did not say it out loud. Now that Zhao Lianyan took the initiative to remove this veil, Bu Zhenzi thought about it and said, "Your guess is not impossible. But even if there are no reinforcements, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects will send a second batch of Gu immortals." Zhao Lianyan continued, "Then can the second batch of reinforcements come? All of you have personally experienced the hardships and dangers that we faced on the way here. Could the infernal affairs be used a second time? Even if it works, can we use it again without worry?" Bu Zhenzi stared at Zhao Lianyan's eyes and said solemnly, "You have to believe in the sect, Zhao Lianyan, you are the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, the sect is your foundation. If you don't even trust the sect, who can you trust?" Zhao Lianyan was keenly aware of Bu Zhenzi's displeasure. However, she stubbornly continued, "Even if the sect sends reinforcements and can rush here, the sect will not be able to send reinforcements. But what about time? When on Earth would they arrive? What kind of price would he have to pay? What kind of accident would happen? This is Northern Plains, not Central Continent." Not Masako fell silent. He could not refute Zhao Lianyan's words. Zhao Lianyan heaved a sigh of relief. "In short, I don't want to wait any longer. We have to wait even if we can't." Bu Zhenzi frowned, his face full of anger. He and Zhao Lianyan stared at each other, neither side backing down. They both had their own insistence. Zhao Lianyan's eyes soon turned misty. She took the initiative to shift her gaze to the side. If Hong Yun is harmed during this period of time, what will happen? Can you guarantee that? In fact, Zhao Lianyan was getting more and more afraid as she waited. She was not afraid of her own safety. Rather, in this situation where reinforcements were far away, waiting could not solve the problem. If during this period of time, Ma Hongyun was killed by old ancestor Shuihu and used as a goo material to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, then this would be Zhao Lianyan's life's regret. If she recalled this in the future, she would feel extreme regret. She had once been so close to Ma Hongyun, she had already entered snowy mountain blessed land. Fate had given her a great opportunity, but she did not grasp it. From the 9th snowy peak, she could see the blurry scene of the first snowy peak. Even at such a close distance, she waited here and lost her final opportunity. Zhao Lianyan did not want to see this happen. Such an outcome would make her feel even more sorrow and pain than death. Seeing Zhao Lianyan and Bu Zhenzi quarreling, the other three immortals could not speak. After all, this was an internal matter of Spirit Affinity House. Bu Zhenzi retorted, even if you don't want to wait now, can you save Ma Hongyun? Even if you defeat the other peak lords, don't forget, you have to face old ancestor Shuihu in the end, because Ma Hongyun is imprisoned on the first snowy peak. I know this. Zhao Lianyan clenched her fists, raising her voice. But you also said that before old ancestor Shuihu, we still have more than 10 peak lords to deal with. We can make the first move and get rid of these peak lords. Anyway, rank 8 goo immortals cannot attack us in this goo formation. This way, once our reinforcements arrive, we can directly attack the first snowy peak. It will save time and effort. Bu Zhenzi was indignant, her expression was dark. Then I will speak the truth. This super goo formation amplifies the enemy and weakens our resistance. If we leave this place, we will be forcefully separated by the goo formation and transported to other snowy peaks. If you fight alone, can you match these people? In the previous battle, Mu Linglan and I were the main force. What can you 3 rank 6s do? Bu Zhenzi spoke bluntly, but the 3 rank 6 goo immortals could not refute him, because he was speaking the truth. Zhao Lianyan lowered her head and was silent for a while before raising her head. Then I will use love immortal goo again. Bu Zhenzi sneered, who do you think you are? How could love immortal goo be manipulated by you and listen to you? Back then, even Giant Sun Immortal could not refine love goo. That is because he did not obtain love goo's acknowledgement. Zhao Lianyan said. According to you, all the other fairies of my Spirit Affinity House are useless? None of them can control love goo. Bu Zhenzi sneered. How will we know if we don't try? Zhao Lianyan retorted firmly. Bu Zhenzi chuckled and was about to speak, but Zhao Lianyan had already moved. She called out in her mind, oh love, love, I beg you, use your divine might and lead the 5 of us to charge into the other snowy peaks. Love did not move, like it was dead. Zhao Lianyan was unresigned. She continued to pray and plead in her mind. Bu Zhenzi saw that Zhao Lianyan did not move and was about to speak, but at this time, he saw love goo's aura rise from Zhao Lianyan's body, and at the same time, light enveloped Zhao Lianyan's body. The other 4 immortals were shocked. They stared at this scene with their eyes wide open. Mu Linglan could not help but speak, it is like when we left the spaceless tunnel and came to snowy mountain blessed land, it was this aura and light. Continue, don't stop. Shi Zhengyi urged. At the next moment, the light on Zhao Lianyan's body spread to the other 4 goo immortals, as if it had intelligence. This way, we can charge into the other snowy peaks. Oh! Maybe, we can directly leave snowy mountain blessed land. Shi Zhengyi was filled with hope. Bu Zhenzi's mouth was slightly open, he could not say anything at this time. The shock in his heart was much more intense than the others. Love goo cannot be controlled, this is the iron law of history. Even Giant Sun Immortal could not do anything to it. But why? Why? Why is love goo in Zhao Lianyan's hands so obedient? Don't tell me, Zhao Lianyan is the strongest fairy since the founding of Spirit Affinity House. No, it is more likely because of her identity. She is an otherworldly demon. Could it be that otherworldly demons are compatible with love goo? Others cannot control love goo, but otherworldly demons are not restricted. Countless thoughts surged in Bu Zhenzi's mind, like raging waves. Just as he was thinking, the space behind him suddenly broke open, turning into a fist-sized black hole. The black hole emitted an unimaginably huge suction force, forcibly dragging Bu Zhenzi into the black hole. Even someone as strong as Bu Zhenzi, a rank 7 Gu immortal, could not defend against it. He was directly pulled in, vanishing on the spot. At the same time, the same scene happened to the other Gu immortals. In the blink of an eye, this hall was empty, becoming extremely silent. I left the 9th snowy peak and came here. Bu Zhenzi was filled with shock. The moment his feet touched the ground, he quickly sized up his surroundings. This was also the interior of a hall. But this hall was different from before. The previous hall was exquisite and had the fragrance of a woman, while this hall was extremely grand, overflowing with heroism, displaying the master's masculine demeanor. Which snowy peak is this? Bu Zhenzi had this thought. But soon, his expression changed as he cursed, "Damn it!" He found that he was the only one in the entire hall. The other 4 Gu immortals were nowhere to be seen. He then realized, he had been thinking too much before the teleportation. Even if Zhao Lianyan was an otherworldly demon, how could he control Love Gu? Love Gu was still so unreliable, it had countless effects, who knew when it would act up? I was sent here, then what about the others? Where are they? The best result would be for them to be together, that way Zhao Lianyan would be safer. But if Zhao Lianyan is alone, I'm afraid. Bu Zhenzi did not dare to think about it. Just at this moment, an ink-like black shadow, sticking close to the ground, silently attacked him. Bu Zhenzi felt a sense of danger. He quickly jumped back and dodged. But the shadow was like a venomous snake. It was extremely fast, following him like a shadow. In less than a breath's time, it was about to reach Bu Zhenzi's feet. Phantom transformation. At the crucial moment, Bu Zhenzi activated the specialty of a Phantom Path Gu immortal. His whole body turned phantom. Chapter 1261. Pa, pa, pa. There was a series of applause. Phantom Path after all. A Gu immortal appeared. This person was tall and sturdy, with a face full of stubble. His eyes had no sclera and were completely black. Behind him, there was a black leather cloak, which was very eye-catching. Bu Zhenzi's pupils shrank. He knew this person. Since the Central Continent Gu immortals came to save Ma Hongyun, how could they not have information on Snowy Mountain Blessed Land? So it is Shadow King. Bu Zhenzi spoke lightly, revealing the identity of the Gu immortal in front of him. At the same time, he also understood that he was already on the 7th snowy peak of the Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Speaking of which, the peak master of the 7th snowy peak was actually Xue Songzi. But after Xue Songzi died, a demonic path Gu immortal took the initiative to join. It was this person. In fact, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was also a place that Northern Plains demonic path Gu immortals yearned for. Especially those demons that were wanted by the Huang Jin tribes. They needed a backer like old ancestor Xuehu. Or some Gu immortals who wanted to extend their lifespan joined Snowy Mountain Blessed Land because of Lady Wanshou. Of course, recently, because old ancestor Xuehu wanted to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, the morale of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's people was low. Shadow King looked at Bu Zhenzi and smiled. You Central Continent Gu immortals are really too much, coming all the way here to die. It's still uncertain who will die. Bu Zhenzi sneered in response. Is that so? King of Shadows suddenly turned into a pitch-black shadow and pounced at Bu Zhenzi with extreme speed. Rumble. The next moment, a muffled explosion of thunder came from the 7th snowy peak. The hall shook, and the snow on the mountainside rolled down, forming a small avalanche in an instant. Unlike what Bu Zhenzi had expected, Zhao Lianyan was not alone. nor was he accompanied by the 4 immortals. The 12th snowy peak. The two sides had already started fighting. Oh? 2 little ants. Humph, watch me stomp you all to death. The peak leaders of the 12 snowy peaks let out a roar and stomped down with their right feet. The 12th snowy peak master transformed into a giant with the head of an ox and the body of a human. His feet also transformed into solid ox hooves. Bang! The cow's hooves crushed the tiles on the floor. A deep pit like the mouth of a well was formed in an instant. The peak master was awe-inspiring. The 2 central continent Gu immortals quickly retreated. One of them was Zhao Lianyan, and the other was Shi Zhengyi. Zhao Lianyan's face was a little pale. Her opponent was huge, and her battle experience was very limited. This undoubtedly put a lot of pressure on her. Shi Zhengyi had just rolled on the ground and managed to avoid being trampled by the cow's hooves. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. Damn it! He turned over abruptly. He stood up from the ground. Watch me. Yeah. Shi Zhengyi opened his mouth, his tongue flicking out and retracting like a rapid spring. Every time it extended and contracted, a scarlet sword light would shoot out from the tip of the tongue at an extremely high frequency. Zhao Lianyan was stunned. Ordinary people could only curl their tongues, and some people didn't even have the ability to curl their tongues. This was the first time Zhao Lianyan had seen someone with a tongue that could retract back and forth like a spring. The scarlet red sword light was very sharp. The 12th peak lord cultivated the transformation path and transformed into a giant. His skin was already very thick. However, after being hit by the scarlet sword light, his whole body was filled with bloody holes. So painful. The 12th peak lord shouted in pain, raising his arms to protect his head. At this moment, he could only defend and not attack. His aura was suppressed. Amazing, Zhao Lianyan murmured in admiration. Of course, this is my vital immortal Gu, sword tongue Gu. Shi Zhengyi flicked his tongue. He could shoot out scarlet sword light while replying to Zhao Lianyan. What was even stranger was that he could enunciate and speak very clearly. Are you a sword path Gu immortal? Zhao Lianyan asked. Oh, no. I am a path cultivator. Shi Zhengyi replied. You can speak and fight at the same time, so you are so strong. Zhao Lianyan had a whole new level of respect for this thick-browed, big-eyed, and seemingly simple-minded Shi Zhengyi. Humph, I vow to defeat all demons and evil path cultivators. Shi Zhengyi seemed to be very proud of himself. You guys are too complacent. The 12th peak lord shouted. Boom! With a loud sound, a towering aura burst out from his huge body. The majestic aura radiated in all directions, creating endless air currents. Oh no, it is an immortal killer move. Quickly defend. Shi Zhengyi and Zhao Lianyan defended with all their strength, but it was useless. The air currents were extremely powerful. The two were like a pair of toys, easily sent flying. With the 12th peak lord as the center, the floor tiles in the hall were sent flying. The scene was chaotic. With 2 bangs, Zhao Lianyan and Shi Zhengyi crashed into the walls of the hall, coughing out mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies were in intense pain, their organs were bleeding, and many of their bones were broken. The 12th peak lord's attack succeeded. He had been at a disadvantage earlier, but now he had the upper hand. This is a chi path killer move. How can it be so powerful? Zhao Lianyan and Shi Zhengyi endured the intense pain, struggling to stand up. The two were sent flying. They were very far from each other now. How is it? My, Zhao Dinyo's immortal killer move Bull Chi does not feel good, right? You are young, but your strength is not low. Unfortunately, in this Gu formation, I have the amplification of the Gu formation. My battle strength has already risen to rank 7, how can you fight me? Ha ha ha. Zhao Dinyo laughed loudly. His laughter was like a huge wave that filled the hall. Watch me crush you to death. Suddenly, Zhao Dinyo stopped laughing, staring at Shi Zhengyi with a ruthless expression. Next, Zhao Dinyo bent his waist and knees, suddenly jumping. His body was like a small mountain as he pounced toward Shi Zhengyi. Rumble. With a loud sound, Zhao Dinyo pressed Shi Zhengyi to the ground. Shi Zhengyi! Zhao Lianyan cried out in shock. She had personally witnessed this terrifying scene, being pressed down by such a huge Zhao Dinyo. Wouldn't Shi Zhengyi be squashed into meat paste? But at the next moment, Zhao Dinyo's back bulged. Then, Shi Zhengyi stood up from below Zhao Dinyo's stomach, raised both his hands up high, and shouted with all his might. With a push of his arms, he actually pushed Zhao Dinyo away. It was like a little white rabbit throwing a lion away. This unimaginable scene caused Zhao Lianyan to stare with wide eyes. How can this be? My transformation has the weight of a wild ox. You actually pushed me away. Even Zhao Dinyo could not believe it. Shi Zhengyi vomited blood. After pushing Zhao Dinyo away, he immediately knelt on the ground, exhausted. This is the power of righteousness. Shi Zhengyi spoke with difficulty. Stop talking, you vomited too much blood. Zhao Lianyan shouted. Bullshit righteousness. Zhao Dinyo regrouped, charging toward Shi Zhengyi again. His body was huge, but when he burst out with speed, he was like a gale. It did not match his body size at all. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Dinyo arrived in front of Shi Zhengyi. Ah, look at my power of righteousness. Shi Zhengyi roared, not dodging at all, but collided with him. Bam! A muffled sound echoed. Zhao Lianyan's heart ached as she heard this. Shi Zhengyi was like a small ball, flying far away, vomiting blood in the air. Next, he fell to the ground like a broken sack, blood splattered everywhere. I'm going to kill you. Eh! Zhao Dinyo was about to charge forward and give Shi Zhengyi a fatal blow, but the moment he took a step, he found that his hands and feet were bound by rotten silver chains. At the other end of the chains was Zhao Lianyan. It turned out that she had already been preparing her immortal killer move. Unfortunately, the actual battle was completely different from training, especially in this tense atmosphere. Zhao Lianyan's killer move activation failed twice. Thankfully, Shi Zhengyi had been stalling for time. Zhao Lianyan only succeeded on the third try. Immortal killer move, life-locking silver chain. Cough cough, thank you, this killer move is very beautiful, it's really not bad. Obtaining precious time to breathe, Shi Zhengyi crawled up from the ground with difficulty. Every time he spoke, he would vomit a mouthful of blood. Stop talking, you are still vomiting blood. Zhao Lianyan felt anxious for him. Hee, you don't know, I cultivate information path. I need to keep talking to heal my injuries. The louder I shout, the more powerful my attacks will be, Shi Zhengyi explained. Little girl, you are too annoying. Zhao Dinyo screamed. He raised his arms and tore the rotten silver chains on his body. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not tear these chains apart. In that case, Zhao Dinyo laughed sinisterly again, activating Bull Qi soaring to the sky. Boom! An intense explosion resounded in the hall. Soaring air currents burst out again. This time, the roof of the hall was blown away. Crack crack. With a crisp sound, the silver chains were shattered into countless pieces by this immortal killer move. These shards of chains hadn't even fallen to the ground when they transformed into specks of silver light in midair before vanishing without a trace. Zhao Dinyo used his signature killer move to shatter life-locking silver chain, regaining freedom. In contrast, Zhao Lianyan and Shi Zhengyi were sent flying by the air currents again. They coughed out blood and fell to the ground. Damn it! Shi Zhengyi wanted to get up, but his body was breaking apart. He had no strength left. As for Zhao Lianyan, she had already fainted. Her injuries were more severe than Shi Zhengyi's. Because life-locking silver chain was broken, Zhao Lianyan had already suffered backlash. Adding on Zhao Dinyo's immortal killer move, her injuries worsened. Even though she had rank 9 immortal Gu Love Gu, from the start of the battle until now, Love Immortal Gu had no effect. Love Immortal Gu could not be controlled. Even if it showed its might, it might not be able to resolve the problem. It was truly a scam. It was completely dark. Zhao Lianyun, who was in a coma, felt like she was floating alone in the endless darkness. This is the feeling of death. So, this is death? As expected, I am the most failed transmigrator in history. I actually died at the hands of a minor character. Chapter 1262. Thinking of this, Zhao Lianyun suddenly heard a voice coming from the darkness. This voice was calling her name, Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun, who is calling me? Who is calling me? Calling my name. Why do I feel that this voice is so familiar? Ah, I remember now, isn't this my previous voice? Thinking of this, Zhao Lianyun suddenly recalled a scene from the past. That was during the imperial court contest. Zhao Lianyun's father died in battle. She was used as a political bargaining chip to be given to someone else for a marriage alliance. Zhao Lianyun relied on Ma Hongyun to resist this fate. She went from a rich young lady to a lonely person. One day, Ma Hongyun dragged her to a valley. "Look, I found a good place for you." Ma Hongyun was very happy. Zhao Lianyun swept her gaze around and noticed that it was just an ordinary little valley. She couldn't help but pucker her lips and say, "What's so strange about this? Isn't it just a lousy valley? There is no scenery at all. How can this be?" Ma Hongyun stared with wide eyes. Valleys are rarely seen in northern plains. Furthermore, I will teach you, if you shout your name at the valley will respond to you. Just like this. Saying so, Ma Hongyun took a deep breath and shouted at the valley, "Zhao Lianyun." A reply came from the valley, "Zhao Lianyun." Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes helplessly. Truly, fools have a lot of fun. What's so strange about an echo? I have never seen anyone as foolish as you. Ha ha ha. Ma Hongyun rubbed his hair. Everyone says I am foolish. Of course I am foolish. How can I be as smart as you, Lady Xiaoyun? However, when I was young, I was unhappy. I was teased and disliked by my friends. When no one played with me, I would run to the valley at home and shout at the valley. Every time I shout my name, the valley will shout at me. Every time I shout, the valley will shout at me. It will play with me. Never abandoned me, never ignored me. Unless my voice is not loud enough. I see that you haven't been happy lately. Perhaps it's because there's no one to play with you. I have to stay by the young patriarch's side, so I can't accompany you all the time. If you're unhappy, you can come to the valley. Play with the valley. Zhao Lianyun did not say anything. She looked at the sincere Ma Hongyun and could not help but feel a sense of pity. This Ma Hongyun is silly, but he's not a bad person. You must have had a rough life since you were young. Even now, he was often beaten and scolded by the young clan leader. But I've never seen him cry. He's always smiling. Forget it, I'll play with you. Thinking of this, Zhao Lianyun sighed and shouted his name towards the valley. When Ma Hongyun saw Zhao Lianyun put it into action, he was so happy that he danced with joy. No, you should shout louder, louder. Zhao Lianyun shouted again. Ma Hongyun shook his head. You're not shouting loudly enough. As long as you shout, the valley will hear you. It won't respond to you now. It just can't hear you. Zhao Lianyun took a deep breath and burst out with his loudest voice. She shouted, "Zhao Lianyun." So the valley responded to Zhao Lianyun. Ma Hongyun laughed. Zhao Lianyun also felt a lot more open-minded. The gloominess in her heart dissipated a lot. Her mood also became cheerful. Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun. In the darkness, the voice kept coming. Zhao Lianyun, what are you doing? Don't be lost. Zhao Lianyun, you're not alone. Heaven and earth are with you. As long as you shout, heaven and earth will hear you. Zhao Lianyun, you have to wake up. There is a person waiting for you to save him. That person had once stood by your side, watching the stars with you. shouting at the valley with you, go help him. Go help him. He must be feeling lonely now, or maybe he is afraid. You have to shout, make your voice heard, let him know that you are here. Let him know that as long as he perseveres, there is hope for him to be saved. Yes. I have to save him. How can I fall here? Zhao Lianyan suddenly opened her eyes. She woke up from her unconsciousness. The moment she woke up, she found that her whole body was burning with a light blue light. This was the blue light emitted by immortal Gu love. Zhao Lianyan's injuries were healing rapidly, her condition was rising rapidly. Not only that, the blue light was shining around her. Zhao Dainyu retreated with a face full of fear. What kind of light is this? It's heavier than a mountain. This aura, what kind of immortal Gu is this? Shi Zhengyi was also bathed in the light. He suddenly stood up, feeling boundless energy, the injuries on his body had completely disappeared, his condition had risen to an unprecedented peak. Thank you, Zhao Lianyan, the rest is up to me. Unorthodox demonic path, I will defeat you. Take this move. Fist of Justice. Shi Zhengyi shouted loudly, the louder he shouted, the stronger the immortal killer move became. A huge fist of light shot out from his body, fiercely hitting Zhao Dainyu. Boom! Like a thunderclap, Zhao Dainyu's defensive method crumbled, a fist hole appeared on his broad chest. The wall behind him could be seen from the front. Zhao Lianyan's eyes gradually lost focus, he fell to the ground. Bam! His body fell on the ground, not moving at all. After a few breaths of time, his body, soul and immortal aperture turned into pure energy, absorbed by the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Justice will prevail. Shi Zhengyi raised his fist and shouted. Zhao Lianyan stood at the side, smiling. Northern Plains, Licorice Regional Wall. A dragon roar resounded, Ingwu Xia. Where do you think you can escape to? It was the sword dragon that Fang Yuan had transformed into. After a long journey, following the guidance of Qi Luck Sensation, he had finally caught up to Ingwu Xia and the rest. Ingwu Xia and the rest immediately turned around, facing Fang Yuan with extremely solemn expressions. Ingwu Xia had already said that Fang Yuan would catch up to them, so the five immortals were mentally prepared and did not panic. At this moment, the fierce battle that they had been waiting for had finally arrived. The sword dragon roared, opening its bloody mouth, the dragon teeth in its mouth were like spears, extremely sinister. Its dragon eyes were cold and emotionless, emitting bone-chilling killing intent. Without saying anything else, Fang Yuan directly charged forward. Kill! If you want to deal with my master, you have to get past me first. The loyal Shi Nu stood up first, he blocked in front of the immortals and suddenly raised his palm. A tall and sturdy stone wall instantly rose from the ground, obstructing Fang Yuan's charge. Bam bam bam. At the next moment, the stone wall was penetrated. It was the dragon breath that Fang Yuan had spat out. The dragon breath was extremely sharp, shooting out like sword phantoms, gathering into a rain of sword phantoms. After penetrating the stone wall, it did not lose momentum as it stabbed towards the five immortals. Hei Lulan shouted loudly, spitting out many small flame birds from her mouth. These small birds were intelligent, they directly sought out Fang Yuan's dragon breath. The small flame birds smashed the dragon breath, turning into lumps of flames that dissipated in the air. Angry birds? Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. This was clearly a fire path method, he did not expect Hei Lulan to actually use it. The appearance of this small flame bird made Fang Yuan involuntarily think of blazing heaven Demonis. Back in the Battle of Eastern Sea, even when Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng worked together with Shark Demon, Su Bai Man and his wife, and even One Finger Flow Shark, they could not defeat blazing heaven Demonis. Blazing Heaven Demonis' immortal killer move, Angry Birds, left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. But the small flame birds that Hei Lulan used were similar to the real Angry Birds. It turned out that after He Lulan's Strength Path Immortal Goo was sold to Fang Yuan, she did not have any Strength Path Immortal Goo to support her battle strength in Eastern Sea. She chose to cultivate Fire Path to prevent her Strength Path Dao marks from being taken away. She had a Fire Path inheritance. When Blazing Heaven Demoness met He Lulan, she secretly passed her Fire Path inheritance to He Lulan. Blazing Heaven Demoness felt very guilty towards He Lulan. She tried to make it up to her. Originally, He Lulan did not care about the Fire Path inheritance. She felt that she would not be able to use it in her life. But to think that fate was so mystical and out of her expectations, under a series of coincidences, she ended up walking on the path of Fire Path. Of course, she did not have a single Fire Path Dao mark on her body. However, she had all of Blazing Heaven Demoness Immortal Goo. This matter had to be traced back to before the Battle of Etian Mountain. In order to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo, Spectral Soul had no choice but to abandon the whole of Zombie Alliance. He used countless immortal zombies as immortal materials to speed up the Goo refinement. When Zombie Alliance was first established, it was a subordinate of Shadow Sect. It was controlled by Shadow Sect. But many immortal zombies, even though they joined Zombie Alliance, they did not know this truth. Back then, Zombie Alliance was building a super Goo formation to protect the immortal zombie corpses. In fact, this was a perfect excuse to keep them alive. Using this chance, Shadow Sect killed all of the immortal zombies who were involved in the Goo refinement. The immortal zombies did not have dead apertures, but the immortal Goo on the immortal zombies were kept safe. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's immortal Goo were all hidden in Dark Flow Giant City. Ing Wuxia, He Lulan, and the rest were far away in Eastern Sea, but at that time, Northern Plains still had Sixth Hair, a member of Shadow Sect. Dark Flow Giant City was hidden deep in Earth Trench. Sixth Hair sneaked in and used his methods to retrieve Blazing Heaven Demoness Immortal Goo, sending them to Ing Wuxia. After Ing Wuxia refined them, he gave them to He Lulan. Thus, He Lulan had Blazing Heaven Demoness True Inheritance and her Immortal Goo. She could replicate almost all of Blazing Heaven Demoness methods. Fang Yuan did not know about this earlier, but now that he saw these fire birds, he fell into deep thought. Chapter 1263. Tai Bai Yunsheng mainly cultivated Time Path, but Man as before and Landscape as before were in Fang Yuan's hands. In Eastern Sea, he chose to cultivate Cloud Path. He had a Cloud Path foundation to begin with. Shadow Sect had a rich collection. He did not lack Cloud Path true inheritances. His defensive methods were quite impressive. But after Tai Bai Yunsheng added a Cloud Ring to all the Goo Immortals present, his expression turned ugly. Using Immortal Killer moves in the regional wall would cause the Immortal Aperture to shake every time. Using 5 Immortal Killer moves consecutively caused his Immortal Aperture to shake 5 times. The losses were not small. Interesting. Fang Yuan snickered, his dragon body slithered as he easily flew into the sky. Ing Wuxia and the rest saw this and their expressions turned grim. In this regional wall, they had difficulty moving forward. They had to resist the formless repulsion and attraction force at all times. In contrast, Fang Yuan was able to move freely. He was extremely relaxed. Fang Yuan flew into the sky and immediately took control of the sky. He looked down from above, slithering around as he breathed out dragon breath. At once, sword lights rained down on the 5 immortals. Defend carefully, try not to split up, otherwise, he will attack us alone. Ing Wuxia shouted, reminding everyone. Seeing the sword lights descending, Ing Wuxia suddenly roared, emitting an extremely sharp and piercing sound. Immortal Killer Move, Soul Hull. The power of Soul Hull completely covered the sky. It did not affect the surrounding Goo Immortals at all. It showed Ing Wuxia's superb control. Fang Yuan's attack was immediately stopped. The sword light dragon breath clearly paused for a moment. But it quickly recovered. Since I want to find trouble with Shadow Sect, why wouldn't I defend against Soul Path attacks? Fang Yuan sneered in his mind. He was already mentally prepared. But he did not have a Soul Path Immortal Goo that countered his soul. He was still affected and attacked earlier. But Fong Yuan's soul foundation was extremely deep. Soul Howl's damage was negligible to him. It was completely bearable. Even if his soul was injured, it did not matter, because Fong Yuan had the guts goo. Damn it! Ing Wuxia cursed as he resisted the dragon breath. He also knew that Fong Yuan had guts goo. Guts goo might be a mortal goo, but it originated from Dang Hun Mountain. It was naturally extraordinary. A secret realm of heaven and earth like Dang Hun Mountain. It contained a huge number of Dao marks. In terms of quantity, it surpassed even rank 9 immortal goo. However, in the heaven and earth mystic realm, there were always scattered Dao marks. They might be of the same type, densely packed together. And rank 9 immortal goo were fragments of the great Dao. They could be controlled by the goo immortal and display mystical power. Between a rank 9 immortal goo and a secluded domain of heaven and earth, there was no way to truly compare them. Chi 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 chi. The swords were like rain, hitting the 5 immortals so hard that they couldn't even raise their heads. There were sword marks all over the ground. The 5 immortals were suppressed like this, so they naturally felt very uncomfortable. The best way to deal with such a concentrated attack was to spread out and dodge. But this way, Fong Yuan would have a chance to defeat them one by one. But the 5 immortals were not just passively waiting to be beaten. Shi Nu finally finished his preparation and used his immortal killer move. Rumble. Muffled sounds resounded as the ground shook. A giant hand made of mud and rocks stretched out from the ground. The 5 fingers of the giant hand opened up and slowly covered the heads of the 5 immortals, blocking Ing Wuxia and the others. The thick back of the hand was enduring the fierce attacks of the dragon breath. Even though the Earth Path giant hand was quickly beaten to a pulp and was about to collapse, using this chance, Hei Lulan also finished her preparation. She stretched out her right hand, her 5 fingers intersecting and stabbing towards the sky. Swoosh! Immediately, a bright red light shot out from her fingers, piercing through the entire palm and shooting towards Fong Yuan at lightning speed. This immortal killer move was so fast, and with the Earth Path giant hand acting as cover, if one was slightly careless, they would be hit. But this line of fire did not hit Fong Yuan. He easily moved his dragon body and dodged it. It actually missed. Hei Lulan's heart sank. 3 breaths of time later. Hei Lulan did not know that Fong Yuan had such an investigative time path killer move. Strange, Hei Lulan is a strength path goo immortal, but her fire path methods are not restricted by the Dao marks at all. This must be a method of Shadow Sect. After all, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo was designed by Spectral Soul. Hei Lulan's efforts were futile. Some of her trump cards were exposed instead. Soon, the Earth Path giant hand collapsed, and the sword light dragon breath continued to suppress it. But the 5 immortals were no longer flustered. They used their immortal killer moves to defend against the sword rain. Then what about this move? Let me see how you deal with it. Fong Yuan firmly held the initiative. He easily used another immortal killer move. Time Path Year Beast Summon. Roar! A Tiger Year Beast was summoned and appeared in the regional wall, helping Fong Yuan in battle. Fong Yuan threw out a large number of Mortal Year Goo. The Tiger Year Beast's morale surged as it charged towards Ing Wuxia and the rest. Shi Nu had a bitter expression. The sword light dragon breath had already made them exhausted, but now, an ancient year beast came to disrupt them. This year beast could move freely in the regional wall. The reason was similar to the cloud beasts. Cloud beasts were life forms of white heaven. They were not native to the 5 regions. They were not affected by the regional walls. Year beasts lived in the river of time. It was the same. Let me do it. Ing Wuxia stepped forward bravely and used a very similar technique. Soul Path Soul Beast Summon. Back then, when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created Soul Path, Shadow Sect was a great expert that played around with Soul Path. Hei Fan could think of Year Beast Summon. How could Shadow Sect not have similar methods? Ing Wuxia's method was extraordinary. He summoned 3 ancient soul beasts at once. My soul beasts are also unaffected by the regional wall, because they come from the door of life and death. Ing Wuxie's smugness did not last long, because he saw that Fang Yuan had already turned into a sword dragon and attacked. The sword dragon moved like a snake, it was extremely fast. It stretched out its dragon claws and crushed the head of a soul beast. With a flick of its tail, it broke the leg of another soul beast. It opened its mouth and the sword-like dragon breath pierced through the third ancient soul beast. Fang Yuan's sword dragon form had great battle strength, and most importantly, Fang Yuan had Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's immortal killer move Ghostly Concealment. This made it so that none of the soul beasts could sense his presence. Thus, Fang Yuan's battle strength surpassed the ancient soul beasts, and the soul beasts could not sense Fang Yuan's presence. Fang Yuan had a huge advantage against the soul beasts. These three soul beasts were in a daze, they could not react and were heavily injured by Fang Yuan. Fortunately, the soul beasts did not have any obvious weak points, otherwise, Fang Yuan would have already finished them off in a few moves. But even so, the soul beasts' bodies became thinner and more transparent. Even though Ing Wuxie's expression was ugly, he watched as Fang Yuan's three ancient soul beasts did not attack again. Ing Wuxie thought to himself, it doesn't matter. Even if you kill these three ancient soul beasts, so what? I can use my killer move again and summon three more ancient soul beasts. What is the most abundant in the door of life and death? Without a doubt, they are souls and soul beasts. But right at this time, Fang Yuan gave up on fighting the ancient soul beasts. He activated Sword Escape. Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan's speed burst out, he left behind an afterimage on the spot. Quick, quick, quick. Tai Bai Yunsheng could not react in time, he was hit by Fang Yuan's claw. The protective cloud ring broke apart, Tai Bai Yunsheng's stomach was split open by the dragon claw, his intestines turned into mush. He did not die. Fang Yuan was surprised. He had wanted to use Dragon Breath, after all, sword-like Dragon Breath was the strongest weapon of the sword dragon. But at the crucial moment, a layer of ice appeared on his dragon mouth. Fang Yuan could not open his mouth, he could only use his dragon claw. But it was too fast and rushed, Fang Yuan did not use his full strength, and Tai Bai Yunsheng's protective cloud ring blocked most of its power, thus, Tai Bai Yunsheng managed to survive. It's Bai Ning Bing. Fang Yuan exerted strength, he forcefully opened his dragon mouth and broke the layer of ice sealing it. Fang Yuan turned around to look, his speed was too fast, he was already several li away from the five immortals. At this time, Bai Ning Bing was already in front of the four immortals, her icy blue eyes shined with a cold light as she stared at Fang Yuan fearlessly. Quick, quick, quick. He Lulan grabbed Tai Bai Yunsheng's leg, pulling him to the back. Next, she bent down and used healing methods. But Tai Bai Yunsheng's injuries were too severe, his injuries showed no signs of healing. Once a Gu immortal was injured, it was troublesome. Dao Mark Rejection. Fang Yuan's ancient sword dragon transformation would leave behind a large number of sword path Dao marks once he was injured. This was unbearable for Tai Bai Yunsheng's fragile body. Sigh, if I had man as before, it would not be so troublesome. Saying this, Tai Bai Yunsheng fell unconscious, his life hanging by a thread. This was the result of He Lulan trying her best to save him. Damned Fang Yuan, his true objective was to kill Tai Bai Yunsheng. Ing Wuxie's expression was dark. He had fallen for Fang Yuan's trap. Fang Yuan appeared to be fighting with the soul beasts, but he had been looking for an opportunity since the start of the battle. He had probably targeted Tai Bai Yunsheng long ago. After all, Tai Bai Yunsheng was the weakest among the five immortals. One had to pick the weakest one. I can't count on Tai Bai Yunsheng anymore. Ing Wuxie's expression was grim. How long had it been since the battle started? They had already lost a member, how would they deal with the powerful and ferocious Fang Yuan? Right at this time, Fang Yuan gasped inwardly, feeling something amiss. He stretched his dragon body and was surprised to find that his dragon scales were covered in a thin layer of ice. Bai Ning Bing's gaze is strange. Fang Yuan immediately reacted. Chapter 1264. Even though she had just ascended, Bai Ningbing had some advantages that ordinary Gu immortals did not have. Firstly, she had the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, one of the 10 extreme physiques. She was most proficient in cultivating ice and snow path. Similar to He Lulan's great strength true martial physique, her Dao marks surpassed ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals. Secondly, she became the owner of Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven. She inherited Bai Xiang's true inheritance and controlled all of Bai Xiang's Gu worms, among them were many rank 7 immortal Gu. However, she did not have any rank 8 immortal Gu. Bai Xiang's historical status was slightly lower than He Fan's. But the combined strength of the 5 Xiangs far surpassed He Fan. Bai Ningbing's weakness was that she was not familiar with the immortal Gu and immortal killer moves. She often failed when activating them, resulting in backlash and injuries. Nurturing, using, refining, using Gu was one of the 3 important aspects of a Gu master's cultivation. If Bai Ningbing wanted to familiarize herself with these gains, she would need to spend a long period of time to train. Therefore, there was still a long way to go before it could be used in actual combat. However, at this moment, Bai Ningbing's weakness was effectively covered up. Because she had Ing Wuxia, He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, and Shi Nu, these 4 Gu immortal companions. Because they were protecting each other, Bai Ningbing had the time to prepare her immortal killer move. Fang Yuan's information about Bai Ningbing was wrong. On one hand, he thought that Bai Ningbing was about the same as Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan. She had received benefits from Shadow Sect, thus raising her battle strength. On the other hand, even though Fang Yuan had used Qi Luck sensation many times to investigate Bai Ningbing, he did not know about Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven and other related matters. Thus, Fang Yuan greatly underestimated Bai Ningbing's true battle strength. If Fang Yuan knew the truth, he might not have chosen Tai Bai Yunsheng as his main target. He would have placed his target on Bai Ningbing. However, Fang Yuan lacked information path methods. How could he know about Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven? Although Fang Yuan had been reborn, he was far from being omniscient and omnipotent. Bai Ningbing's gaze could actually cause frost to form on the targets in her vision, slowing down their movements. This was what Bai Xiang had done in the past. Fang Yuan knew that something was wrong. Take immediate action. He immediately retreated and covered his tracks. The visibility in the licorice boundary wall was already very poor. After Fang Yuan used his means, he immediately disappeared from Bai Ningbing's sight. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth. Fang Yuan was a wily old fox. He immediately saw the limitations of this move. Even with such a trump card, he never flaunts it. Too bad we're working on it. Bai Ningbing felt very regretful. The move that Fang Yuan used to destroy the Super Gu formation in Eastern Sea was extremely powerful. Ing Wuxia, Bai Ningbing, and the rest were wary. They even felt a chill in their hearts. Along the way, they were naturally discussing how to counter Fang Yuan's move. But Fang Yuan did not use that move all along, causing Ing Wuxia and the rest's preparations to be in vain. It is a pity that I have only inherited Bai Xiang's true inheritance for a short period of time. Although this killer move has limitations, it can complement other killer moves. I can make up for it. Bai Ningbing was already barely able to activate this killer move. If she used another immortal killer move on this foundation, the chances of failure were extremely high. Bai Ningbing was not Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could multitask and activate many immortal killer moves at the same time, but Bai Ningbing's attainment in this aspect was very low. Even though Fang Yuan had retreated temporarily, he had concealed himself, but he still had the initiative and the upper hand. In this situation, Bai Ningbing could not take the risk. Once the risk failed, he or she would be in a mess, creating a flaw that Fang Yuan could exploit. Bai Ningbing understood Fang Yuan very well. With such a flaw, Fang Yuan would not let it go. Even Bai Ningbing was in awe of Fang Yuan's ability to grasp opportunities in battle. Fang Yuan is frozen by my gaze. Once he recovers, his speed will be so fast that even my gaze will not be able to keep up. Bai Ningbing thought. Fang Yuan's ancient sword dragon transformation was already very fast. adding on sword escape and his sword path Dao marks, even the rank 7 expert Yi Lui Kun Xing died from this speed. Bai Ningbing knew that her frozen gaze technique was only to catch Fang Yuan off guard. Now that Fang Yuan was on guard, if he used that terrifying speed, this immortal killer move's effect would fall to rock bottom. It seems I can only change my move. Bai Ningbing immediately decided. She had to change her move. Earlier, Fang Yuan's speed almost killed Tai Bai Yunsheng. If Bai Ningbing did not change her move and continued to use the immortal killer move Frozen Gaze, the next one to die might be her. The situation was extremely dangerous. Bai Ningbing retreated behind Shi Nu and called out to Ing Wuxia, "Protect me, I am going to use that move." Bai Ningbing and Ing Wuxia had formed an alliance again, and with a great enemy outside, both sides had revealed some of their trump cards to each other. Thus, Bai Ningbing did not say it clearly, but Ing Wuxia understood. He nodded with a solemn expression, "All right, use that move, leave your safety to us." Immediately after, Ing Wuxia ordered Shi Nu, "Even if you have to sacrifice yourself, you must protect Bai Ningbing." Shi Nu was loyal and devoted to Ing Wuxia. When he heard these words, he immediately nodded in agreement without the slightest bit of rebellion or hesitation. "Don't worry, he was hit by my frozen gaze technique. According to the weakness of the sovereign immortal body you mentioned, if he does not have a method to deal with it, he will need more than 10 breaths of time to recover," Bai Ningbing said confidently. Ing Wuxia nodded, "That's good." He did not doubt Bai Ningbing's words. Bai Xiang's methods naturally had their own uniqueness. It was not so easy to deal with an immortal killer move. Often, after fighting many times, one would be more familiar with the immortal killer move that the enemy used, and after a long period of deduction, one would be able to find a method to deal with it. The probability of Fang Yuan having a method to deal with it was very low. But right at this time, a white light suddenly flashed in the 5 immortals' vision. "Be careful. It's Sword Light Dragon Breath. Defend, protect Bai Ningbing and Tai Bai Yunsheng." Sword Light Dragon Breaths attacked like a torrential rain from before, causing Ing Wuxia and the other immortals to be flustered and exhausted. Bai Ningbing was fully concentrating on preparing an immortal killer move, while Tai Bai Yunsheng was already heavily injured and unconscious. The pressure on the remaining 3 immortals suddenly increased. They were ruthlessly suppressed and had no strength to retaliate. Fang Yuan circled around Ing Wuxia and the rest from afar. He opened his mouth and breathed out. Rays of sword light dragon breath shot towards Ing Wuxia and the rest from all directions. His sword dragon body was still covered in a thin layer of ice. Bai Ningbing's frozen gaze killer move was quite effective. Of course, the main problem was Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body. Even though he had transformed into an ancient sword dragon, the Dao marks on his body still did not reject each other. Thus, there was a flaw. Similar to Bai Ningbing's frozen gaze, when it hit Fang Yuan, it would not be weakened by the Dao marks on Fang Yuan's body, it could display its full power. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had transformed into an ancient sword dragon and had thick skin and flesh, otherwise, his body would have frozen to death. Fang Yuan breathed out, suppressing Ing Wuxia and the others as he healed. Even though he was affected by the frozen gaze, it was easy to heal. Because Dao marks did not reject each other, even if Fang Yuan used mortal methods, he could achieve a qualitative change. It was unlike Tai Bai Yunsheng, who was hard to heal after being injured. Fang Yuan continued to breathe out sword light dragon breaths, while suppressing Ing Wuxia and the others. It was also a form of probing. He soon discovered, Bai Ningbing was heavily protected by Ing Wuxia and the others. There were no flaws. Unless he broke through with brute force, there was no other way. Preparing an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan's heart was heavy. Since Ing Wuxia and the others were protecting her so seriously, it seemed that Bai Ningbing's immortal killer move was no small matter. Thus, once he recovered, he charged over. He had no restrictions in the Licorice regional wall, he could move freely, even Fang Yuan could not control his speed. It was like a ray of white light. Ing Wuxia and the others did not even have time to shout. Fang Yuan had already pierced through their formation and charged far away. Bai Ningbing broke out in cold sweat, her killer move activation almost failed. Hei Lulan was heavily injured. Her entire left arm was gone, even her left torso was affected. The wound was shocking, the flesh and bones could be seen from the outside. Blood gushed out like a fountain, quickly forming a large puddle at Hei Lulan's feet. Dao marks could be seen on the wound, it could not stop the bleeding. At this rate, Hei Lulan would be the first to die. Hei Lulan had no choice but to change her identity. In a few breaths of time, she turned into an immortal zombie. Immortal zombies could still endure this kind of injury. The boiling red blood immediately turned into green immortal zombie cold blood. Although the blood was still flowing out, the speed had decreased by countless times. He. Hei Lulan knelt on one knee on the ground, breathing heavily, but her lips were curled up. She was actually smiling. On the other side, Fang Yuan had a peculiar feeling. I was actually plotted against. What a Hei Lulan. The dragon claw that had torn off Hei Lulan's left arm still had traces of blood and flesh. At this moment, the flesh and blood had gradually turned into a lump of blood-colored fire, attaching to Fang Yuan's dragon claw on dragon scales, burning brightly. Immortal killer move, Flesh Blood Flame. This fire used flesh and blood as fuel, it continued to burn. As long as the flesh and blood did not stop, the fire would not stop. Without a method to counter it, it could not be extinguished. Moreover, the stronger the flesh and blood, the more intense the burning of the flesh and blood fire. Fang Yuan's ancient sword dragon transformation was the exact target of the flesh-blood flame. However, Fang Yuan's reaction was extremely fast. He immediately cancelled the transformation killer move and returned to his human form. Next, he activated a time path healing immortal goo. Chapter 1265. Over 20 beads of red date immortal essence were consumed at once. At the next moment, the blood-red flame vanished. Fang Yuan returned to his previous state. Sigh. Man as before is only useful on the human body. I cannot use man as before after transforming into other life forms. This is very inconvenient. And man as before has a huge limitation. Thankfully, I have the investigative killer move 3 breaths future vision. Fang Yuan sighed internally. He activated another immortal killer move. Enslavement and strength path, myriad self method. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Large numbers of Fang Yuan, numbering in the tens of thousands, gathered into a huge crowd as they charged towards Ying Wuxia and the rest. How can this be? How did he recover so quickly? Has he already gotten rid of the flesh-blood fire? Hei Lulan was extremely shocked. Fang Yuan's counterattack was too fast, it was still so powerful. Hei Lulan's heart sank to rock bottom. Hei Lulan knew that Fang Yuan had man as before immortal goo. But man as before immortal goo had a strict time requirement. Even Fang Yuan would not be able to escape unscathed. Because after he was hit, he first had to discover his state, then he had to stop his transformation. He might be hesitant during this period, only then would he activate man as before. Activating this immortal goo itself also took time. With this, Hei Lulan put herself in his shoes. If it were her, she would also have a hard time getting rid of this flesh-blood fire. Fang Yuan did not know the details of Hei Lulan and Bai Ningbing. Hei Lulan also did not know that Fang Yuan had 3 breaths future vision. This investigative killer move could allow Fang Yuan to sense his condition 3 breaths ahead of time. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan had more time to react and deal with it. All in all, Hei Lulan paid a heavy price, but it brought little negative influence to Fang Yuan. She had expended a lot of red date immortal essence. But Fang Yuan had a huge family business and was doing well financially. He did not care about this bit of money. Immortal killer move, Soul Howl. Ying Wuxia opened his mouth and roared, countless Fang Yuan phantoms around him exploded. Immortal killer move, Thorny Forest. Shi Nu stamped his right foot on the ground, and countless earth spikes rose from the ground, completely piercing through the thousands of Fang Yuan's shadows. Then, Shirnu let out a light shout, and the earth spikes shot up into the sky. A large number of myriad selves in the sky were also instantly cleared out. This move was extremely effective. It contained the second variation, causing Fang Yuan's myriad self army to almost collapse. Earth Path Rank 7 Gu Immortal Shirnu could be said to be the cornerstone of this battle. Without his contribution in defense, how could Ing Wuxia and the rest last until now? You're next. Fang Yuan transformed back into his sword WYRM form and laughed malevolently in his heart. Roar! At this moment, the tiger-like Nian roared and suddenly retreated. This ancient year beast had been summoned by Fang Yuan, and although it had been fighting all this time, the ancient year beast had not been able to escape. But Ing Wuxia's side was on guard. Its attack was not effective, and it suffered many injuries instead. The tiger-like Nian was not loyal to Fang Yuan. This could not compare to Ing Wuxia's soul beast summoning killer move. Its injuries were severe to a certain extent. It immediately ran away, piercing through space and returning to the river of time. But it did not matter. Immortal killer move, year beast summoning. Fang Yuan activated this killer move again. This time, he summoned a sheep-shaped ancient year beast. Even though year beast summoning could only summon one year beast each time. But there were many year beasts in the river of time, and this one ran away. He just had to summon another one. The sheep-shaped ancient year beast charged towards Ing Wuxia and the rest. Shirnu roared, and his body suddenly expanded, turning into a giant that was no smaller than the year beast. He stood firmly and counterattacked. Using an ingenious combat technique, he threw the year beast to the ground. There was a loud rumble. The ancient sheep-shaped year beast fell to the ground, causing the surrounding ground to shake intensely. The sheep-shaped year beast quickly got up and furiously stabbed its horns at Shirnu. While dodging, Shirnu grabbed the curved horns with both hands. The two giant creatures were entangled. It was hard to determine the victor. On Fang Yuan's side, the sword-like dragon breath's frequency and quantity had fallen by a lot. He felt waves of burning pain in his throat was about to emit smoke. Sword-like dragon breath was the ancient sword dragon's strongest method. A true ancient sword dragon could only breathe 20 to 30 times in a row. But Fang Yuan had breathed hundreds or even thousands of times, finally reaching the limit of his body. If he continued, his throat would be damaged, and the sword-like dragon breath's power would be greatly reduced. By now, the previous tiger year beast had already retreated with heavy injuries, while Fang Yuan was showing some signs of fatigue. He had already become a rank 7 Gu Immortal and had red date immortal essence. His battle strength had risen to the upper tier among rank 7s. But the enemies he was facing were not to be underestimated. Hei Lulan was a formidable woman. She had the great strength true martial physique and had annexed a strength path blessed land in Jade Pot Mountain. Her Dao marks had increased by a lot. At the same time, she had inherited Blazing Heaven Demoness true inheritance. She had a body full of immortal goo. Her battle strength was outstanding. Bai Ningbing had the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. She had turned into a mysterious dragon man. She had Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven and inherited Bai Xiang's true inheritance. There was no need to mention Ing Wuxia. He was one of Spectral Soul's main split souls. He had once had the 11th extreme physique, the last hope of Shadow Sect. His soul path attainment was extremely shocking. His attainment level of each path was unknown, but it should not be low. At least, it was in terms of luck path. Shirnu was a rockman from the variant human race. This race had abundant earth path Dao marks. Together with Shirnu's main earth path, they complemented each other. The weakest was Tai Bai Yun Sheng, but even so, this old man was becoming more resolute with age. He primarily cultivated time path, but also perfectly cultivated cloud path. He had an immortal goo in his possession, and the defensive power of Cloud Ring killer move was also very impressive. Although most of these 5 had rank 6 cultivation level, they were about the same as Fang Yuan when he was rank 6, their battle strength was extraordinary. They were all at rank 7 level. Now that they worked together, they were all elites. They had excellent temperaments, they cooperated with each other, they also had the support of Shadow Sect's remaining resources, and most importantly, they had endless methods, they were definitely stronger and harder to deal with than Yi Lui Kun Xing. Battles between Gu immortals could not be rushed. Because there were many types of immortal Gu, there were countless immortal killer moves, some were mystical, some were bold and unconstrained, some were domineering, and some were sinister and mysterious. Fang Yuan fought 1 against 5, he had the upper hand, Ying Wuxia and the rest were busy dealing with him, they could not turn the situation around. Damn it, he has not used that move even now. Ying Wuxia thought as green immortal zombie blood flowed out of his nose. Ying Wuxia wiped it off with the back of his hand, but soon, green immortal zombie blood flowed out again. Damn it! I have used immortal killer moves repeatedly, I have suffered backlash in this regional wall, even my immortal zombie body is unable to endure it. I am already in this state, the others are in an even worse state. Ying Wuxia looked at his companions, they were all pale, they were in a terrible state. Fang Yuan was not restricted here, but they were not. Not only did they have to stabilize their bodies and resist the repulsion and attraction force of the regional wall, they also had to fight against Fang Yuan, they had to use immortal killer moves frequently, the damage to their immortal apertures was unbearable. We have Shadow Sect's remaining resources, it is normal for our battle strength to rise. Fang Yuan's battle strength has also risen so quickly. This speed of improvement is simply unheard of. The 5 of us together are not his match. The more Ying Wuxia thought, the more he was wary of Fang Yuan. In the depths of this wariness, there was even a trace of fear. That's right, fear. Ying Wuxia started to feel fear. He had to admit that Fang Yuan was strong, but he was even more fearful of Fang Yuan's growth speed. Bai Xiang, activate. Bai Ningbing, who had been preparing her killer move, suddenly called out as a towering aura rose from her body. Ying Wuxia was immediately overjoyed, he looked at Bai Ningbing, you finally succeeded. Bai Ningbing's appearance had changed greatly. She had completely changed her appearance, in the blink of an eye, she had turned into a 5-meter-tall giant. She was dressed in ice armor, she had 3 heads and 6 arms, her feet were bare, frost energy was flowing around her, it was as if she was wearing an immortal's robe, she was standing on 2 frost clouds that emitted a faint blue aura. Immortal killer move, Bai Xiang. Fang Yuan, come and fight. Bai Ningbing called out as her speed burst out, she was like a white rainbow that tore through the sky. She had actually changed her defensive stance, she had taken the initiative to attack. Old grudges and new grudges, I will settle them today. Fang Yuan's dragon pupils shrunk, he did not dodge, he directly charged forward. A ray of silver light and a ray of white light crossed each other in midair. The inertia of their speed was too strong, be it by Ningbing or Fang Yuan, they were both sent flying far away. I suffered some light injuries. Fang Yuan lowered his head and saw a long sword mark on the dragon's body. The mark was very shallow, but wherever it went, the dragon scales were shredded and some parts of the dragon's skin were pierced, causing some dragon blood to seep out. In contrast, Bai Ningbing was in a much more miserable state than Fang Yuan. She had a hole in her head, 3 of her arms were destroyed, and almost half of her body was gone. But she did not lose any blood, the frost energy continued to spread, and she recovered in the blink of an eye. Bai Xiang. This immortal killer move was rumored to be undying and indestructible. Even if there is only a fingernail-sized remnant left, it can instantly regenerate and recover to its original state. Because after forming Bai Xiang, it is no longer a body of flesh and blood, but a special life form. Ying Wuxia was very excited. As expected, in the following battles, Bai Ningbing's performance was as Ying Wuxia had predicted. Even though she was not Fang Yuan's match every time they fought, she was still able to defeat him. But with Bai Xiang's characteristics, she could instantly recover to her original state. Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan's battle attracted most of Fang Yuan's firepower. The battle continued, Fang Yuan felt tired, after all, he had a body of flesh and blood, but Bai Ningbing was still full of energy. Just as Fang Yuan was about to give up on Bai Ningbing and focus on Ying Wuxia and the rest, the time is here. Ying Wuxia suddenly shouted, the aura of countless goo worms burst out from his body. he looked at Fang Yuan and called out. Chapter 1266. Fang Yuan heard Ing Wuxia shout lead soul into dream and was shocked. Lead soul into dream was a dream path immortal killer move. It was extremely powerful and rarely seen in the world. During the Battle of Etian Mountain, Ing Wuxia's lead soul into dream made Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord fall asleep and fall into a dream realm, unable to extricate himself. Fang Yuan was even hit by this move during the Battle of Etian Mountain. If not for Providence's backup plan, he would have died on the spot. In the current environment, Dream Path Immortal Goo were extremely rare, not to mention Dream Path killer moves. One move to dominate the world, against lead soul into dream, Goo immortals basically had no way to counter or defend themselves. Fang Yuan was no exception. Even though he had unraveled dream, he also had the sovereign immortal body. In the face of lead soul into dreams, even if one were to sink into the dream for an instant, there was a chance that they would fail and die in the ever-changing battlefield. Fang Yuan immediately flew up and retreated. In the process of retreating, a wave of suspicion surged in his heart. Back then, Ing Wuxia's lead soul into dream was so powerful because he had many immortal goo and the amplification of the 11th extreme physique. Right now, how many immortal goo did Ing Wuxia have to form lead soul into dream? Fang Yuan did not know the exact number, but Fang Yuan was clear that Ing Wuxia's strength path immortal zombie body would definitely lower the power of this move by countless levels. Fang Yuan quickly pulled away from Ing Wuxia and the rest, but he still did not get dragged into the dream realm. Is Ing Wuxia just trying to trick me? This thought had just appeared in Fang Yuan's mind when the scene in front of him changed. In the 500 years of his previous life, southern border, Qingmao Mountain had already been destroyed by Ningbing's self-detonation. Fang Yuan joined a caravan and became a guard, earning Yuan stone while cultivating. The caravan was in a certain valley when suddenly, two groups of people charged out. Kill! Protect the goods! The caravan was shocked, shouts of battle shook the valley. One side was the demonic path bandits, the other side was the caravan transporting the goods. The young Fang Yuan was mixed in the caravan. He gritted his teeth and showed panic on his face. This is a dream. I'm in a dream. The confusion from entering the dream realm quickly dissipated. After Fang Yuan understood, he immediately prepared to activate Unravel Dream. But at this moment, he inexplicably escaped from the dream and returned to reality. The Sword Flood Dragon was still in the world wall. What's going on? Just as Fang Yuan had this doubt, his vision changed again. He found himself being pulled into a dream again. The dream continued from the previous scene. In the mountain valley, the righteous and demonic sides were locked in a stalemate. Strange, there shouldn't be bandits living here. The young master of the caravan looked down from above and felt puzzled. The manager of the caravan beside him, who was presiding over the defense, echoed, "Yes, this is an old trade route. I don't know where this group of bandits came from. It's very strange." The young master snorted, "The strongest demonic goo masters here are only rank 2, our defense is impregnable, we are not afraid of them." Young master is right. I guarantee these bandits will not be able to return. The caravan manager laughed sinisterly. Right at this time, a rumbling sound came from above their heads. The young master and the caravan manager looked up. With this look, everyone in the caravan turned pale with fright. They saw countless boulders rolling down from the top of the mountain valley. The caravan was at the base of the mountain wall, the boulders were rolling down. The attack was not inferior to a rank 2 goo master's attack. Above the mountain wall, there were countless figures stacked on top of each other. These were all mortals, but because of their meticulous planning and correct tactics, they could display the battle strength of a rank 2 goo master. Quick, retreat! The young master's face turned pale. It's too late. The caravan manager cried out miserably. Countless boulders fell on the caravan goo master's heads, the caravan suffered heavy casualties, and the demonic side's morale rose. Damn it! Fong Yuan shook his head, leaving the dream realm again. This is indeed lead soul into dream, but its power is not complete. It can let me enter the dream realm from time to time, but it cannot make me immersed in it. But it is enough to pose a huge threat to me. Fong Yuan's heart sank. Ing Wuxia and the rest looked around vigilantly, but after waiting for a while, they still did not see Fong Yuan appear, and there were no attacks coming. He retreated? He Lulan asked in disbelief. Bai Ningbing did not speak, she looked at Ing Wuxia. Ing Wuxia sighed, say, such a pity. After the Battle of Etian Mountain, Ing Wuxia had secretly rebuilt the immortal killer move lead soul into dream. In Eastern Sea, Ing Wuxia had helped He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunsheng and the rest to add immortal gu. He naturally had more gains. But until now, he had only barely formed the killer move lead soul into dream. Originally, Ing Wuxia had planned to use lead soul into dream when Fong Yuan activated his trump card. But Fong Yuan did not make a move. As long as Fong Yuan tried to activate his trump card, he would need a long time to prepare. Ing Wuxia would have the chance to make a move. If Fong Yuan was hit by lead soul into dream and fell into a dream realm, even if it was only for an instant, the immortal killer move's activation would fail. The stronger the immortal killer move, the greater the damage the gu immortal would suffer if the activation failed. Undeniably, if Fong Yuan fell into a dream realm while activating that trump card, the activation would fail and he would suffer heavy injuries. Ing Wuxia explained in detail. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan and the rest felt it was a pity. However, in that situation, Ing Wuxia had no choice but to make a move. If he did not make a move, Fong Yuan's attack would succeed, it would cause a qualitative change, the battle would be tilted to one side, and Ing Wuxia and the rest would die here. Ing Wuxia's judgment towards the situation was very sharp and accurate. Now it seems that Fong Yuan will not attack for the time being. Let's go. Lead soul into dream is not complete, its effect will weaken as time passes. Ing Wuxia ordered. The five immortals continued their journey. But not long after, Fong Yuan attacked again. After a while, the dream realm's interference towards him became smaller and smaller. Fong Yuan was not willing to let Ing Wuxia and the rest escape from under his nose, he immediately chased after them. Tai Bai Yunsheng was still unconscious, the four immortals were entangled by Fong Yuan, it was already difficult for them to move through the regional wall, with Fong Yuan's interference, it became even more difficult for them to move forward. Be careful. A familiar voice came from behind Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan did not have time to react, he only heard a loud sound as stone fragments fell from above, smashing onto Fong Yuan's head. Uncle Big Beard, you saved my life, thank you. Fong Yuan saw Uncle Big Beard not far away, he immediately reacted. Earlier, he was almost hit by a falling boulder, thankfully, Uncle Big Beard moved and destroyed the boulder, saving his life. Lad, don't fight, protect yourself. Uncle Big Beard said. Right at this time, at the center of the caravan, the steward's scream could be heard, someone come, protect young master. Unknowingly, two rank 3 demonic path gu masters had already barged into the center, attacking the caravan's owner, the young master who had once humiliated Fong Yuan. The young master was in dire straits, danger was everywhere, the righteous path gu masters were on tenterhooks. You stay here, I'll go support you. The bearded uncle said and hurried off. Dream realms attacked again and again, Fong Yuan did not have a good time either. The Dream Realm's attack greatly affected his performance, he could only display 20 to 30% of his battle strength. But in terms of battle situation, it was even more disadvantageous to Ing Wuxia and the rest. From the battle, they could clearly feel that Fong Yuan was getting less and less affected by the Dream Realm. Meanwhile, Ing Wuxia and the rest had yet to leave the regional wall. You guys leave, I will deal with him. At the crucial moment, Shi Nu stood up. Immortal killer move, earth sealing border. A horrifying cracking sound came from all over his body, and there were cracks all over his body from the inside out. At the same time, with him as the center, the surrounding hundreds of li of space underwent a mystical change, becoming one, separated from the surrounding space. Fong Yuan wanted to retreat, but the dream realm attacked at the crucial moment, causing him to lose the chance and get trapped within the range of the killer move. Fong Yuan breathed out dragon breath. The sword-light dragon breath had not even flown 5 to 6 steps before it vanished. Chapter 1267. You are courting death. Dragon eyes stared at Shirnu. Fong Yuan was slightly angry. Shirnu raised his head and looked at Fong Yuan, shouting, "Master, leave quickly. Leave quickly. Shirnu, I will remember your loyalty." Ing Wuxia took a deep look at Shirnu before turning around and leaving. He led the other two immortals and quickly retreated. Because Fong Yuan was desperately entangled by Shirnu, this time, Ing Wuxia and the others successfully walked out of the Licorice Regional Wall and officially entered Northern Plains. The moment they stepped into the grassland, Ing Wuxia immediately called out Tai Bai Yuncheng from his immortal aperture. The latter had already woken up from unconsciousness, but his injuries were still very severe and his life was still in danger. Combining the power of the four immortals, they immediately activated the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel and instantly disappeared. In the dream realm, the battle was already over. The demonic path bandits who launched the sneak attack had all lost their lives, none survived. The caravan was not much better off, there were heavy casualties. Corpses were everywhere in the valley and blood flowed everywhere. Uncle Big Beard, pull yourself together. Quickly wake up. The young Fong Yuan was lying beside the big bearded Gu master, looking at the terrifying injuries on his body with a panicked expression. Someone come quickly, someone come and save him. Fong Yuan shouted with a hoarse voice. But no one came. Fong Yuan quickly ran to the young master. "Young master, Uncle Big Beard was injured to save you, he is about to die, quickly save him." "He can't be saved, the injuries are not the main point, the main point is that he was hit by that poison goo, we can't save him." The young master shook his head and smiled bitterly. "No, you have a way. Aren't you also hit by the same poison goo?" Fong Yuan said. The young master's expression sank. "You want me to waste my precious goo worm for an outsider? Do you know this healing goo worm can only be used a limited number of times? But Uncle Big Beard was injured to save you, young master." Fong Yuan argued. "Even if he doesn't save me, I have the guards that my father has secretly arranged for me to protect myself." The young master sneered, waving his hand at Fong Yuan, "Get lost, how can my healing goo be used on a small fry like you?" Fong Yuan gritted his teeth and glared at the young master. He clenched his fists and stood still. "Do you want to die?" The young man's face was filled with anger. Fong Yuan. At this time, the bearded Gu master woke up and called out softly. Fong Yuan shuddered. He quickly turned around and ran to the bearded man. "Bearded uncle, you're awake." Fong Yuan was pleasantly surprised. "Don't go against the young master. The one who will suffer is you. Don't force it. How can such a precious healing goo be used on small fry like us?" The bearded man said this and laughed at himself. "But, uncle, your injuries." Fong Yuan was very sad, choking with sobs. Plop. With a soft sound, Shirnu knelt on the ground powerlessly. He. He looked at the sword dragon floating in front of him and laughed. "I succeeded. Master and the rest successfully retreated, ha. Shadow sect is undefeated, long live spectral soul." Fong Yuan stretched out his dragon claw and crushed him. Releasing the dragon claw, stone fragments and fragments scattered on the ground. How could one distinguish Shirnu's original appearance? "Die then die, what are you shouting for?" Fong Yuan sneered and picked up the most crucial piece from the pile of stones. Then he flew out of the Licorice Regional Wall and returned to Northern Plains. He threw the crucial stone on the ground. Immediately, the immortal aperture inside started to absorb Northern Plains heaven and earth chi and started to form the immortal aperture, forming a blessed land. Fang Yuan did not wait, instead he activated the immortal killer move Qi Luck Sensation and searched for the location of Ing Wuxia and the rest. With this investigation, Fang Yuan immediately found that Ing Wuxia and the rest were already very far away from him. Humph! Did he use that ancient battle formation from before? But what does that matter? You will all die in my hands sooner or later. But this location seems to be inside Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench. Fang Yuan returned to his human form and frowned slightly. He was naturally familiar with the location of Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Dark Flow giant city was buried there, but no one had found it yet. It was not strange for Ing Wuxia and the rest to investigate after entering it. Southern Border Zombie Alliance has already been destroyed, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters is being attacked, while Northern Plains Zombie Alliance has been hiding in Earth Trench without being discovered. It seems that Ing Wuxia and the rest will rise again. This was inevitable. There were cultivation resources in Dark Flow Giant City, as well as various immortal goo that were originally in the hands of Northern Plains immortal zombies. But Shi Nu was already dead and they were all injured. In the following battles, even if they were in Northern Plains and not inside the regional wall, Fang Yuan would still have the advantage. Shi Nu's immortal aperture had already formed. Fang Yuan entered and found that he could not subdue the land spirit. He was only an Earth Path Master and not a Grandmaster, he could not annex the rank 7 blessed land, he could only give up for now. In the dream, hearing that there was a type of herb that could alleviate the poison in Goo Master Big Beard, the young Fang Yuan chose to secretly leave the group and climb the mountain walls at night, picking the herbs that grew there. The mountain winds were cold, his limbs felt cold. The mountain walls were steep, if he fell down carelessly, he would die a horrible death. I must pick the herb and heal Uncle Big Beard. He saved my life, how can I not repay this debt? Persevere, Fang Yuan, don't be afraid, huff huff, breathing roughly, Fang Yuan stretched out his hand with difficulty, after some effort, he finally found a herb. At daybreak, he carried a basket full of herbs, his clothes were tattered as he returned to the camp in a sorry state. Alright, this dream realm is finally over. Fang Yuan woke up from the dream. At this point, he had finally gotten rid of the dream realm's entanglement, he had completely recovered. This dream realm was not without benefits, the number of dream path goo materials inside was beyond Fang Yuan's imagination. In the final scene, Fang Yuan was carrying a basket full of herbs, they were all dream path goo materials. If I was dreaming, I would not have such huge gains. Don't tell me, Ing Wuxia's lead soul into dream, although it can be used to attack, is actually a killer move for picking dream path goo materials? Fang Yuan flew as he guessed. Without the dream realm's disturbance, he started to chase after Ing Wuxia again. Even if Ing Wuxia escaped to the ends of the world, Fang Yuan was going to kill this threat while it was still in its infancy. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Fairy Lian Yun, don't activate Love Immortal Goo anymore. You have already paid the price, you can no longer make a sound. If you activate it so frequently, who knows what kind of price you will have to pay next time? Shi Zhengyi urged. Zhao Lianyun shook her head, her gaze was firm. Earlier, in the dangerous battle with Zhao Dinyo, Love Immortal Goo had displayed its power. But this time, Love Immortal Goo did not devour immortal essence, instead, it took something from Zhao Lianyun as the price. That thing was Zhao Lianyun's voice. After the intense battle, Zhao Lianyun could no longer make any sound. Even if she was a mute, she could not make any sounds. Hong Yun is still waiting for me to save him. I cannot watch from the sidelines and wait here. So what if there is no sound? I can continue to communicate with you through goo worms, it is no big deal. It's no big deal. Zhao Lianyun transmitted to Shi Zhengyi. Shi Zhengyi sighed, he could not persuade her any further, he could only let Zhao Lianyun do what she wanted. But this time, no matter how Zhao Lianyun called out, Love Immortal Goo did not move, there were no signs of activation. Zhao Lianyun had no choice but to leave the 12th peak with Shi Zhengyi. Once they left this range, Zhao Lianyun was sent to another peak, separated from Shi Zhengyi. Different from before, there were sounds of intense battle coming from this peak. Who is fighting here? It should be one of you Yi Zi, Buzhen Zi, or Mu Ling Lan. Zhao Lianyan was surprised and happy. She quickly ran up the mountain. She climbed all the way, and soon, she reached the palace at the peak. The smell of blood assaulted her nose. In the Crimson Palace, a beautiful young Gu immortal was engaged in a fierce battle with a snowy mountain Gu immortal. It was Refinement Path Gu immortal Yu Yi Zi. Yu Yi Zi, hold on, I am here to support you. Zhao Lianyan transmitted. Yu Yi Zi was overjoyed. She quickly replied, be careful, this is a true blood path demonic immortal. Chapter 1268. Blood Path Gu Immortal. Because of Blood Sea Ancestor and other historical reasons, as well as the characteristics of Blood Path, all Blood Path cultivators in the 5 regions were judged as demonic path members. Previously, when Chu's sect and Bai Zhu tribe formed an alliance to deal with the Huang Jin tribes, Chu Du's side could have attracted a strong ally. Unfortunately, this person cultivated Blood Path. Chu Du immediately rejected him without any hesitation. That was because Chu Du wanted to establish a righteous path force. Once he got involved with Blood Path, he would be classified as demonic path. Chu Du's efforts would go to waste. But Snowy Mountain Blessed Land did not have such concerns. Because Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was the gathering place of Northern Plains demonic path Gu immortals. It was not a clan or a sect. Be it a clan or a sect, they all had the characteristics of nurturing members, they all had mortal members. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was only a union of benefits. After Zhao Lianyan left the 12th Snowy Peak, he arrived at the 10th Snowy Peak. The one guarding this place was a demonic path Gu immortal. His name was Zhao Pu. He wore hemp clothes and cloth shoes, he was bald and had an ordinary face, he was neither tall nor short. He stood at the center of the hall, while Yu Yi retreated until he reached the edge of the hall. The latter was bathed in blood, his injuries were terrifying. When Zhao Lianyan saw her companion, she almost couldn't recognize him. Yu Yi was a delicate youth with a beautiful appearance, but at this moment, he looked like he had just rolled around in a sea of blood and was fished out of it by someone. This Gu immortal's other abilities are ordinary, but he has a very powerful Blood Path immortal killer move. When it is activated, blood will splatter all over his body, then it will turn into a torrent of blood that shoots out. Once the torrent of blood touches the skin, it will be a hit. After that, blood will flow non-stop, and as time passes, the bleeding situation will worsen. You must be careful. Yu Yi had been fighting bitterly. He quickly warned Zhao Lianyan upon seeing him. I got it. Rest up first, I will deal with him. Zhao Lianyan stepped forward. Good, another one came to die. Zhao Pu stood in place, unmoving, his arms crossed over his chest. He laughed viciously, revealing his ghastly, sharp teeth. Instantly, a devilish, murderous aura surged out. Immortal killer move, life-locking silver chain. Zhao Lianyan had been brewing for a long time. At this moment, a large number of Gu worm auras surged in her body. As her immortal essence was expended, a silver light membrane covered her entire body. Voila! A series of sounds of chains colliding rang out from the silver membrane. Then, 6 long chains shot out from the silver light film. The 6 chains shone with a bright silver light and were extremely agile. They flew around Zhao Lianyan's body in circles, forming a solid defense. Zhao Lianyan had gone through a lot of special training. Not long ago, he had fought a death battle with Zhao Dainyu. It was as if he had been reborn. Every move he made during the battle had a decisive and murderous aura. He was no longer the young and inexperienced boy he used to be. The 10th Peak Lord, Blood Path Demonic Immortal Zhao Pu, watched as Zhao Lianyan activated his killer move, but did not stop him. It was as if he did not care and allowed Zhao Lianyan to do as he pleased. Zhao Lianyan saw this and immediately activated another immortal killer move. Meteor Rain. Another batch of immortal essence was expended. Above Zhao Lianyan's head, at the high ceiling of the hall, a deep blue color suddenly appeared. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, countless meteors shot out from this deep blue color, raining down from the sky. It was like a huge army shooting arrows at the same time. It was a spectacular sight. These meteors were very small, they were like countless hidden weapons. Once they were shot out, they had a grand momentum and rained down like a storm. There was no way to avoid them. If Zhao Pu did not move, he would be turned into a sieve by these tiny meteors. He did not dare to be careless. Suddenly, a huge blood cloud appeared above his head. It was like a huge umbrella that protected Zhao Pu. The meteors were completely blocked by the blood cloud. The blood cloud shrunk at a visible rate. Zhao Pu gritted his teeth and stepped on the ground. His body turned into a red line as he shot towards Zhao Lianyan. Zhao Lianyan's mind shook. He subconsciously took a step back. Meanwhile, the silver chains around her had already moved before her. One of them shot towards Zhao Pu like a dragon. Zhao Pu quickly dodged. He moved away from this direction and chose another direction. But almost at the same time, another silver chain shot towards him. Zhao Pu had no choice but to retreat and choose another direction. After doing this several times, Zhao Pu was surprised to find that these silver chains could attack on their own. They could be said to be a combination of offense and defense. Not only were individual chains very agile, they could even coordinate with each other. Little girl, your defensive killer move is not bad. Zhao Pu's attacks were useless. He did not try anymore. He retreated some distance and used his methods again to replenish the thinning blood cloud above his head. This was only natural. Zhao Lianyan had many immortal killer moves. These methods were specially chosen by Spirit Affinity House and even Celestial Court for Zhao Lianyan. They were especially suitable for beginners like Zhao Lianyan. Not only were the killer moves easy to control, even if they failed, the backlash would not be huge, and most importantly, the killer moves themselves were very outstanding. Above his head, the meteors were still falling down. Zhao Pu continued to replenish the blood cloud above his head. Uez was hiding at the side, healing himself. Zhao Lianyan did not reply. She silently continued to prepare her third immortal killer move. But she was most familiar with the first two killer moves, Meteor Rain and Life-Locking Silver Chain. This third move was slightly more complicated than the first two. During normal training, Zhao Lianyan only needed to spend some effort to activate it. But in actual combat, she found that it took much more effort. Although she had the protection of Life-Locking Silver Chain now, and the environment was relatively safe, similar to training, her mental state was very different. She had tried many times and ended up making mistakes. Another immortal killer move? Don't you know that immortal killer moves cannot be used casually? The more you use them, the higher the chance of your weakness being exposed. Let me teach you how to fight. Zhao Pu laughed sinisterly, pouncing forward again. But this time, when he was halfway there, his mouth was wide open. Ha! A huge explosion suddenly burst out, and Zhao Lianyan immediately felt the blood in her body shake violently. In Zhao Lianyan's phantom aperture, a small portion of the goo worms that had just flown up were disrupted and fell down again. Among them, many mortal goo were lost. Zhao Pu was a blood path demonic immortal, but he had a sound path method. Zhao Lianyan was caught off guard. Even Uez's healing was disrupted. Like this, Zhao Pu surrounded Zhao Lianyan and attacked. Life-Locking Silver Chain protected Zhao Lianyan's safety. But Zhao Lianyan did not succeed in activating her third immortal killer move. She was disrupted by Zhao Pu in all sorts of ways. Zhao Lianyan was filled with helplessness. She thought, this opponent is like Uez said, his other methods are ordinary, he cannot break my life-locking silver chain. But he is very difficult to deal with, he has all sorts of methods, my killer moves have failed time and time again. No, I need to persevere. Zhao Lianyan was determined. She continued to try activating her immortal killer move. Maybe because she had been disrupted too many times and failed too many times, her willpower was tempered and her conviction was firm. Finally, at one point, her eyes shined with a piercing light. Next, Zhao Lianyan stretched out her right hand, she opened her mouth and spat out a stream of fire from her right palm. The fire stopped in Zhao Lianyan's palm, it was a fireball at first, floating above her right palm. Next, Zhao Lianyan continued to spit out fire, the fire in her palm started to expand. Strangely, this fire did not expand as a whole, it expanded to the left and right. Soon, Zhao Lianyan had a fire rod in her hand. The fire rod stopped expanding after it reached the length of a grown man's arm. The flames on the rod were burning brightly, but now they started to recede. After a few breaths, the lingering tongues of flame all converged, and the flames condensed into something that looked like a rod made of copper. Zhao Lianyan closed her mouth, she suddenly opened it and shouted sharply, "Zha!" Chapter 1269. The fire rod was hit by the golden light, but it completely absorbed the golden light into the rod. The golden light quickly moved around the fire rod, before stopping at one end of the rod, gradually turning into a sharp spear tip. At this point, the fire rod had completely turned into a red-gold short spear. Immortal Killer Move Golden Sun Spear, activated successfully. Your death is here. Zhao Lianyan let out a breath of turbid air, her face filled with excitement. Her right hand tightly gripped Golden Sun Spear as she slowly raised her arm, aiming at Zhao Pu. She was in high spirits and her morale was high. Zhao Pu had a solemn expression as he stared at the Golden Sun Spear in Zhao Lianyan's hands, praising, "This spear is amazing, its temperature and radiance are both reserved, once it explodes, it will definitely cause terrifying damage." But at this point, he suddenly changed the topic, and his face revealed a smile as if he had succeeded in his scheme. He continued to speak to Zhao Lianyan, "Don't you feel that there is something wrong with you now?" Only then did Zhao Lianyan feel something warm and salty flowing down the side of her lips. She stretched out her left hand and wiped it lightly, discovering that it was actually blood. Unknowingly, she had started to bleed. This is... Zhao Lianyan's pupils shrunk to pin size, her body shuddered. "This is my killer move, blood overflow." He. Zhao Pu laughed heartily. "Impossible. You clearly..." Zhao Lianyan was just speaking when a large amount of blood flowed out of her mouth, her white teeth were dyed red. Ha, you want to ask why I don't have any signs of activating the Immortal Killer move? Actually, I have already activated it, I just changed the method. Zhao Pu laughed. "Don't tell me, this is the rumored split move method?" Yuez's eyes opened wide as he blurted out. Zhao Pu glanced at him, "Kid, you are quite knowledgeable. Goo worm nurturing, using, and refining, these three aspects were broad and profound. In terms of goo refinement, there were all kinds of goo refinement methods. In terms of using goo, it was naturally the same. When it came to Immortal Killer moves, there were many extraordinary methods and techniques. For example, Blazing Heaven Demonis combo. She could use 2 or more kinds of Fire Path Immortal Killer moves consecutively to achieve even stronger effects. Another example was Fang Yuan's mastery of changing moves. The myriad self of the enslavement and power style was able to summon a large number of Strength Path Phantoms to fight. But after changing moves, Fang Yuan had Myriad Self's first move, Strength Path Giant Palm Imprint. This move itself was based on the Myriad Self. However, it could achieve some offensive effects that the Myriad Self could not achieve. But now, Zhao Pu was using a method of deconstruction. If he directly used Blood Path Immortal Killer move, Blood Flow Exhaustion, the vigilant Zhao Lianyan would discover it and destroy it in advance or evade it. However, Zhao Pu had split this move into several parts and used them one after another during the fight. When all of these parts were used, they would be able to achieve the power of Blood Drain. The benefits of doing so were obvious. There was no iconic scene, so people would unknowingly fall into the trap, and it was impossible to guard against it. Damn it! So he had been concealing himself, he had been faking it. On the surface, he attacked repeatedly but did not break my life-locking silver chain's defense, but in truth, he was secretly scheming and achieved his goal. After a while, Zhao Yanyan found that not only was blood flowing out of his mouth and nose, blood was also flowing out of his ears. His eyes were also filled with a faint blood-red color. This caused Zhao Yanyan's vision to become blurry. Zhao Yanyan's heart was pounding. She could not help but think of Yu Yi's appearance. I was still hit in the end. If this continues, won't I end up like Yu Yi? So crafty. Zhao Yanyan's mind was in turmoil. He threw the golden sun spear in his hand at Zhao Pu. But Zhao Pu was already prepared. He was very vigilant against the flame spear in Zhao Yanyan's hand. The moment Zhao Yanyan shrugged, he had already started to move. The golden sun spear did not have the ability to lock onto the enemy, but its speed was extremely fast. It brushed past Zhao Pu. Zhao Pu was shocked. The golden sun spear pierced through the hull, directly shooting into the air outside the hull, before exploding with a loud sound. Boundless heat waves spread in all directions, fiercely attacking. The dazzling golden light and the scorching flames instantly formed a small sun-like sphere. But soon, this sun sphere disappeared. Such power, if it really hit me. Zhao Pu was covered in cold sweat. Fortunately, they were already hit. Sigh. Yu Yi sighed to himself. He walked to Zhao Yanyan's side and started to fight alongside her. Zhao Yanyan was somewhat dejected. Her morale was low. She still had too little battle experience. Her mental state was easily affected. This immortal killer move Golden Sun Spear was originally a rare advantage for her, but now she had almost wasted it. Your injuries. Zhao Yanyan worriedly looked at her companion. Yu Yi's injuries did not show any signs of improvement. Zhao Pu laughed. You think I let you rest and heal because I purposely let you go? He, as long as you are hit by this move, unless I personally heal you, ordinary methods are useless. You have tried it yourself. What effect did it have? But I am still a kind person. I will allow you two to surrender, as long as you kneel and beg for mercy, and hand over the immortal goo. I will take you two as slaves and spare your lives. Don't even think about it. Zhao Yanyan gritted her teeth, interrupting Zhao Pu's recruitment. Zhao Pu was unaffected. She laughed loudly. The battle is already decided. Do you still not understand the situation? A wise man submits to circumstances. You guys are still young. If you die, everything will be over. If you live, there will still be hope. Yu Yi sneered. I indeed cannot heal my injuries. I can only let more blood flow. But I did not leave empty-handed. I have already deduced clearly, as long as I kill you, our injuries will heal on their own. Zhao Pu's expression changed slightly. He sized up Yu Yi again. Lad, I have a whole new level of respect for you now. Yu Yi was an extremely talented refinement path Gu immortal. His attainment in refinement path was very deep. Even rank 7 Gu immortals often discussed Gu refinement with him, and even asked him for guidance. Yu Yi was not only skilled in Gu refinement, he was also good at deducing Gu recipes. Refinement path and wisdom path were two paths that were close. They could coordinate with each other. Yu Yi deduced the truth from the wounds on his body and Zhao Pu's various performances. We must kill him before our blood runs dry. If he doesn't die, we will. Yu Yi transmitted to Zhao Yanyan with a heavy tone. The two of them were indeed forced into a dead end. Only by fearlessly killing their way back and killing their enemies could they obtain the right to survive. Do it! Zhao Yanyan shouted in a low voice. She was even more efficient. Arrogant and conceited fellows, I will let you taste my true strength. Zhao Pu laughed loudly, valiantly pouncing forward, fighting 1 against 2. Both sides fought in the hall, exchanging blows. For a moment, they were evenly matched. Life-locking silver chains continued to shoot out. Zhao Pu had a blood cloud above his head and a blood cloud below his feet. After dodging 3 chains, he aimed at the other 3 silver chains and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood stained the silver chains, immediately turning them into a pool of dirty blood. 8 refinement gates. 3rd gate, hand gate, open. Uez took the chance to pounce, his palms slapping towards Zhao Pu from afar. Immediately, two dainty palm shadows struck Zhao Pu's back at an extremely fast speed. Zhao Pu gave a muffled groan, blood spurting out of his back, covering his injuries. A trace of astonishment flashed past his face, thinking, strange, why did this lad's attack power increase by so much? Uez might be a refinement path Gu immortal, but his battle strength was also extraordinary. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to make targeted changes. Especially his immortal killer move 8 refinement gates, it could be modified according to the actual situation, adding some targeted restraining power. Chapter 1270. If someone risked their life, their threat would naturally increase. In contrast, Blood Path demonic immortal Zhao Pu did not want to risk his life. As long as he could stall for time, he could obtain victory. So for a moment, Zhao Pu was being suppressed by Zhao Lianyun and Uez. However, Zhao Pu's battle experience was not something the Central Continent immortals could compare to. He was extremely slippery, twisting and turning. Zhao Lianyun and Uez were unable to take him down. As time passed, the situation tilted in Zhao Pu's favor. Uez was the first to weaken. He was hit much earlier than Zhao Lianyun, he received more injuries, and finally fainted from excessive blood loss. Your companion might have died from excessive blood loss, you will be next. You don't have much time left, why aren't you attacking? Zhao Pu smiled. Zhao Lianyun was extremely annoyed. She knew that Zhao Pu was purposely provoking her to disturb her mental state, but she could not calm herself down. She became more and more restless. Her eyes kept bleeding, her vision was blurry and filled with blood. More terrifyingly, not only was she bleeding from her orifices, her entire body was leaking blood from her pores. Damn it, damn it! Intense dizziness kept coming. Zhao Lianyun was already unable to stand steadily, her body was swaying. Finally, Zhao Pu attacked from afar, sending Zhao Lianyun flying. After landing on the ground, she rolled 3 times before stopping. Damn it! Zhao Lianyun used her hands to support herself. She wanted to get up, but because of excessive blood loss, she had no strength left in her body. She was extremely weak. She couldn't even push herself up from the ground. Everything is over. Zhao Pu crossed her arms, slowly walking in front of Zhao Lianyun. He looked down at her. Blood. It kept flowing out from Zhao Lianyun's body. Soon, a pool of blood formed around her. Zhao Lianyun was lying in a pool of blood. She was completely covered in blood, and even her eyes were bleeding. There were also tears in his eyes. Is it going to end? Here it is. Blood. I'm not afraid at all this time, Hongyun. A scene from the past appeared in Zhao Lianyun's mind. And that was during the imperial court battle. Zhao Lianyun had lost his father's protection, and he didn't want to become a political bargaining chip and sacrifice himself to marry the Wei family's young master, so he could only rely on Ma Hongyun for the time being. During a battle, Zhao Lianyun was unfortunately shot in the thigh by a stray arrow. Blood flowed like a fountain. I'm going to die. Ah, it hurts. I'm going to die. Zhao Lianyun lay on the carriage. Howling, tears welled up in his eyes. Stop arguing, Miss Xiaoyun, you won't die. It's just a small wound. Ma Hongyun skillfully bandaged her wound while comforting her. Blood, so much blood. Don't you know I'm scared of blood? I've never been so badly injured before. Zhao Lianyun sighed. How can you be so delicate? It's normal for people of northern plains to be injured. Most of the time, scars represent glory and merit. Ma Hongyun said. Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes. Do you even know how to comfort people? Sigh, why am I so unlucky? Ha ha ha. Ma Hongyun laughed loudly. He used the wrong strength in his hand. Zhao Lianyun cried in pain, it hurts. Be gentler. Also, what are you laughing at? I'm already so badly injured, but you seem to be happy. Ma Hongyun quickly waved his hand. But he continued to laugh. I'm not happy, I just feel that Miss Xiao Yun is really cute. Normally, she acts like an elder, making people respect her. The current Miss Yun makes me feel like a younger sister who is even younger than me. You are quite arrogant. Zhao Lianyun was about to explode when Ma Hongyun suddenly placed his hand on her forehead. Zhao Lianyun was stunned. For some reason, she felt warmth in her heart. Ma Hongyun continued, there is no fever. This is a good thing. Miss Xiao Yun, you can't be so delicate. Just a few injuries. There is nothing wrong with losing some blood. If you shout like this again, people will laugh at you. The memory ended here. Laugh at me? The current me. I won't let you laugh at me anymore. In order to save you, I really lost all my blood. Thinking about it, it is really strange that I was willing to die for someone. So, even if I die, I am willing to do so. Thoughts flashed in Zhao Lianyun's mind. Die! Zhao Pu shouted. He raised his palm and stabbed it down like a knife. A fatal blow. If this strike were to land, it would be able to easily pierce through Zhao Lianyun's head like piercing through tofu. But at this moment, Zhao Lianyun's body suddenly let out a strong light. The light was so dazzling that Zhao Pu could not help but close her eyes and retreat. Why is there such a strong light? Impossible. This aura is so strong. Ah! Zhao Pu could not help but scream. In the light, his whole body could not move. Soon, he was like snow melting under the scorching sun, completely destroyed. At the crucial moment, Love Gu showed its might again, directly killing Zhao Pu. Northern Plains, deep in Earth Trench. Ing Wuxia, where do you think you can hide? Fong Yuan's sword dragon form roared in Earth Trench, his voice reverberated in the surroundings, filled with killing intent. Using Qi Luck sensation, Fong Yuan moved quickly and finally arrived at the depths of Earth Trench. In the shadows, a giant city slowly rose up. Ing Wuxia was standing on top of the giant city. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Ing Wuxia spoke, his gaze was calm and his tone plain. Humph. Shi Nu is dead, with just the four of you and this mortal goo house. Fong Yuan sneered. Although Dark Flow Giant City was huge and looked grand, it was only a mortal goo house and not an immortal goo house. It was not easy to form an immortal goo house. Even if Shadow Sect had many immortal goo, they could not casually raise Dark Flow Giant City into an immortal goo house. If there was an immortal goo house, Fong Yuan would feel a lot of wariness. Because the power of an immortal goo house increased with the amount of immortal essence. Fong Yuan had once used Giant Sun's immortal essence to manipulate graceful chaotic dual stage, which shone brilliantly during the Battle of Tian Mountain. But Dark Flow Giant City was only a mortal goo house, it was not a threat to Fong Yuan. Then what if I join in? A second figure appeared on top of Dark Flow Giant City. This person was only a rank 6 goo immortal, but was an old acquaintance of Fong Yuan. It was the spy that Shadow Sect placed in Langya Sect, Refinement Path Gu Immortal 6th Hair. Fong Yuan's gaze sank slightly. Fong Yuan did not care about 6th Hair's battle strength. But 6th Hair and Fong Yuan were both members of Langya Sect, they were restricted by the Information Path Alliance Agreement. This made it very inconvenient for Fong Yuan to deal with 6th Hair. If he was careless, he would be punished by the Information Path Alliance Agreement and be heavily injured. However, Fong Yuan had expected 6th Hair's appearance. Kill! Fong Yuan swung his dragon tail and pounced forward. Dark Flow Giant City retreated rapidly. At the same time, a battlefield killer move rose up and a large number of Yaksha octopuses surrounded them. Your identity is enough to make Fong Yuan hesitate in taking action. Stall for time, after a while, we can use omnidirectional travel again. Ing Wuxia patted 6th Hair's shoulder. Lord, go and rest, I will handle this. 6th Hair said to Ing Wuxia. Ing Wuxia nodded, got off the city wall, and disappeared into Dark Flow Giant City. This was a massacre. Even though there were more Yiksha octopuses, they were not Fang Yuan's match. The ancient sword dragon created a storm of blood in the encirclement, rampaging in the battlefield, sweeping everything in its path. Even though Dark Flow Giant City was in sight, Fang Yuan did not dare to recklessly use Sword Light Dragon Breath. It would be bad if he killed Sixth Hair. He would suffer instead. Ing Wuxia and the rest might counterattack and he might die here. Even though Ing Wuxia and the rest were at a disadvantage, Fang Yuan was not blindly optimistic. He knew he had the advantage, but it was not enough to suppress them. Especially by Ning Bing, who could transform into Bai Xiang, and Ing Wuxia, who had lead soul into Dream. Even though the former only had rank 6 cultivation level, and the latter's lead soul into Dream was only half-baked. Information path. When can I not be restricted by this path? Fang Yuan was vexed. Information path was the pain in his heart. Fang Yuan had tried to work hard, but he lacked some fortuitous encounters. He could not resolve this problem. Chapter 1271. When Fang Yuan killed a wave of Yiksha octopuses, a wave of wall-climbing demonic apes appeared. These apes were ferocious beasts of Earth Trench. They were not inferior to the Yiksha octopuses. After killing this wave of wall-climbing demonic apes, Fang Yuan was attacked by a large group of red flame snakes. These beast groups are likely controlled by Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. For example, the Yiksha octopuses are likely the rank 7 immortal zombie dragon commander Yi Cha. The other Zombie Alliance branches in the other regions are all attacked, only Northern Plains side is protected by Earth Trench. Not just these desolate beasts, with He Lolan's performance earlier, there might be immortal goo as well. This way, the battle strength of Ing Wuxia and the rest will need to be reconsidered. However, immortal killer moves cannot be grasped in the short term. With just immortal goo, there is the disadvantage of conflicting Dao marks. Fang Yuan analyzed the information as he fought. Right at this time, a large group of desolate beast horses charged towards Fang Yuan. These horses were very peculiar. They had a pair of goat horns on their heads, their bodies were covered in burning charcoal, they breathed out thick smoke from their noses, their tails and hooves were covered in dark red flames. Dream Path Desolate Beast, Nightmare Demonic Colt. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment before realizing. At this time, there are nightmare demonic colts, and there are so many of them. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Nightmare demonic colts were Dream Path Desolate Beasts. They were very common in the 500 years of his previous life. But now, they were extremely rare. Fang Yuan had thought that they had not formed yet. Times were changing, people were changing, the world was also changing. Many goo materials. They were all extinct, causing strength path, chi path, and other paths to decline. Similarly, there were also many new goo materials being created. Dream path. Paths that were popular in the 500 years of his previous life. Right now, goo immortals were researching them. Even though there were some results, they were very small, they could be said to not have any foundation. After 500 years, many Dream Path goo materials started to appear. Nightmare demonic colts were one of them. Thus, Fang Yuan had always thought that nightmare demonic colts did not exist at this time. To think that the nightmare demonic colts before him would make him realize that his estimation was completely wrong. Well done. This bunch of nightmare demon colts. I must have it. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. What did a Dream Path Desolate Beast mean? It meant a large number of Dream Path goo materials. Why had Fang Yuan worked so hard to delve into his dreams? It was to collect Dream Path goo materials. If he had these nightmare demonic colts, Fang Yuan could use them to refine large numbers of Dream Path mortal goo, or even Dream Path immortal goo. He was exploring Southern Border's giant dream realm. Why was Unravel Dream not enough? Every time he used it, he had to be meticulous in his calculations. To put it bluntly, wasn't it because he did not have enough Dream Path mortal goo? Just Fang Yuan alone. The efficiency of refining dream path mortal goo was too low. These nightmare devil colts are all mine. Fong Yuan used his methods to capture these nightmare demonic colts. After transforming into the ancient sword serpent, his speed was extremely fast. He moved and pierced through the nightmare demon cult group, no horse could stop him. Fong Yuan tried to knock out the nightmare demon cults and capture them alive in the sovereign immortal aperture to raise them. But on the shadow sect side, they were clearly prepared, they had set up methods on the nightmare demon cults. Fong Yuan tried hard, but he found that he could not capture these nightmare demon cults alive. At most, he could kill them and take their corpses. But even so, Fong Yuan had great gains. After slaughtering this group of nightmare demon cults, Fong Yuan slaughtered a few more desolate beast groups. There were extraordinary ancient desolate beasts among them. Fong Yuan's battle strength was already at the top of rank 7s, be it the desolate beast groups or the battlefield killer moves, they did not pose any real threat to Fong Yuan. Dark Flow Giant City could not control an endless number of desolate beasts. A moment later, Fong Yuan killed all the beasts. He spent some effort to break the battlefield killer move and destroy half of Dark Flow Giant City. But he still spent a lot of time. Wu Xia and the rest had already retreated. Sixth Hair stayed behind, just like Nu. Someone had to stay behind to restrain Fong Yuan. But even though Sixth Hair's cultivation level could not compare to Nu, he had a huge advantage. He fearlessly looked at Fong Yuan. Do you dare to kill me? What use is there in killing you? After I kill Wu Xia, I will make you fall into despair and pain. Fong Yuan snickered, his dragon body rose and flew out of Earth Trench. Sixth Hair was left behind with an ashen expression, as well as the tragic Dark Flow Broken City. Northern Plains was vast and vast, even with omnidirectional travel. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was at the extreme northwest of Northern Plains. Omnidirectional travel could not be activated for long. While Wu Xia was rushing to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, Fong Yuan caught up to them again. Let's see who can help you this time. The ancient sword serpent approached. Led soul into dream. Wu Xia used an immortal killer move again. Fong Yuan was hit again. This time, the dream realm was unexpectedly deep. He had to use Unravel Dream to break out of the dream realm and return to reality. What's going on? Fong Yuan immediately sensed something amiss. This accident was somewhat out of his expectations, causing him to suffer a small loss. Wu Xia smiled. I sacrificed all those nightmare demonic cults earlier. Do you think this batch of Dream Path immortal materials is so easy to obtain? Let me give you a piece of advice, don't chase after them. If you continue, even with the upper extreme heavenly eagle, you will die. Humph, what a crafty fellow. Fong Yuan snorted coldly. Regardless of Wu Xia's intentions, whether it was a provocation or a provocation, Fong Yuan decided to give up on the chase for now. The dream realm was troubling him at all times. He had to pass all of the dream realms to be free of worries. Undeniably, lead soul into dream was quite a detestable move. Even if Fong Yuan had unraveled dream, he could not touch it in one go. He had to pass all of the dream realms. He entered the dream again. Southern border, early morning. The damp dew and the mountain fog that was as thick as gray clouds made people feel depressed. The caravan did not move forward. In this thick fog and in the mountains, it was easy for problems to occur. The young Fong Yuan was sitting on a simple bed. The bearded Gu master was lying on the bed. He was close to death. He was on the verge of death. Fong Yuan, thank you for your herbs. The bearded Gu master said weakly. Fong Yuan felt terrible internally. He sobbed, Uncle Bearded, you will recover. The bearded Gu master shook his head. How can I not know about my injuries? Don't cry, rascal, crying is useless to us. I was once as young as you, I had the same dream as you. Unfortunately, my aptitude was too low, I ended up like this. Hee hee. This world is too big, we are too small. When I was young, I wanted to become a person of indomitable spirit, like those legendary figures of the righteous path. When I was young, I felt that becoming a clan leader was not bad. When I was young, I felt it was great to become a clan elder. When I was middle-aged, I was exiled by the clan. I found that as long as I could support myself and raise my goo worms, I would be satisfied. Do you know what I want now? Fong Yuan sobbed. What do you want? I just want a quiet house, to lie down quietly and reminisce about my past, until death comes. The bearded goo master had a self-deprecating expression. Then should I leave? Fong Yuan was at a loss of what to do. Go. Let me be alone, I don't want others to see my pathetic appearance when I die. The bearded goo master said. Fong Yuan slowly stood up, hesitating as he walked to the door. At this time, the bearded goo master spoke again. You must have read the legends of Renzu. There is a section about a lowly person walking out of the ordinary abyss. We are all lowly people, we all want to walk out of the ordinary abyss. Sigh, you must persevere, Fong Yuan. Live on, persevere. It is a pity that my goo were destroyed in the battle. This is my advice to you, my only gift. Us lowly people have no use crying, no one will listen to us even if we shout, we can only persevere. Persevere until you achieve greatness, leaving the ordinary. Or, welcome death. Chapter 1272. We finally won. After a while, Zhao Lianyun climbed up from the pool of blood with difficulty. Her injuries were severe, her vision was turning black. But fortunately, Zhao Pu was dead, thus the blood drain immortal killer move on Zhao Lianyun and Yu Yi was undone. If it could not be undone, Zhao Lianyun and Yu Yi would die together with Zhao Pu. Huff, huff. On the other side, Yu Yi was breathing heavily, leaning against the wall as he stood up. When he saw Zhao Lianyun, this young goo immortal was stunned, his expression changed. Lian, Fairy Lianyun, your face, no, your body. Yu Yi stared with wide eyes, stuttering, not knowing how to express himself. Zhao Lianyun was puzzled, thinking, what happened to me? She quickly looked down at herself, the first thing she saw was her hands. A pair of old, bony hands. Zhao Lianyun's heart skipped a beat, and then she realized that she had unknowingly turned into an old woman. Her back was bent, her body was covered in wrinkles, her eyes were blurry, and her hair was white. How can this be? Zhao Lianyun was shocked. She grabbed a handful of her hair and easily broke a handful of white hairs in her hand. His originally strong and powerful hair roots had now lost all their strength and became extremely loose. Yu Yi said, I'm afraid it is the effect of love. Love expended your lifespan to burst out with such power and kill Zhao Pu. Is that so? Zhao Lianyun was dazed, her expression was bewildered. Anyone who was in the prime of their youth would become old. All of a sudden, he became a doddering old man, and his mind would be greatly shaken. That's right. Yu Yi nodded. He quickly consoled, but don't worry. As long as you use lifespan goo, you will be able to regain your youthful body. Ordinary goo immortals might not be able to get lifespan goo, but you are different, you are the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, the sect will definitely give you lifespan goo as support. Zhao Lianyun did not speak. She had complex emotions in her heart. There was shock, disappointment, and disbelief. Some were at a loss. She was an otherworldly demon, but even before her transmigration, she had never experienced such a state of aging. After a moment of silence, Zhao Lianyun finally recovered. I want to continue forward. It doesn't matter if I'm old and clumsy. Hong Yun is still waiting for me. Through the window, Zhao Lianyun gazed at the first snowy peak in the distance. Her gaze became firm once again. You can't continue. Yu Yi was shocked. He quickly walked over to Zhao Lianyun's side and grabbed her arm. Love immortal goo is powerful. But it wasn't stable. Perhaps next time, it will still devour your lifespan. This way, you will truly die. Yu Yi advised. Even if I die, so what? The old granny Zhao Lianyan looked at the young Gu immortal Yu Yi. He smiled faintly. Her smile was not beautiful at all, but Yu Yi was stunned. Then, Zhao Lianyan gently pulled back his arm. She clearly did not use much strength. However, Yu Yi felt as if an invisible force was attacking his heart. He involuntarily let go of his arm. Then, he quietly stood on the spot. He looked at Zhao Lianyan's hunched back, walking out of the hall with heavy old steps. This scene was very ordinary, but Yu Yi felt a strong sense of shock. He even subconsciously held his breath. At this moment, Zhao Lianyan's aged figure was deeply engraved in his heart. What kind of spirit is this? For the love of her heart, she is willing to sacrifice herself, not fearing death and destruction. Zhao Lianyan, without you, I would have definitely died in Zhao Pu's hands. Never mind, let me follow you. At most, I will return my life to you. Yu Yi was not old, his blood was boiling. After making up his mind, he quickly followed Zhao Lianyan's footsteps, following her closely. Giant suns will reveal thick killing intent. Zhao Lianyan felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. He screamed inwardly, damn it, there is such a thing. A transmigrator is an otherworldly demon? This world is too much of a scam. It's over, I am dead this time. I am actually going to die here. But at the next moment, Ma Hongyun stepped forward. He stood in front of Zhao Lianyan. He opened his arms, protecting Zhao Lianyan behind him. Kid, you want to protect an otherworldly demon? Giant Suns will raised his voice, his expression turning cold. What otherworldly demon? I don't know what otherworldly demon, I only know that she is Lady Xiaoyun. Without her help, I might have already been beaten to death. Ma Hongyun defended Zhao Lianyan with all his might. Zhao Lianyan's pupils shrunk, he looked at Ma Hongyun in a daze. Even against Giant Sun's will. Even this fellow can step forward bravely? Why? I am obviously an otherworldly demon, I am not a person of this world. You idiot, you will die. Protecting me will offend Giant Sun's will. That is your ancestor, you idiot. Even He Lolan's gaze towards Zhao Lianyan was filled with killing intent. No. Lady Xiaoyun is innocent, you cannot harm her. Ma Hongyun insisted on his opinion. He wholeheartedly wanted to protect Zhao Lianyan. But Giant Sun ignored Ma Hongyun, and directly attacked Zhao Lianyan. No! Ma Hongyun saw that the situation was bad. He shouted, in a moment of desperation, he stretched out his arms and hugged Zhao Lianyan. At this moment, time seemed to have become extremely long. Zhao Lianyan shrunk into Ma Hongyun's embrace, her heart started to beat wildly. An unprecedented sense of security and warmth filled her heart. Along with it, there was also a sense of panic. This panic was not the emotion of her life hanging by a thread, but a wondrous feeling that came from the bottom of her heart. Zhao Lianyan found that at this moment, she had fallen hopelessly in love with the idiot Ma Hongyun. In this world, there were men who would look at the starry sky for her, cheer with her towards the valley, heal her injuries, and offer flowers for her. But, who would give up their lives for her? In this world, even Giant Sun Immortal rejected an otherworldly demon, who would be foolish enough to protect her. Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun. Pieces of memories appeared in Zhao Lianyan's mind. Then, they disappeared one by one. No, don't. Zhao Lianyan's face was covered in tears as she screamed in agony. Xiao Fei-Fei's voice could be heard, he, after being hit by my immortal killer move, your most precious memories will be lost. Do you feel pain? Don't worry, the more you forget, the more relaxed you become, you might even laugh. He. The memories disappeared, a smile appeared on Zhao Lianyan's face. Don't laugh. This is Xiao Fei-Fei's famous sinister killer move in Northern Plains, it can kill people while they are laughing. The longer you laugh, the easier it is for you to die. Mu Linglan quickly transmitted his voice to warn. But Zhao Lianyan seemed to be in a daze, her smile was growing wider and wider. Damn it! Mu Linglong knew he had to make a move. It was fine if he did not make a move, but the moment he made a move, it was an earth-shattering killer move. Ah! You actually... Xiao Feifei's position was exposed when he attacked Zhao Lianyun. He was caught off guard and suffered a fatal blow, dying on the spot. Fairy Lianyun, you need to persevere. Mu Linglong quickly rushed over and saved Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun's smile was still on her face, but her mind had regained clarity. 2 streams of turbid tears flowed down from her eyes. Her vision was blurry, her hair was white, she was extremely old, she could only use goo worms to replace her vocal cords. What should I do? I have almost forgotten everything about him. I've even forgotten what he looked like. I only remember his name. I only remember, I love him. Chapter 1273. Northern Plains, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, the #1 snowy peak. Again. Lady Wanshou approached Ma Hongyun step by step, holding a lightning ball in her hand. Go ahead. Ma Hongyun rolled his eyes indifferently. Lady Wanshou snorted coldly, the lightning ball in her hand flew out and fused into Ma Hongyun's chest. Crackle crackle crackle. Lightning coiled around Ma Hongyun's body, he gritted his teeth, actually maintaining his consciousness amidst the rampaging lightning. The lightning lasted for a while before ending. Ma Hongyun did not faint, he was covered in sweat and his face was flushed red. Failed again. Lady Wanshou stared in disbelief, how can this be? Something is not right. She had failed countless times in lightning refinement of Ma Hongyun. Although the success rate of refining a rank 8 immortal goo was minuscule, it was too unreasonable to keep getting stuck at this point. Lady Wanshou felt like vomiting blood. Especially when she saw that Ma Hongyun had already reached rank 5 peak stage, and because of the repeated lightning refinement failures, there were many lightning path Dao marks on his body. If Ma Hongyun cultivated lightning path, these Dao marks would no doubt be of great help to him. I say, aren't you tired of doing this all the time? Why don't you change to another method? I'm already sick of it. Ma Hongyun knew he was going to die, he was very relaxed and teased Lady Wanshou. Lady Wanshou's eyes shined with a cold light. Ma Hongyun felt an intense pain when this cold light shone on him, assaulting his body and mind. He no longer had the satisfaction from before, he raised his head and screamed, his body twitching non-stop. Lady Wanshou was silent, she listened to Ma Hongyun's screams, her eyes shining with a cold light. Ma Hongyun screamed until his throat was hoarse, finally, his eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot. Lady Wanshou snorted coldly, the cold light in her eyes faded as she showed a pondering expression. Zhao Lianyun's condition is not good anymore. The number of times love immortal goo can unleash its power has become limited. However, Lady Wanshou seems to have noticed it. South Desolation Immortal, who was far away in Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, knew the situation in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land like the back of his hand. At this moment, he was also a little restless. The Central Continent Goo Immortals had not appeared yet, what were they planning? Capturing Love Immortal Goo was Ancestor Giant Sun's plan back then, now, it is time for us descendants to bring it to a perfect conclusion. Black Extremity, get ready to go. The South Desolation Immortal sent his order to the Longevity Heaven through a channel of information. Within the Longevity Heaven, the 8 extremities were still controlling Calamity Luck Altar to attack 5 Elements Grandmaster. Hearing the order, 2 rank 7 Goo Immortals came out, they were Black Extremity and Flood Extremity. Everyone, we'll be going now. Black Extremity called out. Go early and come back early. Heaven Extremity did not dare to be distracted, without the 2 rank 7 Goo Immortals, they were helpless against 5 Elements Grandmaster, they could only maintain the current situation and wait for Flood Extremity and Black Extremity to return. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Everything is going according to plan. This way, Love Immortal Goo and Ma Hongyun will return to Longevity Heaven. Central Continent Goo Immortals, If you don't make a move now, it will be too late. South Desolation Immortal was muttering in his mind. Rumble. A loud sound echoed. The whole of Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace shook intensely. It was actually forced to reveal its true form. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. So everything was your doing. Destroy this Heavenly Palace, take revenge for our comrades. In front of Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, two immortal goo houses appeared. One was filled with the cries of hundreds of birds, it was extremely lively, it was Canary Pavilion. The other was filled with raging winds, it was a tall building, it was wind-sweeping building. Even though the two immortal goo houses had imposing auras, they were both damaged. Evidently, the Central Continent Goo Immortals had paid a huge price to escape from the spaceless tunnel. Humph, they finally appeared. South Desolation Immortal snorted coldly, he quickly controlled Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace to defend. Central Continent's two immortal goo houses attacked Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace from the front and back. Even though Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was inside Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, he had no intention of attacking. He had been sitting here for countless years, he only had the strength to attack once, it was to repay someone's kindness. At this moment, even though Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was being attacked, he was sitting at the center of the hall with his eyes closed, he was unmoved. Soon, a layer of sweat appeared on South Desolation Immortal's forehead. Although Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was strong, it had a huge weakness, it had to stay here and could not move freely. Once it moved, even if it was just a millimeter of distance, it would destroy the 300,000 years of hard work it had put in here. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace had spent 300,000 years to spread its influence over Black Heaven and White Heaven above Northern Plains. Once it moved, it would break, Black Heaven and White Heaven would no longer be affected. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was like a huge protective umbrella, firmly protecting Northern Plains. This was arranged by Giant Sun Immortal for the sake of his descendants. How could South Desolation Immortal destroy Ancestor Giant Sun's efforts just because he was attacked? He could only choose to resist. Central Continent's side came prepared, their attacks burst out and actually suppressed Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Yao Huang, come and control this immortal goo house, help me fight the enemy. South Desolation Immortal said. The Medicine Sovereign hurriedly replied and lent a helping hand. With a second rank 8 Goo Immortal controlling the Immortal Goo House, there was an immediate effect. The battle situation stabilized. South Desolation Immortal had a puzzled expression. Strange, why did the Central Continent Goo Immortals' attack suddenly fall? Also, they seem to have met with an accident in the spaceless tunnel. What I am most concerned about is, there are clearly 3 Immortal Goo Houses, but where did the strongest Edge Link camp go? Did it get destroyed in the spaceless tunnel? But at the next moment, South Desolation Immortal's eyes opened wide as he received the latest information. So Edge Link camp actually appeared in the sky above Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Longevity Heaven had already infiltrated Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, thus South Desolation Immortal knew the situation inside Snowy Mountain Blessed Land like the back of his hand. Boom! Another loud sound, followed by intense tremors that spread rapidly. The 12 snowy peaks of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land were shaking intensely. Immortal Goo House Edge Link Camp's power was huge, because this Immortal Goo House had 2 rank 8 Goo Immortals. One was Wei Ling Yang, the other was Bai Chen Tian. Meanwhile, Myriad Tidal Dragon was controlling Wind Sweeping Building, taking care of Canary Pavilion and Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Edge Link Camp was very powerful, even in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, it resisted the power of the fate-reversing Sacrificial Refinement Formation, firmly hovering in the sky like a nail. We are saved. Reinforcements are finally here. Why is there only one Edge Link Camp, where are the other 2? The 5 Central Continent Goo Immortals who were scattered on the snowy peaks looked up, their morale surging when they saw Edge Link Camp. Edge Link Camp also discovered these 5 Goo Immortals, especially Zhao Lianyan who had Love Immortal Goo. Wei Ling Yang and Bai Chen Tian naturally wanted to save their companions. However, the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation was not just for show. Edge-Link Camp wanted to dive down, but it was obstructed by a strong formless force. The super goo formation here is not simple, it actually uses reverse flow river. Reverse flow river is actually an old ancestor Shwehu's hands. But this goo formation is built on snowy mountain blessed land. The blessed land is the foundation of the goo formation. If we cannot deal with the goo formation, we can directly destroy snowy mountain blessed land and destroy its foundation. That way, this goo formation will collapse on its own. Wei Ling Yang and Bai Chen Tian discussed for a while before deciding on their battle plan. Bam bam bam, Edge-Link Camp burst forth with a fierce offensive. The giant horn silhouettes were unceasing, constantly bombarding various parts of snowy mountain blessed land, causing extremely violent tremors. Snowy mountain blessed land welcomed an apocalyptic scene. Avalanches occurred on the snowy peaks, huge ravines appeared on the ground, countless birds and beasts fled in panic. Husband. Lady Wan Shou stood beside old ancestor Shwehu, temporarily putting down the goo refinement with a worried expression. Wife, if this immortal goo house is allowed to work, snowy mountain blessed land will be destroyed sooner or later. By then, this refinement path formation will also be destroyed. Don't worry, what can a mere immortal goo house do to me? I will teach these meddlesome central continent goo immortals a lesson. Old ancestor Shwehu laughed heartily, boldly charging towards Edge-Link Camp. Both sides fought intensely in the sky. Chapter 1274. Old ancestor Shwehu displayed the battle strength of the number 1 rank 8s in northern plains. His might was vast and shook heaven and earth. His aura was boundless, shocking even gods and frightening ghosts. Old ancestor Shwehu is truly worthy of being the number 1 person in northern plains. Bai Chen Tian lost his temper. An expert's attack was extraordinary. Bai Chen Tian and old ancestor Shwehu had just fought for a while, but he knew he was not Shwehu's match. Edge-Link Camp continued to shake. Under old ancestor Shwehu's tyrannical attacks, it seemed to be unable to bear the burden. It is a pity that old ancestor Shwehu is alone, while we have 2 rank 8 goo immortals. Wei Ling Yang sneered, saying to Bai Chen Tian, I will leave this to you. Bai Chen Tian transmitted, don't worry, I can hold on. If anything goes wrong, I will call you back. Wei Ling Yang used a method to secretly fly out of Edge-Link Camp. He could not resist the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation alone, but the formation was using most of its strength to protect the foundation of snowy mountain blessed land, so Wei Ling Yang's pressure was greatly reduced. He was confident he could go to all the snowy peaks with his own methods. Because he was a Rule Path goo immortal. Rule Path had a huge advantage in this aspect. Even though old ancestor Shwehu was stronger than Wei Ling Yang, he was inferior in this aspect. But Wei Ling Yang had only flown half the way when he was discovered by old ancestor Shwehu's powerful investigative killer move. Where are you going? Old ancestor Shwehu shouted angrily, waving his hand. Immediately, a boundless blizzard started to blow, heaven and earth changed color, all living beings went silent, directly engulfing Wei Ling Yang. Wei Ling Yang's plan was thwarted, but he was not discouraged. He continued to change directions, trying to break through old ancestor Shwehu's obstruction, cooperating with Bai Chen Tian to split up and attack. Lady Wan Shou's body was covered in cold sweat. She did not have the mood to refine goo now. She was paying attention to this crucial battle. If old ancestor Shwehu won, everything would be fine. Even if it was not, they would be safe. If old ancestor Shwehu lost, everything would be over, all their efforts would be for naught. Even though old ancestor Shwehu had great battle strength, Wei Ling Yang and Bai Chen Tian were rank 8 goo immortals. They had an immortal goo house Edge-Link Camp. In contrast, the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation was of limited help to rank 8 goo immortals like old ancestor Shwehu. Wei Ling Yang wanted to split his forces for a surprise attack, but this undoubtedly took up a lot of old ancestor Shwehu's energy, making it hard for the latter to display his full strength. If we allow one of the rank 8 goo immortals to attack the snowy peak, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lady Wan Shou had a worried expression. At this moment, the snowy mountain-blessed land had reached a critical juncture of life and death. Lady Wan Shou, I have a way to resolve your current crisis. Right at this time, a message was transmitted to Lady Wan Shou's immortal aperture. This is... Lady Wan Shou was shocked. Because the goo worm that transmitted the message was the one that Lady Wan Shou had kept in her immortal aperture and had never used before. Many years ago, when Lady Wan Shou had just become an immortal. In the cave. So Senior is already here. Junior will leave now, I don't dare to disturb Senior from obtaining this true inheritance. Lady Wan Shou felt a surge of aura from this mysterious goo immortal and her heart jumped. But who knew that this mysterious goo immortal would say, "Young lady, you are a goo immortal at such a young age, you also know your limits and know when to advance and when to retreat, very good. But I cannot obtain this true inheritance, I do not have the qualifications. I am willing to give this true inheritance to you, but after you inherit it, you need to let me browse through its contents. At the same time, you will owe me a favor. In the future, if something happens, you will need to help someone who can use this information path goo worm to transmit information." Lady Wan Shou thought about it for a moment before agreeing. She actually had no other choice. Because if she did not agree, with just her cultivation level, she might not be able to leave alive. Rather than that, she might as well take a gamble. Great. Come, let's set an alliance agreement. The mysterious goo immortal laughed heartily while stroking his beard. This scene of the past rapidly flashed in Lady Wan Shou's mind. She immediately responded, "May I ask if you also want fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo?" That goo worm quickly transmitted, "Haha, it seems that Lady Wan Shou is very sincere towards old ancestor Shuehu. Don't worry, we have no ill intentions towards you, we only need Lady Wan Shou to refine a goo material. If you can do this, we will help you and your husband to repel these strong enemies of Central Continent. Then invite the esteemed guest in." Lady Wan Shou thought about it before nodding. A moment later, a group of 4 goo immortals appeared in front of Lady Wan Shou. They were Ying Wu Xia and the others. He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunsheng. Lady Wan Shou immediately recognized 2 of them. There was no helping it, 88-point Jinyang Tower had collapsed, the culprits were being chased everywhere, He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng had become famous along with Fang Yuan. Right now, seeing these 2 culprits, Lady Wan Shou was very surprised. After all, some time ago, the huge super force He tribe had taken the blame for He Lulan, they were besieged by the Huang Jin tribes and were eventually annexed by Bai Zhu tribe. As for Bai Ningbing and Ying Wu Xia, Lady Wan Shou naturally did not recognize them. But what made her even more surprised was that these 4 goo immortals were clearly led by the weakest strength path immortal zombie, Ying Wu Xia. I wonder how esteemed guests can help us husband and wife repel the enemy? Lady Wan Shou asked. Ying Wu Xia laughed heartily, speaking with composure, "Lady Wan Shou, I know that the alliance agreement with you back then has already been removed by old ancestor Shuehu's help. But we have no ill intentions, we have a common enemy, that is these Central Continent goo immortals, we are excellent allies. At this moment, you let us in, it shows that you still remember your old relationship, you understand the danger of this situation. But as long as you help us refine an immortal material, everything will be resolved." "What immortal material? Give it to me." Lady Wan Shou spread out her hands. But Ying Wu Xia shook his head, smiling bitterly, "This immortal material is in your immortal aperture." "Oh?" "It is the purple gold rock that old ancestor Shuehu obtained from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance graveyard," Ying Wu Xia answered. Lady Wan Shou's pupils shrunk, letting out bright light as she took out an immortal material. "It is this?" The 4 immortals looked at it. This rock was palm-sized, it was shining with purple gold and had a stone texture. Ying Wu Xia heaved a long sigh, "It is this rock. So you are members of Shadow Sect." Lady Wan Shou exposed the identities of Ying Wu Xia and the others. Ying Wu Xia was not surprised, he nodded and admitted, "Fairy, you have good eyes, please help." Lady Wan Shou nodded. This way, she and these Shadow Sect Gu Immortals were indeed enemies of Central Continent's Gu Immortals. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Moreover, Lady Wan Shou took a quick glance at the battle in the sky, before turning her gaze to the purple gold rock in her hand. What kind of immortal material is this? I can't recognize it. After obtaining it, I have asked for guidance several times, but no one knows. I won't hide it from you. I have already tried to refine this purple gold rock, but I failed every time. Yingwu Xia laughed heartily, his tone carrying some arrogance. That is because this is a special method of my shadow sect. Lady Wan Shou, you don't know the correct steps and methods. I will teach you one by one. You just have to follow the instructions and you can successfully refine it. An ancient sword dragon rode on the clouds, finally arriving at snowy mountain-blessed land. From the outside world, one could not see the scene inside snowy mountain-blessed land. Thus, even though there were battles of life and death in the blessed land, in the outside world, it was a peaceful scene. They actually entered snowy mountain-blessed land? Strange. Fang Yuan could not help but hesitate. He knew that in order to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, old ancestor Shui who had already turned snowy mountain-blessed land into a dangerous place. Yingwu Xia and the others actually barged in. Was this real or an illusion? Could it be like that time in Eastern Sea, when Yingwu Xia and the others arranged a method in the Gu formation, creating an illusion and deceiving Fang Yuan's Qi Luck sensation again? If it was real, the implications were too many. Fang Yuan hesitated. Although he had the upper extreme heavenly eagle, it was not wise to barge in rashly like this. He decided not to show himself and observe first. Chapter 1275. Shuihu, take this. Wei Lingyang shouted, pointing at old ancestor Shuihu with his right hand. Immediately, a majestic beam of light shot towards old ancestor Shuihu. Old ancestor Shuihu snorted lightly, he raised his hand and a huge ice wall appeared, blocking the beam of light easily. Following that, old ancestor Shuihu opened his mouth and breathed out. Balls of cold air flew towards Wei Lingyang like flying axes. Wei Lingyang's expression changed. These flying axes were very troublesome, he had already suffered from them, and most importantly, he did not have any methods to counter them. Without a choice, Wei Lingyang could only fly into the immortal Gu House Edge Link camp and use its powerful defensive ability to protect himself. Bam bam bam. With a series of soft sounds, the flying axes followed Wei Lingyang, landing on Edge Link camp one after another. Edge Link camp shook intensely, large amounts of icy air spread out, many of the mortal Gu that formed the immortal Gu house were frozen to death. Quick, repair the immortal Gu house. Someone is injured, heal him. Activate the immortal Gu house, use offense as defense. The Gu immortals inside the immortal Gu house were in chaos. Wei Lingyang breathed roughly, his right hand had unknowingly turned into a lump of ice. When did I get hit? Even Wei Lingyang was shocked at the injury on his right hand. Old ancestor Shui who had countless methods, they were either powerful or sinister, they were hard to defend against. Wei Lingyang was unknowingly hit by old ancestor Shui whose move, he suffered a loss. Wei Lingyang tried several methods, but the injury on his right hand showed no signs of improvement. This injury is so troublesome. Bai Chen Tian sucked in a breath of cold air. It's no big deal, my right hand is only temporarily sealed. I am more worried about Myriad Tidal Dragon. Even though he controls 2 immortal Gu houses and has the help of most of the Central Continent Gu immortals, he is facing Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace and Longevity Heaven. We need to save Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, then regroup with Myriad Tidal Dragon and retreat to Central Continent. Wei Lingyang's eyes flickered. Central Continent's Gu immortals naturally came prepared, even though there was an accident in the spaceless tunnel earlier. Central Continent's foundation was still strong enough. After these Central Continent Gu immortals reacted, they faced it head-on and successfully escaped. But the current situation was very disadvantageous to Central Continent's Gu immortals. Dealing with the Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace was already very difficult. Now that they had split into two, as the decision-maker, Wei Lingyang was under a lot of pressure. Rumble. Thunderous explosions resounded endlessly, the Immortal Goo House Edge Link camp shook continuously, it was forced to retreat. Central Continent's two rank 8 Goo Immortals were elites among rank 8s, to be able to become members of the Celestial Court, they were naturally very powerful. But Northern Plains had the strongest battle strength in the 5 regions. Old Ancestor Shuehu was publicly recognized as the strongest rank 8s in Northern Plains. At this moment, he exploded with a stormy attack. Ever since Central Continent fought with Old Ancestor Shuehu, they had never gained the upper hand. We can't go on like this. Heal your injuries here and control the Immortal Goo House to control the situation. I will go outside to distract Old Ancestor Shuehu. Bai Chen Tian gritted his teeth. Be careful. Wei Lingyang knew that his injuries had not recovered yet, he reminded Bai Chen Tian. Bai Chen Tian flew out of Edge Link camp, he quickly used an immortal killer move, turning into a green rainbow that resembled a long bridge in the sky, directly pouncing towards the snowy peak below. Bai Chen Providence was destroying the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Once this formation was destroyed, Immortal Goo House Edge Link camp would not be obstructed, it could directly enter and save Zhao Lianyan, or maybe Ma Hongyan. Old Ancestor Shuehu was strong, but he could not stop Edge Link camp's rampage. Don't even think about it. Old Ancestor Shuehu had already seen through Central Continent's tactic, he activated an immortal killer move, countless hailstones fell from the sky. These hailstones were huge, they were like mounds of earth. Bang! 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 They fell down, and the hailstones immediately turned into snow monsters. These snow monsters had Desolate Beast-level battle strength, there were even ancient Desolate Beast snow monsters among them. They stood on the snowy peak, raising their heads and roaring. Old Ancestor Shuehu suddenly breathed in deeply, 2 streams of deep blue frost air that were almost black came out of his nostrils. The cold air dissipated, and immediately a strong blizzard blew in the air. The snow monsters were like fish in water in the blizzard, they could even use the blizzard to fly. But Bai Chen Tian was greatly restricted. Amazing! Old Ancestor Shuehu knows that he cannot use battlefield killer moves in the Goo formation, he actually dismantled his signature battlefield killer move. His ice and snow path attainment level has probably reached Great Grandmaster level. Seeing this, be it Bai Chen Tian or Wei Lingyang, they were both shaken. At Great Grandmaster level, all sorts of killer moves could be dismantled and used freely, their understanding of paths was already close to Dao. But what if I join in? Wei Lingyang sneered. At the next moment, he also charged out of Edge Link camp, entering the Goo formation. The injury on his right hand had already healed. Evidently, he had high attainment in the healing aspect. Old Ancestor Shuehu's expression changed slightly. He was facing 2 rank 8 Goo Immortals and an Immortal Goo House at the same time, he was in a difficult situation, he seemed to be losing control of the battle. After all, he could not destroy the Immortal Goo House for now, the 2 rank 8 Goo Immortals were experts, and most importantly, Old Ancestor Shuehu had to protect this fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Rank 6 and 7 Goo Immortals could not destroy this formation, but rank 8 Goo Immortals were different. Bai Chen Tian and Wei Lingyang attacked the enemy's weakness, they gradually turned the situation around, they had the initiative. Inside the Immortal Goo House, Edge Link camp, there were a group of rank 7 Goo Immortals, they did not seek to make any mistakes, they were like a tortoise shell, Old Ancestor Shuehu could not kill them easily. Bam bam bam. From time to time, the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation shook and buzzed. This was because a small portion of Bai Chen Tian's and Wei Lingyang's attacks had escaped Old Ancestor Shuehu's obstruction and landed on snowy mountain-blessed land. This is great. Come on, masters and fellow immortals of the Middle Continent. Zhao Lianyan and the rest did not need to take risks now, they stood on the snowy peaks and watched with excitement. Looking up at the sky with them were the surviving snowy mountain peak lords. Their faces were shrouded in a layer of worry. This is the power of a rank 8 Gu immortal, it is truly heaven-shaking and earth-shaking, it is truly terrifying. Because of this formation, the aftermath of the battle between rank 8s did not spread, otherwise, we would have all died. Lord Xuehu might have strong battle strength, but Central Continent's scoundrels are extremely crafty. At this rate, the Gu formation will be destroyed by them sooner or later. Meanwhile, on the first snowy peak of Snowy Mountain, the refinement of the purple gold rock had reached the final stage. To think that enshrouding fragrance could actually dissolve the purple gold rock. Lady Wanshou felt like her horizons had been broadened. Enshrouding fragrance was also an immortal material. Using immortal materials to refine immortal materials was a rare method. Moreover, Lady Wanshou found that the essence of this method was actually food path. Food path was very rare, no wonder Lady Wanshou could not do anything to this purple gold rock. The last layer of rock melted away, and a glaring purple light immediately soared into the sky, forcing people to close their eyes. Lady Wanshou narrowed her eyes into slits and could barely make out a figure in the purple light. This figure was small, only the size of an adult's thumb. There were two thin purple wings on his back. Mini-Man? Lady Wanshou was slightly stunned, recognizing this figure's race. Bathed in the purple light, the Mini-Man slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were also a glassy purple, and they were exceptionally deep. As he opened his eyes, a powerful aura leaked out. Rank 8 Gu Immortal. At once, this aura caused the intense battle in the sky of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to slow down. Why is another rank 8 Gu Immortal here? And it is Northern Plains Aura. Bai Chen Tian and Wei Lingyang looked at each other, feeling that something was amiss. Greetings to Lord Purple. Ing Wuxia had already led the Gu Immortals behind him, respectfully greeting this rank 8 Mini-Man Gu Immortal. Only Bai Ningbing was an exception, she was still standing straight. Chapter 1276. The Mini-Man Gu Immortal pondered for a moment before activating an immortal killer move, shouting, "Expand, expand, expand." Thereupon, his body started to expand. Soon, he was no different from a normal person. Moreover, the wings on his back also retracted. From his appearance, he looked no different from a normal human. At this point, the Gu Immortals present finally saw the true appearance of this mysterious rank 8 Gu Immortal. He was an old man with an ordinary appearance, he even gave off a somewhat sloppy feeling. The only distinguishing feature was his purple hair, it was messy and fluffy, like a beggar. Plop. Tai Bai Yunqing's face was covered in tears, he knelt down on both knees, his body was shaking from excitement as he shouted, "Master." "Oh? So it is you, I remember that I had once given you a time path true inheritance." The rank 8 Gu Immortal smiled, revealing a mouthful of incomplete yellow teeth. "Even though my sect's plans succeeded, there were many accidents. The current situation is like this." To stall for time, Ing Wuxia went forward and transmitted many thoughts to the purple-haired old man. In a moment, the purple-haired old man understood everything. "It is a pity that Providence won by a small margin. But we have not lost all hope yet. Ing Wuxia, you did well, it has been hard on you. And Tai Bai Yunqing, get up. Now, while I am still conscious, let's join hands with Xuehu and make these Central Continent Gu Immortals stay." The situation was urgent. The purple-haired old man immediately realized that the battle between the rank 8 Gu Immortals was the crucial point. He did not hesitate, his body turned into a purple light that shot into the sky. At the next moment, he was in the sky, standing beside old ancestor Xuehu. "May I know your name?" Old ancestor Xuehu was not surprised. Lady Wanshou had already used Gu worms to transmit the situation of Shadow Sect's group's appearance to him. With a mysterious helper, old ancestor Xuehu was excited. "I have many names, but..." The purple-haired old man revealed a deep smile. "Xuehu, you can call me Zishan Makoto." Immediately, old ancestor Xuehu and Zishan Makoto worked together to deal with the two Central Continent rank 8s and Edge Link camp. Zishan Makoto's strength was extremely shocking. Although the number of times he attacked was limited, every time he did, it had the effect of adding the finishing touch. Any ordinary rank 8 would be able to turn the situation around for old ancestor Shuehu. Not to mention the addition of the unfathomable Zishan Mikoto. Even though Wei Lingyang and Bai Qintian gritted their teeth and fought bitterly, they could not stop the situation from tilting towards northern plains. After a dozen rounds, the two of them were actually forced to retreat to Edge Link Camp, unable to resist the combined attacks of old ancestor Shuehu and Zishan Mikoto. The peak leaders raised their arms and cheered upon seeing this. With no central continent Gu immortals attacking the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation, the result of this battle was clear. In contrast, Zhao Lianyun and the other 4 Gu immortals who were trapped in snowy mountain-blessed land were deathly pale. Such a drastic change in the battle situation caused their hopes of survival to become extremely slim. What should they do? Outside snowy mountain-blessed land, an ancient sword dragon was hidden in the clouds. Shadow Sect is actually related to Snowy Mountain. Then why did Qin Baisheng and Feng Jioga fight in Luopa Valley earlier? Why did they not ask Snowy Mountain for help? Maybe this relationship is not as close as I thought. Qi Luck Sensation told Fang Yuan that Ing Wu Xia and the rest were inside Snowy Mountain blessed land. They were not far away. Fang Yuan's pursuit was obstructed. He was unwilling to give up. He continued to wander around, looking for new opportunities. Chapter 1277. Bam bam bam. Giant horn silhouette shot around in the sky, creating a storm of attacks. Around old ancestor Shuehu, frost energy overflowed, surging blue frost flooded Edge Link Camp layer by layer. The 2 central continent rank 8s in Edge Link Camp gritted their teeth and endured, while the other Gu immortals behind them were busy repairing the immortal Gu houses. They were sweating profusely and had panicked expressions. Beside old ancestor Shuehu, Zishan Mikoto's body was emitting a dazzling purple light, illuminating the whole of Snowy Mountain blessed land. Central Continent's side attacked Snowy Mountain, while Zishan Mikoto was in charge of defending this blessed land. This blessed land was the foundation of the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. As long as they defended it, Central Continent would definitely fail. What do we do now? Bai Qintian's face showed some panic. At this rate, not only will we not be able to save Zhao Lianyun and Ma Hongyun, we might even lose this immortal Gu house and ourselves. As the leader of this operation, Wei Lingyang's expression was extremely grim. The current situation was extremely disadvantageous to Central Continent's side. It could even be said that there was no hope at all. According to the Central Continent Gu Immortals battle plan, they were supposed to split into 2 groups. One group would restrain Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, while the other group would save Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun before regrouping with the first group and retreating from northern plains. But now, Snowy Mountain Blessed Lands group could barely protect themselves, while the other group was counting on them to save them. This was northern plains, not Central Continent. 3 rank 8s, 3 immortal Gu houses, and many Gu immortals, but they were still alone. Of course, this was also because the northern plains Gu immortals came prepared. Central Continent did not know of Giant Sun Immortals' plan back then. Central Continent's heavy attack had a high chance of success according to the sneak attack plan. But as the situation developed, the sneak attack turned into a forceful attack, and with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arrangements, Central Continent's Gu immortals fell into such a passive state, they were in grave danger. Wei Lingyang's mind raced rapidly. After a while, he gritted his teeth, as if using all his strength. He ordered, retreat. Forget about Zhao Lianyun and Ma Hongyun. With the appearance of Zishan Mikoto, this was beyond the capabilities of Wei Lingyang and the rest. If it continued to drag on, Zhongzhou's state would suffer a greater loss. Wei Lingyang decided to retreat immediately, returning to Black Heaven and meeting up with the other 2 immortal Gu houses before escaping back to Central Continent. If Edge Link Camp wanted to leave, old ancestor Shuehu and Zishan Mikoto could not stop them even if they worked together. After all, they did not have immortal Gu houses, they could not stop Edge Link Camp's rampage. But just as Edgelink Camp was about to charge out of this goo formation, a change occurred. The entire snowy mountain blessed land shook violently. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. What happened? The blessed land seems to be collapsing. Zhao Lianyan and the others, as well as the other surviving peak leaders, were all extremely shocked. Rumble. Amidst the violent muffled sounds, the snowy peaks began to collapse. What's going on? Old Ancestor Shuehu also showed shock on his face. The entire formation is collapsing on its own. Zishan Mikoto's eyes shined with brilliance as he suddenly changed his words, no. This formation. Before he finished speaking, the goo immortals present heard the sound of surging water. In the next moment, surging waves seemed to appear out of thin air, sweeping in all directions. It was the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Reverse Flow River. Oh no, wife. Everything happened too quickly. Old Ancestor Shuehu wanted to rush back to the first snowy peak, but halfway there, he was submerged by Reverse Flow River. In Reverse Flow River, all goo worms could not be activated. Old Ancestor Shuehu could not help himself, he was immediately swept away by the river. He was the strongest person here, but even so, there was no need to mention the others. Immortal Goo House Edge Link Camp directly disintegrated in the river, the central continent goo immortals were swept away like dumplings. Zhao Lianyan and the rest, the other peak lords of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, Lady Wan Shou, Ying Wuxia, and Ma Hongyun were all swept into Reverse Flow River. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land had completely collapsed, only a trace of its frame was left, the winds of assimilation started to form. It's here. Far away, Black Extremity's forehead was bulging with veins, he was controlling the subformation with all his might. He was the culprit behind Snowy Mountain's sudden change. Meanwhile, on the side, Flood Extremity dutifully protected him. Moreover, at the final moment, Flood Extremity even needed to exert himself, using water path methods to collect Reverse Flow River. What? Fong Yuan felt his vision brightening as a huge wave drowned him. Once the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement mother formation crumbled, all the people and objects within 10,000 li of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land would be engulfed by Reverse Flow River. Fong Yuan was within this range, he would not be spared. In the surging river, Fong Yuan's head popped out. This is Reverse Flow River. He was knowledgeable. After the shock, he immediately recognized the origin of this river. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land has Reverse Flow River. No wonder my ancient sword serpent transformation was mysteriously dispelled. This was natural. Inside Reverse Flow River, goo worms could not be used. Fong Yuan's ancient sword dragon transformation was an immortal killer move, it needed immortal goo and mortal goo to activate. Thus, once Fong Yuan was swept in, all goo worms stopped being used, he returned to his original appearance. Thankfully, I am good at swimming. Fong Yuan moved his limbs as he swam with ease. In front of him, on the vast river, there were many living beings swimming. There were large numbers of wild beasts, trees, flowers, and even rocks. Reverse Flow River's currents were turbulent, there were rocks and trees in the water, they were rampaging and causing chaos in the river. Fong Yuan's heart sank. In this situation, he could not use goo worms, his battle strength fell to rock bottom, he could only rely on his body's defensive strength. Right at this time, Fong Yuan heard a strange sound. He quickly turned around and saw that under the rapid currents, a huge metal tree, the trunk of which was as large as an elephant, was sweeping towards him. Danger! Fong Yuan's pupils shrunk, he wanted to dodge. But in the turbulent Reverse Flow River, he could not control himself, his speed fell by many times, the metal tree slammed into his waist. Fong Yuan was knocked deep into the river. Next, he frantically swung his limbs, his head emerging from the river. Huff huff huff. He breathed heavily, breathing in fresh air, he quickly inspected his body, checking his injuries. He was taken aback by the inspection. Because he had no injuries. There were only some bruises on his waist. But soon, the bruises on his body also disappeared. Fong Yuan's eyes brightened. He suddenly realized, right? My body is not ordinary, it is the sovereign immortal body. In Reverse Flow River, Fong Yuan could not use any goo worms, he could only rely on his body. But Chapter 1278. After the Battle of Tian Mountain ended, Fong Yuan had tested this body's foundation on the road. He ran on foot, he was agile and fast like a galloping horse. With a light jump, he could reach 10 feet. After jumping from 580 feet and landing on his head, he would feel a numbness in his scalp and a slight dizziness. After 2 to 3 breaths of time, these symptoms would disappear. And he had great strength. He had great endurance. Even after running for 15 minutes, he did not feel any fatigue. His 5 senses were also very strong, his dynamic vision was simply too amazing. His vision was very wide. Within 10,000 steps, he could see everything clearly. After the strenuous exercise, his heartbeat quickly calmed down. Every beat of his heart was heavy and powerful. His thinking speed was far beyond mortals. Even under the light of wisdom, he could hold on for a long time. Even Goo immortals could not reach this level with just their physical bodies alone. Not just a metal tree, even if a metal mountain crashed into him, Fong Yuan would still be alive and kicking. This was the quality of the sovereign immortal body. It had nothing to do with Goo worms, it had to do with the Tao marks on his body. In this reverse flow river, I cannot use Goo worms. Others cannot either. But my sovereign immortal body is strong enough. The Tao marks on my body are also extraordinary. The more Fong Yuan thought about it, the more excited he became. Ing Wu Xia. He swung his limbs and swam forward like a swordfish. The entire reverse flow river was extremely turbulent, but overall, it was being guided by the subformation, flowing in the direction of Black Extremity and Flood Extremity. Roar! A multicolored tiger was crawling on a piece of driftwood with its front limbs. Fong Yuan swam towards the tiger. The tiger was unmoved. But Fong Yuan breathed roughly, he lay on the driftwood and rested for a while. This piece of driftwood could not bear the weight of a man and a tiger, it started to sink. The tiger was anxious, it opened its mouth and wanted to bite Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan snorted coldly, he stretched out his arms, pressing on the tiger's head with one hand while clenching his fist with the other, he punched the tiger to death. Thankfully, there are no desolate beasts here. There are only ordinary wild beasts. Even the supreme immortal physique was not enough against wild beasts. The snowy mountain-blessed land naturally did not lack desolate beasts. But in order to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Goo and activate the formation to defend against enemies, snowy mountain-blessed land had already modified it. Goo immortals who had desolate beasts kept them in their immortal apertures, otherwise, wouldn't it be stupid to let enemies kill them for no reason? Fong Yuan swam in the reverse flow river, trying to find Ing Wu Xia. The great snow mountain-blessed land collapsed, and the reverse flow river surged out. Therefore, Fong Yuan did not know that Zishan Mikoto had awakened. In his heart, his imaginary enemy was still old ancestor Xuehu. Based on his initial estimation, he felt that Ing Wu Xia had some connection with the Great Snow Mountain, but it was not a close one. If not, why didn't old ancestor Xuehu help him in the Battle of Tian Mountain? There was nothing wrong with Fong Yuan's analysis and reasoning. However, he lacked information path methods and had too little information. In this situation, even if I encounter old ancestor Xuehu, I can protect myself. Because I cannot use Goo worms in reverse flow river, it is a special environment. Since Ing Wu Xia is related to old ancestor Xuehu, if I miss this chance, they will grow stronger under old ancestor Xuehu's protection. If I miss this chance, I will never be able to kill Ing Wu Xia's group again. With such a thought, Fong Yuan rested for a while before setting off again. Next, he saw Bai Chen Tian. A Central Continent Rank 8 Goo Immortal. Fong Yuan was shocked. What happened? A rank 8 Gu immortal, not old ancestor Shuehu, but a central continent Gu immortal? Bai Chen Tian was in a sorry state. He was lying on the shell of a giant tortoise. He was covered in injuries. These injuries were not from the collision in Reverse Flow River, they were from the battle earlier. He was a rank 8 Gu immortal, his Dao marks conflicted. Once he got injured, it was hard to heal. But in the battle, he was at a disadvantage. How could he have time to heal himself? Thus, after the main formation broke, he was swept away by Reverse Flow River. He could not use Gu worms, his injuries were delayed. But thankfully, he met a floating tortoise in the river. Using this tortoise, Bai Chen Tian finally had a chance to recover. Fong Yuan found Bai Chen Tian also found Fong Yuan. But Bai Chen Tian did not know Fong Yuan. Because Fong Yuan's current appearance was the sovereign immortal body. As for his original appearance, the celestial court exposed it. It was widely spread in the 5 regions. Even though Bai Chen Tian did not know Fong Yuan, he frowned. He was very wary. Because Fong Yuan's aura showed that he was a Northern Plains Gu immortal. This was because of the sovereign immortal body. After passing through the regional walls, Fong Yuan's aura could change freely in the 5 regions. Wherever he went, he would be the Gu immortal of that region. He could blend in perfectly. Who is this person? Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's peak lords do not have someone like him. But, he might have been recruited by old ancestor Shuehu. Bai Chen Tian stood up from the tortoise's back. He looked at Fong Yuan, observing his every move. In Reverse Flow River, even though Bai Chen Tian had rank 8 cultivation level, he could not use his Gu worms, his battle strength was limited. Fong Yuan looked at him warily. He did not get too close. Even though Fong Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, if he thought that he was an expert in Reverse Flow River because of this, he would be a fool. Reverse Flow River could not use Gu worms, but his body was unaffected. His Dao marks could be used. Fong Yuan's sovereign immortal body was very strong because of the Dao marks on it. Similarly, if a Gu master used Black Boar Gu and gained the strength of a boar, the corresponding strength path Dao marks would be engraved on this Gu master's body. If this Gu master fell into Reverse Flow River, he could not use Gu worms, but he could still use his body to unleash the strength of a boar. If it were other Gu immortals, how could they not use Gu worms like the Black Boar Gu to carve Dao marks on their bodies during their long cultivation journey? Of course, that was for sure. No one was a fool. The advantage of these Dao marks was obvious. Fong Yuan had the advantage of his body, other Gu immortals had it too, just to varying degrees. For rank 8 Gu immortals, they had deep foundations. Fong Yuan did not want to fight Bai Chen Tian now. You are a Central Continent Gu immortal? Even though I am a Northern Plains Gu immortal, I have enmity with old ancestor Shuehu. I saw him refining a rank 8 immortal Gu. I did not want him to succeed, so I hid outside the Blessed Land to see if there was a chance to destroy it. Are you his Gu refinement assistant? Fong Yuan probed with each sentence. Bai Chen Tian's frown eased a little. He replied, old ancestor Shuehu is also my enemy. Not long ago, I fought with him in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. To think that something unexpected happened. My injuries were caused by old ancestor Shuehu. Both sides conversed and exchanged some information. Fong Yuan realized now that so many things had happened in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. But Bai Chen Tian's words were ambiguous. Fong Yuan did not get much information. They did not trust each other yet. Of course. It was just a simple conversation. It was hard to tell what was in a person's heart. Especially in this environment where Gu worms could not be used, both sides were on high alert. Fong Yuan knew that he could not get more information from Bai Chen Tian. He chose to leave. He moved away from that wild tortoise. Even when they were conversing, he did not get close, while Bai Chen Tian did not invite Fong Yuan to rest on the tortoise's back. Bai Chen Tian saw that Fong Yuan was leaving. His expression eased up. But right at this time, a small accident happened. Crack. A soft sound. A fist-sized object was pushed by the river, hitting Fong Yuan's face. This small object was soft like a jellyfish, it stuck to Fang Yuan's forehead. What the hell is this? Fang Yuan was stunned, he wanted to pull it away. But at this time, he heard Bai Chen Tian's voice, "Be gentle, don't break it." Chapter 1279. Fang Yuan held this jellyfish-like immortal goo in his hands, inspecting it carefully. At the next moment, his eyes shined. This was an immortal goo. But Fang Yuan did not know what rank it was. Because in this reverse flow river, no goo worms could be used. These goo worms that fell into reverse flow river were like fossils, sealing themselves, not letting a trace of their aura leak out. This caused Fang Yuan to not care about this jellyfish-like immortal goo earlier. Only when Bai Chen Tian reminded him did Fang Yuan realize. If it were outside, without this reverse flow river, Fang Yuan would be able to tell from far away that this immortal goo was an immortal goo, and what rank it was. As for what the immortal goo was, that would depend on the goo immortal's knowledge. This immortal goo seems to be affection goo. Fang Yuan's knowledge was broadened. After observing for a while, he guessed this goo's origin. Wisdom path had 3 elements: thought, will, and emotion. Since there was love immortal goo, there was affection immortal goo too. Fang Yuan's guess was right. Bai Chen Tian was anxious. Affection goo was very important to Central Continent goo immortals. Why? Because this immortal goo was temporarily added to the immortal goo house Edge Link Camp. Along with it, many other mortal goo were added. This affection immortal goo, along with many mortal goo, gave Edge Link Camp a new ability: it could track the location of love immortal goo. Even if love immortal goo was in an immortal aperture, there was no problem. Precisely so, Edge Link Camp could track it to snowy mountain blessed land. Otherwise, back in the spaceless tunnel, when love immortal goo used its power and transported Zhao Lianyun, Yu Yi Zi, Shijing Yi, Bu Zi, and Mu Ling Lan, who knew where they went. After adding affection immortal goo and other goo worms, Edge Link Camp could sense love immortal goo's location and track it to snowy mountain blessed land. But afterwards, because of fighting against the 2 rank 8 grade experts, Old Ancestor Xuehu and Zishan Mikoto, Edge Link Camp was under immense pressure and was heavily damaged. And before this, after a long and arduous journey in the collapse of the seamless tunnel, Edge Link Camp itself wasn't complete. Thus, when Flood Extremity and Black Extremity activated the goo formation and detonated the main formation, causing reverse flow river to flow away, Edge Link Camp was already in a terrible state. This way, the entire immortal goo house collapsed. The goo worms that formed the immortal goo house, be they mortal or immortal, were swept away by the river water. If they were in the outside world, these immortal goo and mortal goo could follow the goo immortal's will and fly into the goo immortal's embrace. But in reverse flow river, these goo worms were restricted by this special environment. They were forced to seal themselves and hibernate. No matter how he called them, they were like dead creatures. Affection goo was one of the countless goo worms left behind after the immortal goo house disintegrated. To be precise, he was a very lucky one. Because most of the goo worms would be smashed by the waves in the process of drifting with the current, or crushed by the rocks or giant trees that were constantly crashing into the river. Goo worms were very fragile. Reverse flow river became a graveyard for goo worms. Of course, there were differences in the hardness of goo worms. Most goo worms could be crushed with a pinch. But there were also jade-like, rock-like goo worms that were as hard as jade. And this affection goo was special. Its body was very soft, even if it was hit, it could survive. Evidently, this was the reason why it was able to survive in reverse flow river. But in Fang Yuan's hands, it was not in a good state. Its jellyfish-like body was damaged, there was a huge wound that took up a quarter of affection goo's body. It was quite terrifying. Chapter 1280. If possible, Fang Yuan wanted to use affection immortal goo to exchange for other immortal goo that were more suitable for him. But in reverse flow river, transactions could not be carried out. Because goo worms could not be used, information path methods could not be used to restrict them from transacting peacefully. Fong Yuan wanted to exchange for other immortal goo, but Bai Chen Tian had no immortal goo. Because goo worms were hibernating in reverse flow river, other than the ones in the immortal aperture, even the immortal goo inside the goo immortal's body would not respond to any calls. Thus, Bai Chen Tian did not have any bargaining chips. Bai Chen Tian knew of Fong Yuan's concerns, but was he going to give up on this chance and wait for the future? Who knew what would happen in the future? After Black Extremity's interference, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was gone, Central Continent's Edge Link Camp was gone too. If Central Continent fought again, they would be at an even greater disadvantage. Central Continent's goo immortals could not even protect themselves. After leaving Reverse Flow River, would they not escape? Thus, they had no chance to transact with Fong Yuan. If they could not transact now, what about in the future? Fong Yuan was a Northern Plains goo immortal, while Bai Chen Tian was a Central Continent goo immortal. They were not from the same place. Even with jewel yellow skies, Central Continent could not control Fong Yuan's situation. What if he transacted with someone else in advance? What if he raised the price and demanded an exorbitant price? There were worse situations. Bai Chen Tian was a person who had to think about losing before winning. Seeing that he could not get the immortal goo from Fong Yuan, his killing intent surged. I am a rank 8 goo immortal. Even if I cannot use my Dao marks here, with just my Dao mark foundation, how can I lose to a Northern Plains rank 7? With such a thought, Bai Chen Tian jumped into the river and swam towards Fong Yuan. At this moment, his ill intent was clear. Fong Yuan snickered internally. He attacked Bai Chen Tian instead of retreating. Bai Chen Tian saw this and was overjoyed. He thought, these Northern Plains goo immortals sound good, they are battle-hungry by nature. To put it bluntly, they are brainless. The river flowed rapidly, but both sides had extraordinary bodies. They soon encountered each other in the middle. Bang, bang, bang. Fong Yuan raised his fist and punched Bai Chen Tian thrice. Bai Chen Tian was a woodpath goo immortal. He had deep breathing and precise vision. He blocked the 3 punches. He was shocked. This person looks so young, but how can he be so strong? Does he specialize in strength path? He felt the arm that he used to block the attack go numb. But while he was shocked, Bai Chen Tian did not forget to counterattack with his other hand. Both sides exchanged blows, fists and palms collided, and soon it developed into a close combat. Fong Yuan's entire body was a weapon. Head strikes, knee strikes, elbow strikes, all sorts of attacks were displayed one by one. At first, Bai Chen Tian was at a disadvantage, but very quickly, he was not any weaker than Fong Yuan. This was because he had a strong foundation and excellent fighting ability. His basic skills were very solid. It was just that after becoming a goo immortal, he rarely had the chance to use them. Now that he was in battle, these close combat abilities were coming back to life. As for Fong Yuan, because he became a goo immortal much earlier than Bai Chen Tian, many years ago, he was a mortal goo master roaming southern border and northern plains. He was very familiar with close combat. The two fought in the river at times. They popped their heads out and breathed in the air. They stopped fighting for now. The current of the reverse flow river was very rapid. In fact, most of their stamina was spent on swimming. They didn't use much of it to fight. And when they fought, the environment was very complex. Because from time to time, some huge trees or wild beasts would float by, forcing them to retreat. After dozens of rounds, they were breathing heavily. They knew they could not do anything to the other. This rank 8 goo immortal has a strong foundation indeed. I was wondering if I could kill a rank 8 in reverse flow river, but it seems that I was thinking too much. Fong Yuan sighed internally. Bai Chen Tian was filled with shock. How can this be? How could this man be on par with me? I had once used grass immortal goo to increase my strength. I also used the immortal killer move wood armor to carve Dao marks on my body, allowing me to have a strong defense. I even turned my heart into a wood heart. My blood has turned green, giving me a strong recovery ability. Ignoring these immortal killer moves and immortal goo, I am a rank 8 goo immortal. I have passed countless calamities and tribulations. I definitely have more Dao marks than a rank 7. But why is it that I can only fight to a draw with this person? Bai Chen Tian stared at Fang Yuan. He looked at him like he was looking at a monster. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan did not have as many Dao marks as rank 8 Bai Chen Tian, but the truth was, his Dao mark accumulation surpassed many rank 7 Gu immortals. Even though he had just become a rank 7 Gu immortal not long ago. The only thing that could match Bai Chen Tian was the sovereign immortal body. The sovereign immortal body was not an ordinary human body, it was created from Gu worms. Be it Bai Chen Tian or Wei Ling Yang, they were created from humans. But Fang Yuan's body was created from Gu worms. Thus, why was Fang Yuan a complete otherworldly demon? This was one of the reasons. The sovereign immortal body allowed Fang Yuan to make up for the difference in Dao marks between him and Bai Chen Tian. He fought to a draw with Bai Chen Tian. Fang Yuan decided to retreat. Even though he did not lose out, his original intention was to get rid of the huge threat that was Ying Wuxia. Earlier, when he fought with Bai Chen Tian, he wanted to test his strength, to see if he could kill this rank 8 Gu immortal. But reality told Fang Yuan that he was thinking too much. Since he could not deal with Bai Chen Tian, Fang Yuan had to stop. He did not want to waste time with Bai Chen Tian, he had not achieved his goal yet. Fang Yuan wanted to leave, but Bai Chen Tian did not allow it. Even though Bai Chen Tian could not deal with Fang Yuan, affection immortal Gu was still with Fang Yuan. Even if I cannot win, I need to stall him. If I meet my companions later, we can attack him together. All in all, I cannot let him escape. Damn him. Fang Yuan soon frowned. He wanted to retreat, but Bai Chen Tian's stamina and speed did not lose to him. Fang Yuan wanted to leave, but Bai Chen Tian kept blocking him, or harassing him. This affected Fang Yuan's plan greatly. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. A cold light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. Obstructed by the wild beast corpses, Fang Yuan's speed fell slightly. Bai Chen Tian used this chance to attack again. Fang Yuan turned around to fight him. Both sides fought in reverse flow river. Seeing that it was a draw again, at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan reached into his pocket and took out affection immortal Gu, raising it in front of him. Bai Chen Tian was about to punch Fang Yuan's abdomen. If this hit, Fang Yuan's aura would be in chaos. He would have to swim to the surface and breathe in fresh air. This was one of the key points in water battles. But Fang Yuan took out affection immortal Gu, blocking Bai Chen Tian's fist. Bai Chen Tian was shocked. He quickly retracted his fist, exposing a flaw. Fang Yuan snickered internally. Using this flaw, he attacked fiercely. Bai Chen Tian lost the initiative. He could only defend and counterattack. But Fang Yuan suddenly raised affection immortal Gu in front of him. Bai Chen Tian was wary. He exposed a huge flaw again. With these two flaws, Fang Yuan established his advantage. He kicked Bai Chen Tian's abdomen. Bai Chen Tian was kicked. He opened his mouth and breathed out a string of bubbles. His aura was not as long as Fang Yuan's. He changed his strategy. He wanted to escape to the surface of the river. But Fang Yuan would not let him do that. He stretched out his hands like pincers, attacking from both sides, trying to trap Bai Chen Tian in the river. Bai Chen Tian suddenly twisted his waist, doing an extremely difficult escape maneuver. His whole body was like a swimming fish, bursting out with strength, causing Fang Yuan's left and right hands to miss. This response, even Fang Yuan could not help but praise it in his heart. Even though Bai Chen Tian was a central continent Gu immortal, his rank 8 foundation had no weaknesses. In terms of water battles, he was slightly superior to Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan had lived in Eastern Sea for 500 years in his previous life. Chapter 1281. Fang Yuan's hands missed. he quickly raised his arms and grabbed with both his hands. His left hand missed, but his right hand grabbed onto Bai Qiantian's leg. Bai Qiantian's retreat was obstructed, his other leg shot out like a dragon, attacking Fang Yuan's temple quickly and fiercely. This attack was powerful. If it hit, Fang Yuan would feel dizzy, Bai Qiantian would not be able to escape. But at this moment, Fang Yuan took out Affection Immortal Goo and raised it in front of him. Bai Qiantian was so depressed he wanted to curse, and his legs stopped. Fang Yuan managed to gain some time to react. He suddenly moved his head backwards, his body flipped in the water. Originally, he was like Bai Qiantian, his head was above his feet. But now, he grabbed Bai Qiantian's leg, his head was above his feet. Bai Qiantian saw this and his heart sank, he knew that the situation was bad. This was because Fang Yuan had one hand on his leg, while the other was holding Affection Immortal Goo, he could not attack. But at this moment, in this situation, Fang Yuan had two legs that he could use. In contrast, Bai Qiantian's leg was grabbed by Fang Yuan, he could only use his other leg to attack. Bai Qiantian was shocked, his empty leg moved in a different direction, like a butterfly, it was extremely agile as it kicked continuously. In Fang Yuan's eyes, a series of leg shadows were formed. But Fang Yuan was not afraid, he waved his legs and created leg shadows as well. The two fought in the river, their strength collided, creating whirlpools in the water. Every time their legs clashed, there would be muffled bangs in the river. Bai Qiantian only had one leg, how could he match Fang Yuan's two legs? During the fight, he was kicked by Fang Yuan frequently. Bai Qiantian focused on defense, he felt very annoyed, I am a great rank 8 Goo immortal, to think that I ended up like this. Rascal! As long as I get out of the river and recover, I will teach you a lesson. He waved his arms rapidly, dragging Fang Yuan's body along as he swam towards the surface of the river. However, in the next moment, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. He blocked Bai Qiantian's kick with one leg, while his other leg aimed at a certain vital spot and kicked. Oh! Bai Qiantian was kicked in the crotch by Fang Yuan. In an instant, his entire face stiffened, his eyes widened, and he almost spat out the last bit of air he had left in his mouth. Bai Qiantian was indeed a rank 8 grade expert, his endurance was far beyond ordinary people, he forcefully acknowledged him as his master, at the same time, he waved his arms, wanting to swim up and get his head out of the river. Bang! Fang Yuan's kick landed again. Bai Qiantian's body trembled. This time, he could not hold it in anymore and spat out a string of bubbles. Bang, bang, bang. Fang Yuan took advantage of the moment when his opponent revealed a huge opening. Bai Qiantian's face was red, his eyes were bloodshot, he did not want to swim up anymore, he turned around and wanted to fight Fang Yuan to the death. Who wants to fight you to the death? Fang Yuan let go and kicked Bai Qiantian away. At the same time, he felt the opposite force and pulled away from Bai Qiantian. Bai Qiantian broke free, he was stunned for a moment before he gave up on Fang Yuan and struggled towards the surface of the river. Fang Yuan turned around and took the chance to leave Bai Qiantian, successfully escaping. Bai Qiantian's head came out of the water, he opened his mouth and breathed heavily. The pain in his crotch continued to come. The intense pain continued to attack his nerves, making his head feel a little dizzy. This damned guy. If I get a chance, I will skin you alive and grind your bones to dust. Bai Qiantian looked at the river from afar as Fang Yuan swam quickly, the distance between them was increasing, but he could not reach him. Hearing Zishan Mikoto's words, he snorted coldly, you are clearly enjoying the fruits of others' labor, why are you complaining? Don't you have a pair of wings? Why don't you fly out of Reverse Flow River? Zishan Mikoto had already returned to his original form. Like Fang Yuan, who had turned back into a human from an ancient sword dragon, Zishan Mikoto was a mini-man rank 8 Goo immortal, his transformation was only an immortal method. Now that he was in Reverse Flow River, he had to turn back into a mini-man. Precisely so, he could sit on old ancestor Shuehu's shoulder. You think I don't want to fly away? But this reverse flow river is being pulled by a huge force, it is very chaotic, I cannot leave the river. Hehe, who set up the goo formation for you? Zishan Mikoto asked. Old ancestor Shui, whose expression was grim, Sun Minglu. Zishan Mikoto nodded. It should be him. This is out of my expectations. Old ancestor Shui said, he is actually a member of Longevity Heaven. Old ancestor Shui was astute and decisive. At this moment, it was not hard to guess Sun Minglu's faction. Because Central Continent's Gu immortals were all framed, in the whole of Northern Plains, who had the ability to do such a thing, who had the guts to deal with old ancestor Shui? Other than Longevity Heaven, there was no one else. Zishan Mikoto nodded. Longevity Heaven made a move, they are definitely after Ma Hongyun, Zhao Lianyun is definitely not far behind. They are definitely ahead. I need to find my wife first. Old ancestor Shui said. Zishan Mikoto patted his shoulder, then we should swim ahead. Lady Wan Shou was beside Ma Hongyun at that time, after being swept away by reverse flow river, she is likely to be near Ma Hongyun. The fate-reversing sacrificial refinement subformation was shining with a dazzling platinum light. The light shot into the sky, it was like a huge pillar that could not be concealed. At this moment, Black Extremity was at the center of the Gu formation, controlling the Gu formation to guide reverse flow river. Meanwhile, Flood Extremity was outside the Gu formation, guarding against any uninvited guests that were attracted by the light pillar. Chapter 1282. Amazing, this Gu formation can actually control reverse flow river. Flood Extremity looked at the pillar of light, praising sincerely. But Black Extremity shook his head, this is not control. I only set up the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation, it is like digging a river and letting reverse flow river flow in it. But we dug the river, we can influence the direction of reverse flow river's flow. After we take in this reverse flow river, Longevity Heaven will have another secluded domain of heaven and earth. Flood Extremity looked towards the future. Black Extremity instructed again, when we take in reverse flow river, the subformation will definitely be broken. You need to pay attention to the timing and direction, open your immortal aperture's entrance and let reverse flow river flow in. You are a water path Gu immortal, you have an advantage in this mission. Flood Extremity felt troubled, what if reverse flow river changes course? Is there really no Gu worm in this world that can control reverse flow river? Black Extremity frowned slightly, there is indeed none. But that is not entirely true, or rather, there is another possibility. What do you mean? You should know about the legends of Renzu. It states, Renzu sighed, as long as he had that immortal Gu, he could conquer reverse flow river. You are talking about immortal Gu perseverance? Impossible, perseverance immortal Gu has never appeared before. In my opinion, that story is only telling us to persevere in our cultivation, we cannot give up easily. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 4, Section 26, recorded Renzu's woman, boundless forest Samsara, was trapped in ordinary abyss. She became friends with a mini-man, who brought boundless forest Samsara to look at his home, City Well. After looking at City Well, boundless forest Samsara looked at the sky. I understand. Boundless forest Samsara looked above her head. She was trapped in ordinary abyss, she was like the mini-man living at the bottom of the well. The mini-man looked at the sky depicted by the well, it was like boundless forest Samsara looking at the sky depicted by ordinary abyss. I have decided, I will work hard to leave this abyss and reunite with my father. Boundless forest Samsara clenched her fists, making up her mind. The mini-man was very happy, good. I also wanted to leave the ordinary abyss and see a bigger and vaster world. I saw a lot of trees in the abyss. We can cut them down and make ladders. Then, we can climb out step by step. Boundless forest Samsara was surprised, she looked at the mini-man strangely, Mini-man, don't you have a pair of wings? Why can't we just fly away? The little man smiled bitterly and said, Human, don't be fooled by my pair of wings. They are weak and powerless, and can only carry my body slowly for a short distance. When I first left the city, I had to climb a ladder to get out. So that's the case. Boundless Forest Samsara realized. In the following days, she and the little man chopped down trees and built ladders. Trees fell one by one, Wisdom Goo flew out. Boundless Forest Samsara was shocked. Wisdom Goo, why are you here? Wisdom is hidden in the ordinary, of course I can be here. Wisdom Goo replied. Next, Wisdom Goo said, you are very smart, you know how to use the achievements of your predecessors to help you break away from mediocrity. But if you want to get out of ordinary abyss, each of you will need to build your own ladder and complete the entire process alone. Otherwise, you will not be able to leave. Boundless Forest Samsara quickly nodded, oh Wisdom Goo, thank you for your reminder, we will take note. She and the mini-man built their own ladders. The ladders got taller and taller. Soon, Boundless Forest Samsara's ladder surpassed the mini-man's. The mini-man's ladder was short and small, the distance between each bar was also short. Boundless Forest Samsara shouted, oh mini-man, don't you feel cold? The mini-man said, yes, but I need to build a ladder to climb out. Boundless Forest Samsara shouted again, oh mini-man, don't you feel lonely? The mini-man said, yes, but I need to build a ladder to climb out. Boundless Forest Samsara shouted again, oh mini-man, don't you feel afraid? The mini-man said, yes, but I need to build a ladder to climb out. After the mini-man said this, his body suddenly shined with a dazzling light. Soon, the light turned into a goo worm. My name is Perseverance, oh mini-man, thank you for nurturing me. Perseverance Goo thanked the mini-man. The mini-man smiled, that's great, even though I have no strength, I have perseverance. The mini-man said as he climbed out of ordinary abyss, stepping into the outside world. He first saw a person. That was Renzu. The time in ordinary abyss was not the same as the outside world. Renzu looked at the mini-man and sighed, this is Perseverance Goo. It is a pity, if I had it back then, I would have conquered Reverse Flow River. The Central Continent Goo Immortals received the order and increased their speed. Fong Yuan swam in the current, he kept searching for Ying Wuxie's figure, but he could not find him. The river water was turbulent, huge waves were created from time to time. As the waves churned, the corpses of the wild beasts and countless rocks and trees in the river would be tossed up. The situation on the river was very complicated. Most importantly, the river was very wide. Fong Yuan could not patrol from a high vantage point, no matter how good his eyesight was, his vision was limited. However, he found many Goo Immortals, among them were Central Continent Goo Immortals, as well as Northern Plains Snowy Mountain Blessed Land Peak Lords. But Fong Yuan avoided them all, he did not deal with them. Dealing with these people would only waste his time, he would not gain anything. This river is too wide. I might have already surpassed Ying Wuxie when I swam earlier, I am now upstream of him. This is possible. But Fong Yuan did not give up. Because there was a high chance that Ying Wuxie was still upstream. He swam with all his strength, he was like a fish, agilely moving forward in the complicated water. The sovereign immortal body gave him excellent eyesight, stamina, and recovery speed on par with rank 8 Goo Immortals, and most importantly, he had trained his swimming ability to an instinctive level. All of this allowed him to surpass many Goo Immortals. In contrast, because Bai Chen Tian had to gather the Central Continent Goo Immortals, he had to search the same river segment, he was at the back. A leopard raccoon moved through the water, pouncing towards Zhao Lianyan. The leopard raccoon was smaller than a leopard, but it could swim. Thus, even though it was swept away by Reverse Flow River, it managed to survive. Go away. Mu Ling Lan slapped with one palm, killing the leopard raccoon. His other hand grabbed onto Zhao Lianyun's arm. Zhao Lianyun was only a phantom aperture false immortal, her foundation was weak, she had almost no Dao marks. Without goo worms, she was as weak as a normal person. Thankfully, when she was swept into reverse flow river, the rank 7 water path goo immortal Mu Ling Lan was beside her. Because of Mu Ling Lan's protection, Zhao Lianyun managed to survive until now. Mu Ling Lan's water path Dao marks actually allowed him to breathe freely in water. At the same time, his water skills were outstanding as well. He protected Zhao Lianyun along the way. Not only did he avoid danger time and time again, he even brought her forward. Look, there's a mound ahead. After Mu Ling Lan repelled the leopard raccoon, his eyes shined as he saw a mound floating on the river surface. This mound is made of soil, no wonder it can float on the water and not sink. Let's rest there. Mu Ling Lan dragged Zhao Lianyun as he climbed the mound with difficulty. Zhao Lianyun was extremely tired, she was on the verge of death. Once she reached the shore, she collapsed on the mound, not moving, not wanting to get up. Mu Ling Lan was also extremely tired, he breathed roughly. Wait, there's someone on the mound. Mu Ling Lan suddenly stood up, his gaze turned ruthless. Don't be agitated, don't be agitated. A figure walked out of the forest on the mound. Mu Ling Lan saw this person and was stunned. Zhao Lianyun was even more stunned. Because the person who appeared in front of them was Ma Hongyun. The immortals were all in a sorry state, but Ma Hongyun's clothes were clean and tidy, he was still chewing on a fruit in his hand. You are Ma Hongyun. Mu Ling Lan exclaimed. Ma Hongyun took a step back, are you here to capture me? Zhao Lianyun mustered her remaining strength, she stood up shakily. She looked at Ma Hongyun, her throat was moving, but she could not speak. Before using love, she had used goo worms to speak, but now, in reverse flow river, she could not use any goo worms. At this moment, Zhao Lianyun finally saw the person she had yearned for day and night. She was extremely excited, she took a step forward. But at the next moment, she hesitated. What did she look like now? She knew clearly. She was no longer young, she was an old woman. Her hair was white, her wrinkles were deep, and she was as thin as a stick. Could Ma Hongyun still recognize her in this appearance? Could she still use this appearance to meet her lover, and let him see her like this? Zhao Lianyun suddenly lost all her courage. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Ma Hongyun's eyes. While Zhao Lianyun was hesitating, she suddenly heard Ma Hongyun's exclamation, You are Lady Xiaoyun. Zhao Lianyun's body shook. She raised her head and saw Ma Hongyun throwing away the fruit in his hand, he ran towards her excitedly. Lady Xiaoyun, Lady Xiaoyun. I missed you so much. Ma Hongyun shouted loudly. Mu Ling Lan saw this, he was deeply moved, he explained, Fairy Lianyun rushed over from Central Continent to save you, she ended up like this. Lady Xiaoyun. Ma Hongyun ran to Zhao Lianyun, grabbing Zhao Lianyun's hand. He also choked with sobs, unable to speak for a moment. At this moment, Zhao Lianyun only felt, immense happiness filled her heart. All the sacrifices she made earlier were worth it. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.